Hello, one and all, and welcome to the CCS Season 1 playoffs. My name is Thunder. I am joined once again by my wonderful color caster, Oshidash, and don't get it twisted, that stream title is not incorrect. This is TA Knight versus Dorado Gaming Omega, round 2.
We've got kind of the bare naked ladies sequence going on right now. Yeah, woohoo! It's all been done. It's 7 days later to the minute. We're right back in this with the same two teams. What this tells us is that Dorado Gaming, despite not controlling their own fate, actually made it into playoffs.
They did. They squeaked in TA Light by their good graces, defeated Infinite, giving Dorado the free pass into this playoffs round. But I will say, if I'm Dorado, coming off of last week on a very fast 2-0 stomp when we were in bed by 10 p.m., having to face this same team, I don't know if it's like mental boom or if these players are going to be frothing at the bit to try to get at TA Knight again. But I saw the trash talk chat. I think they're ready to scrap.
I had to go right to it. It is terrifying. They're chomping at the bit. That's all you can really say. Both teams are ready to just fire on all cylinders, get right in at one another. They actually had to get told, not in this chat, go to the trash chat. We're just trying to get them organized and ready to go in the game. And Flay had to say, guys, come on.
Chill out. There's a place for this. There's a time and a place. But we are into the picks and bans. TA Knight, they have banned away the Gangplank, the Vel'Koz, the Wukong. GP and Wukong are both champions that received a brief, or a not like, necessarily minor update, but a small buff in this most recent patch. So taken away from Moonshot, Senna, Lissandra, and Ari are banned away by Dorado. They played against the Lissandra. I'm pretty sure it was the Lissandra last week, 2 times in a row, where they just got clapped by it, right? I think they decided they don't want to see it again.
Immediately afterwards, we had that interview where we learned that it's a beautiful comfort pick. I mean,
yes.
that interview was its own thing. We're not going to discuss it, but we learned the importance of the Lissandra. Jinx coming out and Misfortune to counter.
Indeed. Okay, I like it. We got ADCs picked up already. We'll have to see what gets brought in next. But yes, on this patch, we are on a new patch. We're pre-MSI patch before everything gets really, really crazy. There's been a lot of top lane buffs. We already mentioned the Wukong and the GP. Stuff like Yone and Yasuo, Gwen have also been buffed. And Zeri in the ADC pool has been nerfed. Dorado, they pick the Misfortune and they pick up the Diana to pair with it for the time being in the jungle.
I have to say that the Zeri nerf is one of the biggest things that's going to impact this entire patch. Obviously, one of the most sought after ADCs for months now at all levels of gameplay. Finally getting, pulled back a little bit. We know how Riot is when they release a new champion. They like to put them just... and so they finally said, okay, we hear you. We'll bring it back. We've seen the stats. It's a little too much, which means we get to see some interesting stuff coming out. And it looks like we're going to have the Jarvan locked in there as well going into the Diana, which is kind of matching spot for spot on the way down the list. Nobody really wants to blind into anything unless they're forced into, which, I mean, obviously Dorado Gaming is every single time they pick.
Exactly. They got ADC counter pick, but that's about the best they're gonna get. TA Knight, they pick up the Jarvan. That is gonna be in the hands of Reedy in the jungle. I will say both these junglers, they've picked some of their most played solo queue champs already, and there we see the Nico locked in. I would think this would go to the mid lane, but just last night I did also cast a series where Nico ADC was a thing. So
okay, so if Jinx wasn't already here.
Oh, you're right. You see that, I should look at the draft and that'll help me figure things out, won't
it? Nico, yeah, I would say obviously very, very common in the mid lane, having the exceptional amount of lockdown and damage that comes with the character. Also played as a support once upon a time, particularly upon release. Alistar coming in, that is an aggressive bot lane.
Yeah, the Misfortune Alistar. Main thing is it doesn't do anything level 1, but neither really does a Jinx. We'll have to see what the support pickup is for that. But, we're into the second round of bans. I'm interested to see what else gets taken away here. Dorado, they've already taken away the Lissandra. I'm interested to see if they're going to adapt, try to take away anything else from the mid lane. The Seraphine is the first ban.
Okay, I mean, I don't disagree with it. Seraphine is a relatively strong character in the overall, has a lot of... just a lot of utility to try and deal with. If they're trying to get away from that, then it's understandable. The Yasuo, that was a quick decision by TA Knight to ban that one out. Maybe something they're afraid of with Sev.
Potentially, but we'll have to see. Sev again, strong on the Vel'Koz, picked up a Galio last week. It looked okay on it, but talking about Dorado's drafts last week probably isn't the smartest thing in the world because it just didn't look great. They're gonna have to come in swinging on this one. But Dorado, it looks like they're fairly convinced that this Nico will be going mid lane, the Seraphine ban first and foremost, and then the Malphite ban taking it out of the hands of Ulvarik in the top lane, most likely.
Yeah, I don't really know what to expect from Ulvarik. I'm trying to take a look at the notes real quick here. We see tanks, right? So you're not going to ban them all. Malphite. I guess if you look at the combo with Jarvan Malphite, your engage combo is pretty strong there. But I just don't feel that Malphite really embodies the way that he played the last time that we saw him. Last week he had a very weak initial or a very weak opening to the second game as Sejuani, which was unfortunate, but still played it incredibly well. Uses the utility significantly well and still builds very tanky, becomes unkillable at a very quick rate. I don't see. I mean, the ultimate is obviously incredible, but that's it for utility. Yeah, I don't think that's what they're going to be looking for. I say as they hover a champion that has lock in a champion that has even less utility.
But it has just a gigantic health bar, which can be pretty helpful in and of itself. As Mundo goes where he pleases. The Orianna was picked in the mid lane for Dorado. We are getting a Morgana hover. That would be very
I would like
interesting.
it.
What's the Morgana Alistar matchup like?
I would say Morgana favored for sure. Obviously, you just play a little behind your ADC a lot of the time. You Black Shield anytime Alistar goes to engage. You can land the Black Shield in between the pulverized headbutt combo. So your ADC gets hit by the by the headbutt. Black Shield pulverized doesn't connect, which means the ADC still flies backwards. Totally safe, courtesy of Alistar themselves. On top of that, if you manage to have the line, you throw your Q, you lock down the enemy ADC, engage is over. GG. There's no fight. The thing that I personally really like about this Morgana pick, though, is when you hit the team fight phase. We were talking last time we wanted to see a Sev on a control mage with a lot of damage burst. Orianna's the right pick. Morgana negates the ult on Jinx entirely.
Indeed. But here we see the Yone pickup. One Wind Brother was banned away, but the second still remained, and that is going to be going up into the top lane for Moonshot. I mean, Moonshot, Pepe Cito, whatever you want to call him, Pepe Moonshot. He has been a really big focus for Dorado throughout the entirety of this split, and last week had a strong performance game too. It didn't really amount to anything, but now he's on a Yone, and I've seen some crazy Yone plays and some crazy Yone carries. Maybe they can get this first game with it, though.
Yeah, definitely got to see something come out. I mean, you said it. The second game that Moonshot had played incredibly well, but just was not able to transfer that down to the rest of his team, and that's really what we need to see from him. We've spent so much time before even game one talking about how much Dorado Gaming leans on Moonshot for carry. Even the analyst desk before was talking about exactly that, how much Moonshot is a carry top lane versus TA Knight's Ulvarik, who plays a lot more of the weak side, tanky top lane style. If Ulvarik can keep Moonshot going top and Moonshot is unable to take whatever lead he generates, move it down the map, pass it down to Sev, who can then pass it down to Muchai, if they can't do all of that, if Reggie can't get himself rolling at the hands of Moonshot as well, then it's fine. It doesn't matter how far ahead he gets, even on a Yone, it won't matter, because you mentioned just the health bar of Mundo. You also have to deal with the health bar of the Jarvan. You have to deal with the clones of the Nico. You have to deal with the Black Shield of the Morgana. And if your team's dead, you have an excited Jinx. Good luck catching her. It doesn't matter who you are. So it really does weigh on Sev stepping up, Moonshot being able to transfer the lead that he's, I don't want to say guaranteed, but my goodness, is he incredible in the top lane matchups.
Right.
So those are the big things versus Dallas and Snowlife. The undefeated pairing of the bot lane.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, speaking of that bottom lane, and speaking of the TA Knight roster as a whole, all of the voting results have not been completely announced for the CCS All-Pro selection, but a little bit of a
What?
spoiler here. Every single member of TA Knight was selected for one of the first, second, or third teams. They're very good, folks, just across the board, and they've proved it
Whoa.
before. They might be able to prove it again here.
Yeah,
But
it's all the way, like you said, all the way down the board, top to bottom, incredible. Something we haven't talked about even last week, we never even mentioned it, but I spent a lot of time thinking about it, especially yesterday, is Brinopoly, the jungler for TA Knight. His game sense was phenomenal in both games that we saw. He spent a lot of time in the right place at the right time, spent a ton of time hovering that bot lane while Dallas and Snowlife kind of roll through, got their leads that they do as they dominate the lanes themselves, knowing all too well that Uvarik was fine. He said, yes, you've died 6 times, solo kills in lane. It's fine. Whatever. It doesn't matter because I can be here. We're blue side. We get dragon. They just rolled with it.
Yeah, and speaking of Dragon, kind of speaking of those neutral objectives, it seems both of these teams, I get, Yone, Mundo can both kind of be split pushers. Mundo, I think, more so than the Yone, but are we going to be looking at more team fight oriented things here once we get around those Rift Heralds, around those Barons and those later Dragons? Are we going to be seeing the entire map kind of converge on those, or are we going to start seeing some of these members split off? Are we going to see a hull breaker on the Mundo? What do you think that's going to look like with these drafts presented before us?
I think we're going to see something very, very similar to what we saw last time when they had the Wombo combo team. They're going to look for that 9-minute kind of group up, push things out situation because both games we saw TA Knight do the same thing. They are very formulaic in their gameplay in that they know, okay, at this point, Uvarik is X amount behind, but bot lane is Y amount ahead, which means we are Z gold even, which means we win because we outskill. That's kind of how they played it. So, and that's why I was saying we really need to see Moonshot be able to pass everything down the line and Sev really be able to step up. I called last week. I said, I want an Orianna for Sev. I called it after game 1. They didn't get it. I asked for it, and now they're delivering. I have no idea if they watched the VODs back. I have no idea if they heard my prayers.
A little bit of coaching from the one and only Oshi.
God, I want to see this. I want to see Sev do incredible on this Orianna. I really, really do.
Yeah. And I mean, Sev, people were not super high on him coming into really these last few weeks, but and again, ignoring kind of how last week went, he's been putting up some phenomenal stats. I think he had the most damage in the regular season CCS on a Vel'Koz game at one point. He certainly has the potential in there somewhere in that gold 2 ranking to really shine and
yeah, you couldn't let it go. You couldn't.
He made it to plat. He made it to plat last week, and I forgot to bring it up. And he fell back down to gold 2. I believe in you, Seb. I know you can do it. I know you can do it, man. But we will have to see if he actually can. We have just a couple of minutes for a spectator delay before we get into game number 1. Hello everybody, we are back and we are just about to break onto Summoner's Rift for game number 1 between TA Knight and Dorado Gaming Omega. Oshi, are there any interesting Summoner spells you want to look at? No, it looks like, man, this is boring. There's no like ignites, there's no exhaust, there's just like,
Uvarik
there's ignites on the supports, but
Uvarik and Hadio both have flash on D.
Oh, that's blasphemy right there. They don't
actually. You know what? So does Sev, Muchai, and Savron. And Reggie. Actually, Moonshot's the only one who has flash on F on that team.
Dang! Wow!
Yes,
they did not listen to Mr. Faker. How could you? Savron, I'm gonna be honest. I hate cowbell. I hate cowbell.
Can I get a new co-caster? Production?
Look, production says they'll be replacing me soon, but for now you're still stuck with me. Look, I was a band kid. I had to hear so much cowbell.
So was I.
Look, you have 10 years on me. You're 10 years removed from the experience. I am still, it still holds just in my heart. Just a massive distaste for cowbell. But That being said, junglers are starting on the bottom side. They're pathing to the top. Mundo looks like he's getting a brief flank on the Yone up there, but I don't think we're going to see anything exciting.
No, I mean, it's a wet noodle against... I don't know. Like normally you want to call it a wet noodle fight, is what you say when it's kind of two tanks up there. But it's more like a wet noodle versus a surface of water. Like it's gonna make slapping noises, but nothing's really gonna happen, right? Like there's no waves.
Yep.
There's a big bind.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage coming out. That's a flash forced away. The ignite is coming down. Muchai's ticking down, but should survive this. Wronger providing the peel.
Yeah, the big thing there, though, is Dallas also flashed forward. So no flashes on either ADC bot lane and no mobility on either of them either. So level 1, I would say it's going exactly how TA9 wants that to go. You want to have that early advantage with the binding of Morgana there.
Indeed, and Wronger for all of his efforts, he's still only a level 1 Alistar, so he can be a body, and that's about it. Hadio and Sevdif, meanwhile, in the mid lane, they're about even on their mana at the moment. They're just going to be farming up. I'm interested to see how the Orianna Nico lane matchup will play out, but we'll have to see. Wronger taking advantage of that level 2 to get a little bit of harassment onto Snow Life, but a few minutes in, nothing too exciting yet. Jarvan looks like he's doing a full clear, and we are seeing just how much faster Diana is with the full clear.
Yeah, exactly. I'm full camp ahead right now, and yeah, it's kind of what you expect though when you have significantly more AOE in your belt, and as well as the attack speed buff and the passive right there early on. Big engage by Moonshot right there.
He is going to snap back a way to save the Ozark. Very, very low.
Yeah, and you know what? Moonshot actually spaced that flawlessly, really showing just how comfortable he is in that aggressive role, not getting thrown into the tower range there, not, letting himself continue to hold that huge health range. The big thing I'm interested in watching, you mentioned how the mid lane goes between these two. I would say early on you're gonna see Nico push. The big thing that I'm gonna watch for is the itemization out of Sev. See how quickly he gets boots. Because boots, the move speed from boots are incredible in the matchup, because you can dodge the snare significantly easier because it does not travel too quickly. But more importantly, the Q when it comes out is you can get out of the extra pops that come through.
Oh, okay.
So just damage mitigation just from buying a pair of boots, just level 1s even.
Have to keep an eye on that, and even has the phase rush equipped on that Orianna for that additional movement speed if he can get it procced. But it looks like for the time being, Dallas and Snow, if they're keeping this lane pushing in, Wronger is at below half HP on this Alistar, and the Misfortune cannot afford to press too far forward. But that being said, the Jarvan is still finishing up his first clear. Napoli taking this one pretty slow, hasn't paid any attention to any of the lanes so far. Moonshot and Lark, they're going at it up here in the top lane. They're both quite low. The Yone snapbacks again. Lark still alive. He's going to start regenerating that health.
I think that was a timed snapback, not command one at that point, because there's no way Moonshot did not want to keep fighting that. Such a huge advantage in that fight at that point. And now Mundo, look at the regen just from killing minions with the Qs, just landing those. That's it. The trade doesn't even exist anymore. Moonshot is... there's the black shield right there.
Perfect timing on that. Wronger completely neutralized on the Alistar so far.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate situation. You take a look. Oh no mana here either.
Drew. Dallas gets some additional damage down with the zap. The first blood goes over to the Morgana as Wronger gets chased down. Dallas a little bit more damage, but they don't have a wave to chase under the turret.
There was a very slight possible misplay out of Wronger right there. If he had pulverized the Morgana before headbutting the Jinx, there's a chance, a very slim one, but a chance. Huge flash forward.
Shockwave coming through from Hadio, the Pop Blossom, but Sevdif managed to get out of the way with the flash, but not far enough. Oh, 1-for-1 in the gank. Hadio manages to get the trade.
Oh my god, the quick fingers on all of those players right there. Managing to get out of the ultimate, but also managing to stick around. Like the awareness of Hadio, the awareness to pop that clone and say, no, I'm trading. Absolutely incredible.
That's exactly what you want to see out of the mid laner. And as everybody starts to hit level 6, we are at the 6-minute mark. The first dragon has spawned. We'll see who wants to fight for that. We could get some pretty big cooldowns burned, but with both ADCs still without flash. We'll see what happens in that team fight as everybody coalesces around that dragon pit, and the top laners continue to scrap. Moonshot is quite low here. Olvarik just has so much damage for some reason. Olvarik, Mundo, solo bolos Moonshot in the top lane, and it wasn't particularly close.
You can say for some reason all you want to. Itemization is everything. Bramble's Vest, first item. Huge spike for a Mundo in this matchup right there. Nothing Moonshot could have done in that situation whatsoever. However, look, I need to make sure that my client is working properly. Yeah, okay, Bronopoly just hit level 5 right now, okay? Bronopoly was 2 levels down under Reggie, and yet they're the ones taking Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, that is, I think that's probably because of what happened in the top lane, but Dallas is very, very far behind in HP, and he falls, but the rest of the team is here. The Pop Blossom comes through from Hadio. Pretty short cooldown on that one. Savronger is on the run, as is Reggie. Pronapoli finally making an appearance here, but his level 5 does not have the Cataclysm to lock these two up. And Savronger and Reggie, there we go. I didn't say it, and Hadio goes on a killing spree. Pronapoli gets another one. That's 2 more kills under the turret. Alistar falling just barely. Going to be plates in the pockets of Hadio and Snowlife.
And looking at the replay of this fight right here, I mean, Hadio came in with a beautiful burst. Look at this little quick finger here by the Diana, just kind of popping out forward. Actually managing to get out initially. Savronger, same thing with the headbutt, kind of got through. Here we see Sevdiff actually going down in the mid lane instead to the jungle ADC.
You know, I said they didn't have the Cataclysm before. He had it that time, and I think that's what made the difference.
Yeah, it's you know, I guess I'm kind of at a loss for words right there. I got a wee bit bamboozled because, I mean, the mid lane was bought with the support and the ADC jungle were both mid. So I'm sure Sev was kind of feeling the same way. Big ult coming out right there. Black Shield
walks away from it, but Savronger picks it up. Savronger with the most kills on the team. 2-1-0 on this Alistar.
We have seen this before.
Yeah.
This is exactly what happened game 1 last week with Savronger picking up all of the kills.
Oh, Moonshot doesn't hit the ultimate. Olvarik feeling frisky with this Mundo. That's just such a big health bar to chew through at these early levels already.
I can appreciate that Moonshot still wants to play his game. He still wants to be that aggressive carry top lane. You can't be doing that right now. You are a full level behind. And you just leveled up, and you are a full level behind. You know, you were 10 CS down, catching up thanks to that wave. But it's not a good situation to be in. You cannot be trying to dive in against this Mundo right now. You know, his jungler was kind of close, but so was Bronopoly, who is now taking repairs.
Indeed, and this Jarvan, you know, is all of a sudden 1-0-3 thanks to that bottom lane gank. And ooh, the Pop Blossom, Sev with the phenomenal shockwave to pull it away and save his life.
So that pulled away Hadio's Blossom and Snowlife Bird. Oh,
Dallas with the long-range rocket! Oh no!
Sev!
He did so well!
Sev, your play was beautiful. You got the support to blow flash. You got out of the ult. And then you got disrespected by a single ping.
Dallas with the soul read on. I mean, someone probably pinged it. Whoever pinged it, absolute soul read there. But Napoli now wants to go in the river, forcing the flash out of Reggie. Savronger maybe because he is abandoned by his jungler, not even given the chance to join when the blast cone and the cow will finally be turned into some burgers.
Reggie was just taking wolves. Just like, yeah, okay, whatever.
Oh my goodness. Moonshot is dead, maybe? Olvarik, yep, Olvarik takes him down. I thought he had a chance for a second, but alas.
Oh my goodness. Like again, I can see what you want to be doing, Moonshot. You have the right idea. Your execution is just a hair off. You got to take the trade and leave. You had so much of a lead. Get out. First tower going down in the bot lane. Dallas taking that one. You know, 20 CS and 2 kills ahead. Doing what he does best, right? Savronger in an unfortunate situation yet again.
Oh, but Misfortune is here to bail him out with the bullet time. It chunks out Snow Life and Dallas by about halfway. Savronga wants to go in. Now the heal comes through. Sev is on the backside of the fight. Hadio already uses the Pop Blossom, but Savronga runs right
Moonshot,
into waiting arms. Moonshot goes in on the top lane, manages to get the kill, doesn't die to the turret. Meanwhile, actually he does die to the turret, never mind. Meanwhile, Orianna gets a kill on the Morgana. There was just blood in the water absolutely everywhere. 3 for 3 across the map. Dallas is running for his life. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a dead Jinx unless he can somehow get the execute.
Yeah, he dies to caster minions. The classic caster minion betrayal.
Oh my god, it was an execute. How did that is amazing. You know what?
The original caster curse. And as you can see right here, you know what? Look at this. This initiation was actually incredible by Savronga. He hit the 6 in order to go in and stay alive a little longer. A great ultimate coming down from Reggie right there. And you know what? The awareness of Dallas to get this execute. Like, he wasn't getting away. There's no way. So,
and he preserves the shutdown goal.
Yeah, biggest thing to make note of out of that for sure. 2 level difference top lane. Now just to 1 level, but I mean, how long until it's 2 again in this top lane? I mean, Moonshot is definitely feeling the pressure right now. 1 and 3, 15, 13 CS difference. Looks like he's got a bit of help up there now, though.
Yeah, Savronga is up there. We saw Reggie go up there a couple times, but the gank never happened. This top lane has been it left almost entirely alone so far. We'll see if Savronga wants to make an appearance. He is making it up there now. This is an Alistar. He's not super speedy, but he can go in with a head to pulverize combo, but Olvarek goes where he pleases, gets knocked up briefly, then just turns around after popping the maximum dosage, and Savronga and Moonshot are running for the hills. Moonshot wants to go back in, but decides against it. Bernapoli and Snow Life now here to make an appearance.
Yeah, somebody on the Dorado Gaming team said, guys, we don't have anyone on Vision right now, and here they all are in this top lane.
They have arrived. The whole squad is here. Action is now happening in the top lane. Moonshot trying to make the outplay happen. It hasn't yet. Muchai is here, but so is Reggie. Hold on, they might be able to turn this around at least a little bit. That is a very low Mundo, but the tower falls. Reggie just goes in. The bullet time comes through, but nobody else dies. 2 of them just walked into the waiting arms of Dallas.
I got it again. Dorado Gaming. I see what you're thinking. I see what you want. But, I mean, look at this dive and watch the health bars. I mean, yes, Mundo is going to get a little low. It's still a Mundo, okay? Yeah. It's a Mundo with a Brambles vest. The re-engage here. Watch this interaction over the wall. Look at this. Boom. You're out of it. At that moment, as soon as Diana's dash goes down, you're out of it. Leave. You're done. The jungler's dead. Muchai has to just walk away. There's no CC left. You're in the air for like 2.5 seconds because Jarvan's nutty. It's done. The tower was already dead. Muchai, I'm sorry. I appreciate what you want to do for your team, but it was a lose-lose for you right there. But ultimately, I mean, they're down 11 kills. I don't think that 1 extra one is going to make a difference.
Yeah. It is once again a 2-level difference in the top lane. It's 11 kill difference. It's only a 9,500 gold difference. Looks like we're gonna get some action on the Olvarek here, but they don't know that Snow Life is here as well. Moonshot and Reggie are both here to scrap. Moonshot doesn't have the ultimate though. He needs to be careful. Reggie they're now isolated. This has all of a sudden become a 2v1. Reggie wasn't there. This is 2 2v1s on the bottom side of the map. Moonshot and Savronga are here, but I don't think you win this fight.
No, this is a 2v2 that they definitely don't win. Look at that. That's a 5-level difference between Olvarek and Savronga. That is a dead Muchai.
The super mega death rocket. Dallas has been surgical with these.
Oh, and a huge snare right there. The W over the wall, and Olvarek says, nah, because Dallas is just going to walk in.
Dallas wants it. The Jinx is trying to get excited. The exhaust comes through. Sev, he walks in just to run away. He's going to have to go back to the fountain, and that's 20 kills in 15, 16 minutes. I previously said it wasn't a 10k gold lead. It is now over 12,000 gold at 16 minutes.
They're looking for 1,000 gold lead per minute. Is their goal, I believe, at this point in the game. Sev had a big opportunity to get a whole lot of shutdown gold, whiffed the Orianna ultimate. Not something you ever want to see. Super unfortunate. Just mild execution error in that regard. And you know what? It looks like Dorado's also having some communication problems. You mentioned earlier on that this 1v2 that we saw, and then another 1v2 going on. You know, Reggie ran the one way, and Moonshot ran the other way. You know,
Yep.
so it's and then Reggie came back.
After
Right?
Moonshot died.
Yeah, and then bot lane showed up, but the support went in, and the ADC didn't, and then the ADC went in, and the support didn't, and then the mid lane showed up after everyone else was dead. You know, just they're just kind of flinging themselves all over the place. Now, Riot Games has done the wonderful thing of putting in this new comeback mechanic, so let's see if maybe some bounties can come into play here. If Dorado Gaming can get just a little, get some vision out there. I can see 3 pink wards in the top lane. That's exactly what you... There's lots of vision. Get some control back on your side of the map. Try and push out for some of those objectives.
I mean, that's pretty much all you can hope for Dorado now, but oh my goodness, Sev just gets blown up, as does the rest of the team. The Pop Blossom comes through. Jarvan picks up one as well. Reggie and Moonshot, Moonshot was already dead. I couldn't even tell who had died already. That might be the fastest ace I have ever seen.
Massive pick to open that up, get rid of all of the AoE CC and AoE damage that Sev brings to the fight. Watch the kiting out of Dallas right here. Look at this. Oh, Reggie goes in. Nope. Black shield that one. Nope. Just sidestep. Step. Dallas making absolute use out of the excitement that came from the original pick, doing everything in his power to stay alive. Phenomenal movement on his part.
Phenomenal movement now out of the rest of the team with the macro. Varg wasn't even there for that team fight around the dragon, by the way. Moonshot trying to go in. The ultimate just completely whiffs. Alistar with the knockup. That's a shutdown for Sev. The shockwave is committed. Snowlife and Hadio are on the run. Varg getting out of there as well. Maybe if he can. The entire team is there trying to chase him down. He flashes away. He pops the maximum dosage. This is 5 members on a Mundo. Mundo is very tanky, is still somehow alive. Moonshot has to snap back and is ticking down. Snowlife came in with the clutch ignite, and somehow Ulvarik survives that.
Snowlife proving the absolute epitome of support gameplay right there. Bro.
No.
And the Super Mega Death Rocket just for good measure from literally his own base. But anyways, Snowlife proving what playing a support is all about. You are not just there to support your bot lane, you support your entire team. The ADC or whatever bot lane carry you happen to be playing with is not the only person that matters. He came back at half health to save his top laner. The Black Shield mattered significant amounts, and then picked up a kill on top of it. That was flawless. Moonshot still trying to go in now, 3 levels down.
Snaps back immediately that time.
Yeah. That's one of those things where you're like, this cliff isn't that high. No, never mind. It's very high.
Okay, just briefly, I do want to check in on items. Not to rub salt in the wound, but Mundo, 2 items, Sunfire Cape, Thornmail, extremely hard to take down, has the Knight's Cowl on top of it. Jarvan, 2 items, Goredringer, Death Stance, also has the stop one. Probably going to be impossible to kill. Nico, Ludens, Shadow Flame, going to be doing a ton of damage. Jinx, Gale Force, Rapid Fire Cannon, and a BF Sword, and a pickaxe too. This Misfortune has an Eclipse and a Hammer and a Tier that's essentially doing nothing at this point.
Yeah, the tier, I mean, if you were going to be laning still, it's not even stacked for what it's worth. It's 2/3 stacked. I don't know. I don't like tier on any ADC that's not Ezreal.
Yeah.
I get it. You want to be able to use your abilities to be able to push. Manamune and Manamura are decent items. It's not the right scenario.
Just purchased an Infinity Edge.
Yeah, that is a 3-item Jinx. You don't need anything else.
Minutes.
You don't need anything else in this game.
This is
21, yeah. Fuck.
This has been a blisteringly fast pace, and without even pushing the base, super minions take down one of the Nexus turrets. Also, they have Baron, by the way. They have TA Knight. They grab Baron.
Yeah. While we were trying to talk about, it took us so long to list the items that one team has.
All of the 30 seconds.
Yeah, that they just took Baron and Dragon, actually, for what it's worth. It's a minute and a half on Dragon spawn, so it's been down for 3.5 minutes. But you can't contest that tower. Dallas is just going to free fire on the inhibitor. Look at Alvaric. He's 2/3 HP from taking absolute. Okay, good dive by Reggie.
Ooh, a really good shockwave coming through. That's so many ultimates that get pushed, but Hadio goes on a killing spree. The Morgana picks up a kill as well. Dallas is running, is ticking down. Sevronger is trying desperately to at least get one kill, but no. That is a second ace in this game for the side of TA Knight. They take game number 1, 22 minutes, 32 kills. This was even faster than last week.
22 minutes, 19,000 goal difference. 19,000. Okay, 32 kills in 22 minutes. We had a 2.5 item Mundo, a 2-item stopwatch boot Jarvan, a 2-item stopwatch boot. I'm not even gonna go. Sorry, like it's wow. Like we saw a sweep last week, right? Let's not even begin to pretend that it wasn't a very dominating outshowing by TA Knight. This is devastating. This is we were laughing, we're having a good time during the game, but like we need to think, like we have to be serious about this. What does Dorado Gaming do from here? Right? We saw Sev on the Orianna on that possible domination mage that we wanted to see. Sev, you said people haven't put stock in him. Unfortunately, this isn't really backing up any reason that people should be putting stock in him, right? 252.
Did the most gold on his team.
Yeah, did decently in lane, you know, out CS'd ultimately, but when you're farming super minions in base, right?
At
that's
17
not,
minutes.
yeah. Honestly, I think Muchai needs to step up. It is the biggest change that we need to see. 0.85 on an ADC when the opposing ADC is 8.311. You know, the tier build didn't make any sense to me, and that's the biggest thing that we need to see. I would like to see a Lucian, maybe someone with a little bit of mobility, because as it stands, Dallas Snowlife are going to dominate that lane.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, Snowlife, even in the support position, had more gold than the entirety of any individual person on the side of Dorados. I mean, I think if you're Dorado here, you just have to say, like, okay, you know what? We're just testing the waters, seeing what was happening. We have to completely forget that this game happened as we go into game number 2. Take it out, forget about it.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing else that you can do except try to reset that mental. But we have that game number 2 here shortly, and Dorado are going to have to pull something together, pull something out of the hat. We will see you there shortly. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to game number 2 between Dorado Gaming Omega and TA Knight. We are already into the picks and the bans. They're looking fairly similar. Actually, never mind. Scrap that. Dorado,
not at all.
Sandra, they take out the Jarvan, they take out the Nico. TA Knight, those look similar. Vel'Koz, Wukong, GP. Holy crap, this is blitz speed. Dorado Gaming, they pick up the Ahri. TA Knight, they want that Jinx back. They're going to try to run it back in that bot lane at least a little bit. Walk me through it, Oshi. What's the Ahri pick?
The Ahri pick is going to be giving you that combination of CC and mobility, right? What's the number one problem that we've seen happening for Dorado Gaming? They get locked down, right? I said it in particular about Muchai at the end of last game. I wanted to see somebody with some mobility. I wanted to see a Lucian, maybe, right?
Right.
Same concept right there. This gives some much stronger wave clear. I shouldn't say stronger. I mean, obviously Orianna has a lot of wave clear. Not
Echo. That is I'm not going to call it a pocket pick, but it is definitely a favorite of Hadio, up there on par with the Lissandra.
Yeah, it's something we have on our list, right? From our notes. We've seen it. Into the Ahri, though, I'm not really sure how well this is going to go. Obviously, around the level 6 mark, Ahri's going to just leave. Right, she's going to ult away. So it's going to be, okay, great. Hey, good for you. That kind of situation. But at the same time, if Sev gets too comfortable in doing that you just blow the ult for free and it's no big deal. Nothing lost on your part, is it? Interesting to see how he holds up in laning phase, though, and ultimately where they go with this. If Viego, we have seen that before.
Ooh, you know what? They have the Zaya. Speaking of mobility, speaking of being able to get out of there, the Zaya is picked up. That's going to be from Moochai. You know, I'm a fan. I think, I think we might have seen it before. I'm going to be honest, I'm blanking on last week's picks, but TA Knight, they pick up the Nocturne. Now, the one thing I am looking at with these, with the Echo and the Nocturne, I know Hadio plays a lot of Echo. I'd be surprised if it doesn't go into the mid lane, but the Nocturne could be jungle. Do you think maybe it could also go top? Do you think they'll maybe put Olvaric on this Nocturne, or do you think that should just go into the jungle position?
If this was Dorado that picked Nocturne, I'd say yes, it could go top. Because it's TA Knight, I don't think so. No, we see Auric on tanks. He plays tanks incredibly well. There's absolutely no reason to twist it and put him on. I mean, look at what Mundo did last game. Look at
That's true.
How
Solo
important that was.
4 times, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody sees Yone and they go, "Oh no, my solo queue flashbacks." But but Mundo,
Mundo's the real carry threat here. But
I don't know. So we got a Zillion ban coming out. I appreciate that. We saw Snow Life do incredible work last week with that. Clearly, Dorado Gaming remembers that. They're not too intimidated by the Morgana. Jax, I can definitely see being an incredible ban. We talked about Moonshot being the carry. I mean, I'm looking at the list of other things that we've seen him play, right? We've seen Irelia, we've seen Garen, we've seen Darius, we've seen Akshan. You're not going to ban all of it, but they banned the really devastating 2, which is the Gangplank and the Irelia. I don't really know what else we're going to see come out. We need to see something that is semi-tanky, because you look at the rest of this team right now and it's not there. Right. But also deals the damage so that Moonshot can play the game that he wants to play. Mundo taken out as well.
Dorado, they've taken away 3 of the picks from the last game. I guess they're just trying to throw TA Knight off of their rhythm and trying to change it up for the second game, which honestly, I think I'm a fan of it. Just try to make the game just completely different from the last one. Maybe you'll have a better shot at it. TA Knight, though, they pick up the Lux. This will most likely be, I think, for sure, with the way the rest of the picks have gone, a Jinx Lux bottom lane.
Yeah, and I love it. Yeah, we saw the Lux last week as well, coming out for Snow Life, and did incredibly well. That was the pickup after the Zillion game. The Zillion game was the first one. And same play style. Renata.
Ooh.
All right, I did not see that coming. Okay. Did not see that coming at all.
I mean, me neither, quite frankly. But look, there's two new champions, 2 post 2020 champions. Viego, Renata. They got the new champion buff still a little bit. They're still, but actually, that being said, I don't know. I'm trying to. I'm gonna be honest. I'm trying to hype this up. I don't know how good Renata Glass is gonna be here.
No, I don't know. It's gonna come down to play. Yes.
Ooh.
Yes.
Aatrox locked in for Moonshot in the top lane.
Yes, that is exact kind of champion that I wanted to see come through from Moonshot. Tanky, damage, CC, mobility, healing, obviously through the roof. Who comes out? Are we gonna see? I think we're gonna see something like an Ornn. Maybe I don't think we'll see Tom in this situation. Volley is open, as we've seen before. Okay. Yep.
Wowie! That is a hell of a pick.
That team is absurd. Absurd. If you told me, I can't lie. If you told me SKT1 was playing the team that TA Knights drafted, I'd believe it. But if you told me that a Plat Diamond team was playing it, I think you were nuts.
That is such an interesting pick. If you listen to like pro level podcasts and stuff, I know Kobe, at least on the LCS, has been really, really big on Alawi as just being a rock in the top lane. So, I mean, if you need a rock in the top lane up against somebody trying to carry on an Aatrox, I think Alawi's probably gonna do a pretty good job of that.
Alawi is an incredible pick here. My concern is, honestly, Ulrich playing it. But after that Mundo last game, here's the thing. Last week we saw Ulrich just kind of roll over and say, whatever, do what you have to. We're going to win. Last game, Ulrich took it into his own hand.
Yes.
Right? He said, no, Snow. Moonshot, I've got some lessons for you. Right? He said, you're a carry top laner. Okay, sure. Watch.
Let me show you how it's done.
He just kind of He pulled up the Mundo torn off shorts and walked right through the entire team at one point in time. And the Alawi Aatrox matchup is the exact opposite of the wet noodle term that we wanted to use last time.
Right.
This is going to be a slaughter. One way or the other, it's going to be absolutely bloody all the way around. At the bot lane of TA Knight, we keep seeing it. They're aggressive. They're in your face constantly. The thing is, what is Renata going to do about that? That's my concern.
I mean,
because the Jinx is going to shred Aatrox.
That is true, especially if she picks up a Kraken Slayer. But I mean, for the Renata Glass, that bailout really kind of the key ability, the ultimate, a little bit, a little bit too slow to really lock anybody down and get them into that, blind rage. But the bailout, if the Xayah can get a kill, if the Ahri can get a kill, if the Viego can get a kill, or actually, literally, if any of them can start getting kills, if Renata can bail them out after they die, then they'll just keep resetting, and that could be pretty scary.
You know what? Because you mentioned resets, right? We talk about the excited Jinx all the time because the characters play it all the time. We haven't seen a Viego to be able to talk about those resets, right? That's a set of resets that reset with Renata.
Exactly.
Right? So Viego picks up a kill, gets his own reset into a new champion, gets killed, gets brought back, gets another reset. Like, that's absurdities. That becomes insane levels of try and kill me. Aatrox, especially with the ultimate and the healing that come built into that character.
Exactly. That Darkin Blade, it packs quite a punch. We'll have. I'm excited to see. This. I'm excited. Dare I say it? I'm excited for this Dorado draft. I think there's a lot of potential here, but I say that this is now 3 games in a row where TA Knight has just stomped them. It's gotten faster every time. TA Knight. I think you said it before. They're probably just going to try to wait for 9 minutes and then just blow the game wide open.
Yeah, it is their MO, hands down. Everything that happens before 9 minutes doesn't matter to them. That's what I've learned. 9 minutes is the build-up. It's just kind of, if it goes like this, if it goes like this, they don't care. At 9 minutes, there's this switch. I don't know who the IGL is on the team. I really wish I remembered. But it's like they have an internal clock that just says, now. Yeah,
exactly.
And it's going to be very, very interesting to see. I have serious reservations, though, because TA Knight's 2 assassins can kill all 4 of the players on Dorado Gaming that are not Aatrox. And even at that, if Aatrox falls just a little bit behind to the Nocturne, he does not win that either.
Yep. So we will have to see. It's not quite do or die for Dorado, but it is very close to it. They want to avoid having to reverse sweep at all costs. Just a couple minutes until we get into this game to see if Dorado can turn this around. Hello everybody, and we are just moments away from breaking out into game number 2 of Dorado Gaming Omega versus TA Knight. This time around, we do have an Ignite top laner, Olvarik on the Alawi, picking that one up. Ready for some duels up there, I think.
Yeah, you know what? This is the exact opposite of what you expect to see just based on these 2 players' histories, even with each other. Looks like we got a 4-stack, 5-stack invade. A little late to the party is the Viego. Ward kill, I mean, that's a bit of experience, a little bit of gold. You got to take that for what it is, right?
And the tentacle spawns too. Hey, Moonshot really racking it up here in the top lane already. Bro Napoli checks in, says hello.
Yep.
Just gets out of there. Okay. You know what? They just take a trip through the top quadrant of the jungle, get like 12 gold on the Aatrox, and that's that.
Yeah, cool. Whatever. Good for Aatrox. The biggest thing there is it's a little bit of experience, right? I think it's 1, but that's probably about 1 minion's worth of experience. Not an expert on that. Don't quote me. Just a thought. A lot of wards on this bot side of the jungle here. Good job by TA Knight to make sure that they got in and got that. Obviously, it's going to be known that it's there. The ping gives that away as well. The thing I'm interested in most, like you mentioned in that top lane, is the Ignite. Now, it isn't the Ignite I'm interested in. It's the lack of flash that is curious to me, because flashing the CC is super important in this matchup. So Ulvarik's really feeling himself.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's gonna be, he's ready to scrap. I mean, after that last game, can you really blame him? He went at the end of it. Yone was 1-8-4 or something. And I'm pretty sure Ulvarik was responsible for at least 5 of those deaths. So
a couple of them under tower.
Yeah, he's ready to go, ready to scrap. But that being said, we have a more aggressive matchup in the mid lane with double assassins now. I think Ari, will be getting out of lane surely, as you said. We're starting to see these tentacles spawn up. The Dark Hymn Blade, though, starting to have an impact on Ulvarik. The tentacle lash does come through. Moonshot is all of a sudden taking a very bad trade. The ignite is ticking down, and first blood in under 3 minutes goes over to Ulvarik again.
You know what, though? I will say Moonshot did not use flash. Has the teleport to get back. Not a whole lot of experience going to be lost there. What a trade in that bot lane, though.
Dallas got so low, and so did Snowlife. I mean, good news, Dallas does still have cleanse, so if he can get out of any sticky situation. But we're back up here on the top lane. Ulvarik, below half health, is still more than happy to keep going in. The test of faith is triggered. Have to see what Aatrox wants to do about that. We see the HP ticking down up there. Viego already hanging out, and Ulvarik decides to go on the recall.
Yeah, that was definitely a situation that I guess Reggie probably thought there was a ward in the river because he didn't actually go in. Opting to go mid lane here. Big pickup.
Padio, he managed to get under his turret, but the charm comes through. Reggie is the one that gets the kill onto the Echo. Padio even investing the flash.
Yeah, big flash there, and then pulled right back in very, very quickly in kind of a weird way. But yeah, huge pickup in that mid lane. Gets Sev even just a little bit farther ahead. I mean, the melee into range matchup for Echo is so difficult in the first place, let alone with the electrocute on the Ahri, doing incredibly well, using the W as well to just rack up a bunch of damage. Now with an assist in her pocket as well. I don't know. That's going to be a tough situation. Look at Bro here.
Ooh, he is on the top side of the map. We already saw that Moonshot loses the 1v1. Bro Napoli is coming in from behind. He's not even needed. Moonshot just falls to the tentacle smash. Ulvarik.
Oh my goodness.
Another solo kill. I mean, you know what? The good news, at least, is that Reggie and Sevdiff have made at least some action happen elsewhere on the map.
Moonshot needs to do what Ulvarik used to do, right? He needs to say, okay, I'm just gonna farm. If you have to play under tower, play under tower. Don't engage. That's really where you're at here. Now that death, not his fault at all. That was an incredible play by Bronopoly to force him into a bad situation that, yeah, Ulvarik ultimately cleaned up without. But still, it was a guaranteed kill just by the way that they had that set up. Not even the flash would have done anything. So again, good on Moonshot for not wasting the flash. Right. But right here, like, this is risky. That's a risky walk-up. Wait for your minions. That's half your health gone because of that.
Good news is Aatrox does regen quite a bit, but looks like he is finally deciding to stay under that turret a little bit. Ulvarik, he's gotten the double longsword on the recall. Hasn't really had a chance to get too many more items. They're about to go on that, but Snowlife, he's getting caught out here. The root does come through, and looks like Lux is able to just walk away perfectly fine.
Here comes Reggie.
He is here. He flashes in, but Snowlife gets over the wall with a flash of his own. Snowlife with the constant outplays.
That was so well timed on his part. Again, that right there just kind of realigns with something that I was saying last game, where it looks like Dorado Gaming is having a bit of a communication issue. If either Savranger or Muchai had stuck around there and autoed once or thrown a single ability, Snowlife dies.
But instead, he gets off, not scot-free. Flash is invested, but it's a Lux. She doesn't really, the supports will die. That said, Reggie, for his efforts down here, does get the dragon, but he will very quickly die to Bronapoli because of that. We're going to have to see if this Noct can get out of here. He does manage to spell shield one thing, but there are 3 members on top of him. He flashes out, is still very much alive. Hadio trying to come in, get a little bit of damage. He does get a double stun, but it's not enough. Sev gets a kill. Hadio with the chrono break, gets hit with the exhaust. Savronger, Sevdiff, Muchai, they are on the chase here. Echo is going to hit the blast plant and just barely gets out of there alive.
And Ovarik already putting a ton of pressure on Moonshot under tower at that. Only 9 CS up, not much, but 2 whole kills. Moonshot has a lot to play back from. This is the slug fest that we thought we were going to see this game, right? Just absolutely brawling down below. But again, communication problems from Dorado. Viego, after not picking up that kill on Lux, went for the dragon anyways. Bot lane did not come to help him. He ended up super low. Bronopoli showed up. Perfect opportunity. Great play. There's the ultimate. That was like...
That was just half the Aatrox's health. Just instantly.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, he even popped the ultimate, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, okay. That's sure.
Is Illaoi broken, or is Ovarik just that good today?
Honestly, I think it's Ovarik, but Illaoi, like we were saying, is that rock in the top lane. Watch this. 30% HP, 2 abilities.
That's bonkers.
There's nothing else to be said about that. Looks like we're going to have a dive coming down in this bot lane right here, though. You can see both those assassins, the scary ones I mentioned in draft, sitting in Tribrush.
They get spotted out on a ward, and the Ahri and the Viego are going to be here to pinch. We'll see who decides to get in on the action first, and it looks like it's Hadio and Bronopoli. Savronger is not dead yet. The bailout comes through. He's ticking down. Does not get the shutdown, but Hadio falls. That support for mid laner, as well as a turret going over the side of TA Knight. Dallas, the root from Snowlife just barely keeping the ADC alive. Reggie wants more, goes in with a Heartbreaker, gets one down. Bernapoli turns off the Knight for TA Light, and Bernapoli gets one. Muchai actually falls. The Jinx with the double kill. Bronapoli is going to fall as well. That's a ton of kills going over to the side of Dorado. 3 for 1, while Ovarik and Moonshot continue to scrap up here in the top lane.
Moonshot needs to stay under this top. Don't fight right now. Your team just made a huge victory down there. Just take it. Here's the thing. Like, if Moonshot just chills, then this is going incredible for Dorado Gaming compared to every other match so far. They are trading incredibly well. Look at Sev, 3-0-2 over the 1-2-0 of Hadio. Doing great, doing incredible right now. Reggie, 3 kills as well, up 20 CS. Just back up, please. Just back up.
He wanted it. He wanted it so bad. All those tentacles were still there, though. Speaking of wet noodles, those are some dangerous wet noodles. And oh my God, Snowlife with a huge root. Muchai just falls to Dallas. It was looking so good for a moment, and then there are 2 kills on either side of the map. TA Knight, they still have a 2K gold lead, despite what was briefly looking good for Dorado.
Oh my
God,
Moonshot.
He wants to go in. He is 2 levels down. Ovarik is low. He goes in with the flash. He commits. He finally gets the shutdown after dying 4 times.
Moonshot. Okay. The flash setup there. Yes. Good. Well done. Why? 2 reasons. Not just the CC and the damage that came with it. He flashed out of the tentacles. They were not there. I screamed initially when he started that engage because he got hit by 3 tentacles and lost half his health bar. Here goes Sep in the mid lane into Hadio. Okay, yeah. It's like a pointy noodle fight.
Yes, both mid laners down to half health, but Hadio, he almost gets caught up by the Viego. The charm comes through. Sev, he's landing these so well, and another kill gifted to Reggie.
We finally get to see Sev do what we have been asking for, right? The mobility, the damage, the CC, just the control and gameplay coming out. 3-0-3. Yes. Sev. This is why we were investing in you, right? This is, we were not, we bought in around, 50 at Sev stock, and then we watched it drop at 20, and we didn't sell. We held. Steel hands. Diamond hands. Diamond hands. We held. And now we get to reap the benefits. Moonshot just needs to just play the game you've been playing the last 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Yeah, 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Lose the tower. Let it go. It's okay.
Let it go. Let it go.
He's not willing to let it
go, though. Ovarik just needs 1 more auto for it, and he gets it down. Moonshot has invested the ultimate. The leap of faith comes through.
Yes.
Ovarik is quite low
Yes,
now. The Ignite comes down, and Moonshot. That's 2 kills in a row. He's getting back into this top lane.
Yes, unfortunately, this does not look very good for Steph. Huge flash to get out right there. Does not quite have the ultimate yet, but doesn't need it to escape. Moonshot, 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 moonshot. My lad, that was glorious. Why? You didn't just face roll your keyboard at him. Yes, you played so intelligently. You sidestepped all of the tentacles. You dodged all the skill shots. You just plain outplayed Levarik. That's it.
Yeah, that's what we need more of out of him. He is, that being said, still down 30 CS up in the top lane. Levarik does already have the Divine Sunderer to boot. And Snowlife, that's the exact same play, but a huge shield coming out of, oh no, you know what, never mind. Dallas still gets the kill. And hey, you know what? The heal happened from Moonshot. It was pretty great. And then Sevronger still fell because he wanted to go back in.
Yeah, that's the combo you're playing against in that lane, right? If you get snared, you probably die.
Yep.
So, one thing I will say we have not seen a whole lot out of this game is Bronopoly. You know, he had an incredible gank top lane, and then he's just kind of hung out since, right? We've got 2 dragons already gone over to the one side, and no one has even fathomed going near Rift Herald yet. I mean, with the amount of control that they have in that top side of the map, there's no reason Bronopoly should not have gone for the Rift Herald yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's very reminiscent of last game, where even on the Jarvan didn't really have that much impact early game until there was, one solid, one solid gank in the bot lane that really kind of turned everything on its head. But he's once again, he's power farming, and
Reggie.
he's not even out farming Reggie, who has more kills and looks like he's about to get another kill onto Levarik. The Test of Spirit coming through. That's a lot of damage onto Reggie. Moonshot invests the ultimate again. This is a 2v1 for the time being. Actually, not even a 2v1. Now it's just a 1v1. Sev is here as well. The Everfrost goes wide. Levarik is doing his best to outplay here, but in the 3v1, the Alawi cannot take it now.
Just incredible patience in the overall right there. All 3 members just, they waited. Reggie got taken incredibly low, incredibly quickly by the full range of abilities from Levarik, and ultimately just walked away. Because yes, that's exactly what you do in that situation. You are 25% HP with 2 teammates right there. Leave. It's okay. He walked away, and then his teammates did the same thing. One of them got low, rotate out a little bit, rotate in, take turns tanking it. Alawi can't chase you. She doesn't have anything that lets her. So it just great awareness, good communication between them in that fight. Unfortunately, because of how low all 3 of them got, it did result in, hey, guess what? Shelly. Yeah.
Indeed. And so we're gonna have to see where that gets dropped. It looks like we've swapped around some lane assignments. We got the 3-man snack stacks. What's the difference when Snowlife, Dallas, and Bronopoly are here in the mid lane? Meanwhile, Alawi is meeting Ari in the bot lane, and Aatrox and Echo are up top. So we'll have to see where they want to go from here. Dragon spawning in a minute and 33. Sevronger just sidesteps everything there. And
I agree with that emote, Snowlife. I was thinking the same thing when I watched you ult without a snare. Just like, what? Just one way to get vision, I guess.
Hey, that cooldown's pretty low. I mean, it's already almost halfway back.
Oh god, that's right.
Yeah, he'll fire those off plenty.
Not
quickly.
even level 11 yet.
The cooldown is it's bafflingly fast on that ultimate. But brief checking on the items. Everybody has now completed their first. The Mythic's completed as well. Hadio wants to go in on Moonshot here. Everybody has the ultimates, but it looks like they don't commit too hard to the fight. That being said, Reggie wants to commit to the fight in the mid lane. Snowlife flashes on out of there. This Lux has been surprisingly slippery.
Yeah, Reggie's surprisingly tanky as well. Dallas hitting with those rockets and not doing as much as I expected. Getting charmed, getting taken down.
There you go. Sev coming in on the backside, clutching it up.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. A huge shutdown gold. Great pickup right there. Sevronger didn't run away fast enough. Shield out.
Silver came through to stop Levarik in his tracks. Can Levarik get one more attack off? No. For Demacia goes wide. Bronopoly is stuck under the turret. Moonshot's gonna get the kill. It's looking really good for Dorado. They're closing this gold lead. Snowlife is under the turret. Can he get away long enough? Reggie, he falls. He was on a rampage. That is shut down gold to the Lux.
He was looking to use the reset to become the Lux to stay alive. Let's take a look at this replay. Watch Ulvarik. Look at how long he lives for here after all the damage that he did. You can see it on the right-hand side. Bernopoli gets in for the pickup, able to push Sev all the way back, but not quite. Sorry, not Sev there. That was Muchai. My mistake. And then this devastating dive. Look, almost. You can see the health ticking back up as that tower shot hit to kill him. Ultimately, great play by Moonshot and Muchai right there to finish the Dragon. They need to pick that up. That is 3 in their pocket. Regardless of being up 3 kills, 3 Dragons, they are 3,000 gold behind.
Yeah, I mean, Soul Point, they're on Soul Point. Great, you love to see it. It is Cloud Soul. Again, you're never going to complain about getting Soul. One of the less powerful ones. That said, these are champions that I think they'll love the ultimate speed, quite frankly. But yes, they also have they have taken no turrets. They took very few plates. There's no turrets down. Snow Life is getting another route into ultimate off, and Sev is gonna have to run back probably all the way to the fountain again, giving more pressure on the map over to TA Knight.
This is a support Lux with a Dark Seal for the record. Just want to draw that to everyone's attention. A Ludens and a Dark Seal. That was 60% of Sev's health in a single combo round. And here goes Moonshot again. Oh my god.
Oh, the Test of Spirit does so much damage. He has to run away. Those tentacles have some range. Ulvarik is taking this tier 2 pretty much for free. In the meantime, Shelly dropped in the mid lane, gets a charge off for the mid tier 1, and again, despite leading in kills, despite leading in dragons, Muchai invests the ultimate to get out of there. But hold on, Ulvarik on the bottom side is under fire, under pressure. Bernopoli dives in for the kill onto the Xayah, but falls for it. That's a double kill over to the side of Dorado Gaming Omega.
So ultimately a 2-for-1 right there. ADC trade out for jungle top lane. But look at the map pressure right now. Like, what does Dorado get out of this? A couple minions, maybe some vision back. Hopefully, if they can, if they're brave enough to push back out. But okay, right? I mean, TA Knight's not going to take. They're not upset by that, right? They took 2 towers in that fight, 2.5 towers almost at that. And now they just reset, okay, well, they'll all go back, they'll buy, and that's great. They lose a bit of vision. They're just going to come sweep it all back out again as they push the waves in. Look at Snow Life just clearing waves with his E casually. This Lux is frightening. And Ulvarik, look, already all the way back down there at the inner turret. Like nothing ever happened. Teleported in, by the way.
There was a brief moment where Moonshot was able to deal with him 1v1, but Ulvarik now with the Hullbreaker, the Hullbreaker is still such a nasty item on melee champions. That said, Ulvarik is running away. Well, you know what? I say that, and he turns right back to try to join in with this minion wave. We'll see how aggressive he wants to be. He's just gonna clear out some wards, and for the time being, looks like everything's gonna stay calm. But Sev, maybe he wants something. Nope, never mind. No. They want nothing. They want nothing to do with this.
They don't know where anybody else is. It's not safe. And I want to take a second to point out, we saw it only for the slightest, just a brief little flash, but TA Knight gave blue buff to Snow Life. So that tells me everything I need to know about what they expect from this Lux, and what they expect to come out of Hadio here. Hadio's goal is to get in and kill one person, right? Snow Life is going to take out the rest of the team with these AoE abilities. That's what I'm being told by this. I mean, Ulvarik can probably 1v4 at this point, in the right area, so that the tentacles are used in the correct fashion. If you catch him in the middle of the lane, you're fine. But I mean, if you catch Ulvarik and Tribrush, you'll buy red buff. I'm pretty scared. Moonshot is going in pretty deep right here, but look at this healing.
There weren't any tentacles around him when it started, but they do spawn pretty quickly. Ulvarik is so tanky with this Hullbreaker. Moonshot, he pops the World Ender. Is it going to be enough? The Leap of Faith is already invested, as is the Test of Spirit. Actually, it hasn't been. Moonshot might be able to win this one. Ulvarik is low. Muchai just takes out Snow Life, but Snow Life is on the way to help out his top laner. Moonshot gets so much healing, and that is a double kill. Some smart macro play, it looks like, from Dorado Gaming.
Incredible awareness on their part. Great communication. Looks like they fixed that up so well. Oh no, cut out in the mid lane though.
in. The Jinx gets the shutdown. Zaya goes up into the sky trying to run away, but Muchai takes so much damage from Dallas, and without the ultimate, can't get away from the Super Mega Death Rocket. Savronger pops the ultimate himself, pops the hostile takeover, still ends up falling. That's a triple kill for Jinx. There's 2 more juicy targets here. Reggie gets the first kill into Hadio, though. That is an Echo. He can get some damage. The resets are coming through, but Napoli is weak. Dallas is still here. There's not enough damage. A double kill for the Aatrox. Dorado win the fight.
This is what we want! Dorado, that was an incredible turnaround. Look at this situation. It starts as a 3v2, and it just goes downhill, and it looks like it keeps going downhill, and it looks like it keeps going downhill. Reggie picked up a huge reset. The fact that they were able to kill the Echo there, and that was the pickup that he got, like you said, meant damage. Unfortunately, Reggie in a bad situation trying to pick up this Drake. Got taken out. Now Moonshot, don't do it. Don't do it.
God is here, but Snowlife is here as well. Olvark wants to try to get some damage down. The root comes through. The Test of Spirit. This is going to be a lot of damage. Moonshot is so weak. Alawi gets the shutdown, but the Everfrost is here. Olvark's going to fall as well. Sevdiv takes such a huge chunk. This Lux still putting in pressure, as well as the Jinx, Muchai, Savronger. They are on the run. The Dragon is still not dead. It is still a large gold lead for the side of TA Knight, and it looks like they now have control of the pit. Their jungler is the one that's alive.
Yeah, and this is going to be their first Drake. That's the thing to keep in mind here. It's one. But this stops the sword, right? Which is exactly what they needed to achieve in that moment. Despite everything going right for Dorado in the last 5 minutes almost, they're still down 3K.
How are they still down 3,000 gold?
197 CS to 178. 206 CS to 140.
Yeah.
That's how. That is a 66 CS difference for the 80 carries in the bot lane on top of 4 kills. All right, that is 2. Okay, I'm sorry. Muchai, what is with your tier?
Still has the tier. I'm assuming, you know, I've been seeing a lot of ADCs build the Manamune into the Muramana. That's been a really popular thing with the Eclipse builds. They've really liked it. You know, I'm trusting them on it. I've seen pretty much everybody do it these days. Yeah, but it's still only a tier for the time being, and at 24 minutes, still only having that one item on the Eclipse, not even the Manamune. I don't know. Reggie, though, wants to go in. Bronopoly's getting chased down. The spell shield gets popped. Reggie takes a big chunk of damage. Hadio trying to get the stun off, but doesn't come through. Teleport coming in from Moonshot out of the bottom lane. Alawi might have a pretty good flank here. I don't think they know where she is. Hadio and Snowlife are in this brush up here. Oh, no. Alawi, she's going to have to go on the run. It looks like she's okay for now, but Dorado, they are tempted to start this Baron.
Yeah, and quite frankly, I can't blame them. It's not really a desperation play, but it is exactly what they need to really bring themselves back into this. My fear is that teleport use, though. Moonshot, yes, he needed to be with his team right there, especially after the way that Reggie ran in with Sevronger kind of buffing him up. But Ulvarik still has teleport. So if this fight goes south, Ulvarik can take any part of the base that he wants, really. I mean, at the very minimum, top lane is going to push into that tower very quickly. The wave bounced off of the turret in bottom lane, so it should be pushing back now as well. You know, if TA Knight just stalls this out, picks up a great fight, and Ulvarik survives, then that's bot inhibitor at least. Oh my goodness.
Oh, a massive root. He gets 3 with the ultimate, but Hadio is weak. Manages to get out of there with the chrono shift. These are low health bars. Hadio slays Savronger, but there's a double kill on the clapback. Viego and Ari with the resets. Sev goes golden to stay alive, and Ulvarik is in the thick of it. He's trying to get as much damage down as he can, but that's a double kill for Viego. Resets and resets and resets. Dallas gets chopped down to size. Snowlife is the only one still alive. That's going to be Baron for Dorado Gaming unless Snowlife can perform a miracle.
Here goes Moonshot hunting down Snowlife, wanting to get the last of these kills. He played that fight incredibly well. Dorado overall played that fight incredibly well. They need Moonshot there to tank that Baron. They're opting to leave instead. No, they can't. Reggie had to smite it to get health, to not die to it.
Oh,
Here's the scary thing. If Snowlife knew where they were, he could have ulted them and probably killed 2 of them. If he had the time, he could have killed them.
Oh my goodness.
Look at this fight. Look at this replay. Look at Snow Life here. This is after Snow Life already did the majority of the zoning that he had to do. But look at his health bar. Huge pickup right there, ending the ADC, just getting rid of all the major threats. This is where it's... All right, zipping all the way back again. Look at this. What do you see? Hadio go back there? Look at how low all the health bars are here. Now watch Moonshot get right back in there. Boom. Forces the bot lane away. Just by being there with that health, regenning as much as he did, there was absolutely nothing that Dallas could do. Dallas could not walk up after they pushed back out of that AoE. Definitely a bad fight. It was a great location, but they engaged way too hard before Uvarik got there. And that, I don't really want to say this, but that's one of their major damage sources.
I mean, yeah, it's fair. Illaoi is coming in with a lot, with a lot of damage, has the 3 items built up, but now at this point, Moonshot also has the 3 items built up, has 9 kills to Ulvarik to 6. So while he didn't win the 1v1, he's winning out overall in team fights. And speaking of Ulvarik, one of his items, it's a hull breaker. That does nothing in a team fight. It's essentially -1 items when they fight around the Drakes and when they fight around the Rift Heralds. So he's gonna have, his impact is gonna be a lot more tested, I think, just on if he can get a good flank.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to whether or not TA Knight can get the fight that they want with Ulvarik living. Because if they can do that, like I was saying, with that teleport on deck, he can take a whole base in a 40-second respawn timer. This is a great setup by Dorado. I keep wanting to say El Dorado because I love that movie, but a great setup by Dorado Gaming. Oh, no!
Reggie has to Heartbreaker out of there. He's already at half health and ticking down. The Dragon gets started up by TA Knight. Reggie has to run. Hadio is on the flank this time around. Savrongar is out on the hook. Reggie is still getting zoned away. If he gets hit at all, he's dead. Nocturne turns out the lights to ensure the Dragon goes in their favor. Everybody is still alive for the time being. Savrongar actually takes out Dallas. I believe that was with the ultimate. Illaoi does get a double kill with the leap of faith, but they are traded back. Renata is actually the one with the double kill on the side of Dorado Gaming. Hadio is still alive, but he's trying to get out of there. He hits the blast cone. Hadio, Snowlife are the ones still surviving. TA Knight get the Dragon, but not the fight.
I need this replay myself to see exactly what happened here. I was so busy focusing on Hadio in that bottom corner. Watch this top side here. Look at Moonshot go right in. Look at him force that backline out using all of the sustain, picking up a just about a solo kill up there. Just completely force out TA Knight with the sustain that he has on this character. Look at his items. He has not built tank. He is not tanky. That is 100% sustain to be able to hold those carries off the way that he did. And what that did is that let his teammate force Hadio away, which is the biggest first step that they could have had because he had an incredible flank. But then Uvarik has nothing to do but walk at them. I said it early on. This Illaoi cannot chase you. They do not have the kit for it. If you stand in their AoE, yes, they will slam you and slaughter you. But if you can kite, if you can CC, if you can shield, if you can heal, you end up with a dead Illaoi. And that's exactly what they did. That was incredible placement by Moonshot in that fight.
Exactly. And now we're starting to see finally some more healing come through. Hadio, oh my god! Savrongar just out of position, and now they are starting to get the picks that TA Knight want. Moonshot, he pops the ultimate. He is tanky, he has a lot of sustain, but not when 4 members are on him, especially a Dallas with an Executioner's Culling.
Yeah, this is, that Executioner's Calling, huge pickup. Looks like a big pickup here.
Charm comes through, the Ori does so much. Lux gets the shutdown, Reggie's trying to chase. He has the resets, he has the ultimate, so does Dallas, but it doesn't matter. Hadio's the only one still alive. Reset City is here. That's a triple kill. Don't get it twisted, that's not for the Jinx, that's for the Viego, and they're gonna go back to the Baron.
We're going to get a replay in this fight, but in the replay, I want you to take a look at this bottom lane. Look at where Illaoi is. Does not opt to teleport in. Is still there even in the picture-in-picture. You can see on that inhibitor. I mean, that fight was incredible by Dorado. That is exactly what they needed, the little bush camp into the pick there. But this was the fear that I kept bringing up. If Illaoi gets anywhere near that bottom lane, that is a dead inhibitor. And it looks like this is a dead Reggie to Baron. And Muchai able to finish it.
Oh no!
That is on 3.
It is on the Aatrox as well, which is good, but Reggie not able to sustain enough there to take out the...
I can't tell. I wasn't paying attention to it, and I really wish I had. I don't know if Reggie had smite. Because if Reggie died with Smite, that's not good at all. Because that would have healed him, and that would have been enough to stay alive, and that would be Baron on an additional player.
On a strong player. I mean, Reggie has 13 kills. I feel like we've been talking so much. Reggie has over a third of the team's kills right now. He's been having a phenomenal game. We've been talking about Moonshot. Reggie has been popping off. I don't think he had the smite there. I refuse to believe otherwise, but dying there is rough. I guess there were no honey fruits around, but you know, that being said, that is an inhibitor was taken by Olvarek. You know, at least relieves a little bit of pressure, especially as the dragon is spawning in just about a minute. We're gonna have to see. And you know, that being said, that was, by the way, that fight that happened in the topside river where like everybody on TA Knight died, that was a 3v5 or 3v4. My apologies. Olvarek wasn't there, but that was a 3v4.
Yeah, but the big thing to take in is who the champions on the 3 side were, right? The AoE that they carry with them is devastating, especially when you're walking in blind to an Ahri who's going to hit you with true damage on the way back on top of everything else. Yeah, great setup. And quite frankly, something we're used to seeing going the other way.
Yeah. That is true. That is true. But, you know, things are finally going the way of Dorado. This game going much longer. We have stopped the slide of increasingly faster games in favor of TA Knight. We're currently at 33 minutes, over 60,000 gold for both teams. And finally, Dorado have a gold lead. It's not much of one. It doesn't
700
it doesn't matter that much, but they have a gold lead. And that I think is considerable to note. That being said, Olvarek wants a piece of Moonshot. We see that test of spirit doing a good chunk of damage. Chunks Moonshot out, but he can sustain it pretty quickly here. This is the fight once more around Soul Point for this Cloud Dragon.
This game is reminding me of old LCK games, and I mean like old LCK games. All right, I'm talking, you know, season 6, season 7 LCK games where I'm gonna stop.
Reggie goes in and Sev gets the first kill. The Berserk comes through. Olvarek is the one that gets hostilely taken over. Moonshot wants more kills, but Napoli falls. Dallas, this is a squishy Jinx. He's not gonna be able to get anything done. A triple kill for the Ahri. Hajo's the only one still alive. He's recalling behind the dragon. He's gonna have to get back to base and try to stop this from just being the game.
And here we are with Baron ending at the worst possible time. They had it for the fight, which was ideal, and they lose it for the push. They should definitely get an inhibitor here. I love the call to pull off the dragon, though. Get it on the way back. It's fine. Look at the bot lane push as well. A ton of minions down there. But what I wanted to point out, I mean, it is now a 4K gold lead, which is huge in comparison to the 500 it was before that fight. However, I was going to say, it reminds me of the old LCK games because they were up 10 kills and 500 gold. And that's what you used to see in the LCK. One team was farming minions, the other team was farming champions.
Right. And we see who gets more gold out of that. But speaking of farming minions, that inhibitor down on the bottom side of the map, those are super minions that are continuing to pour into Dorado's base. Currently, they're just getting a whole bunch of gold off of it. It's not providing that much pressure, but it is still relevant. They have hit the Nexus turrets pretty considerably. So, I mean, literally at any point, if Olvarek can get a TP into the base, that's just a dead Nexus. And so we see Moonshot is down there having to clear that wave.
Yeah, the good thing is that Moonshot can match the teleport for now, so that if Olvarek does go down there, at least that's balanced. Great little play right there to just wait, right? You don't try and outburst it. Let the ult go through and then pick it up yourself. But good on Snowlife to try and take it. The terrifying thing here, look at who has the bounties.
It's the Viego and Sev.
Yeah.
The 13 and 11 kill duo.
Yep, and look at which team is going to be the ones trying to take down structures for those bonus bounties. It's TA Knight. 4 games, and we've never seen anything like that. I don't think we've seen anything go this length even remotely in the 3 other games that we've seen. I think they're averaging 23 minutes.
Yeah, right around there. So, I mean, hey, you know, Dorado, it shows at least that their mental was not boomed after that first game. Snowlife gets the kill. That's a huge shutdown. Sev falls. Olvark is getting a turret up here on the top side of the map. That is an objective bounty. That kill might turn things just a little bit back in favor of TA Knight. And if you're Dorado, I shouldn't have said anything about them feeling better, because now you have to be very, very careful.
That is a huge twist. There goes one tower. That's the bonus tower going down right there. If this top tower goes, that's another one. If this in here tower goes, that's yet another one. This is going to be a massive infusion of gold coming through if they can keep this push up. Moonshot, yes, go ahead. Stay top lane. You can definitely hold that against Olvark at this point in the game. Without question, you've been playing so well. Do it. Looks like they actually want to take this fight. I'm not sure about that one, because this is going to be a 5v4 real fast.
Olvark, he wants to test the spirit on Reggie. He is very low. Hadio comes in to try to save the day. Olvark is still not dead. Moonshot has popped the world ender. Hadio and Olvark, they're trying to make it happen, but Moonshot is just too good. Hadio is weak, but that is still 2 inhibitor turrets that have fallen. As you said, massive influx of gold. Sev has respawned, though. The root comes through. Can he get the charm? Can he get the more resets? The Lux ultimate is stopwatched. He's still alive. Not going to fall for it twice. 2 more kills go over to the side of Dorado. 40 kills already, but that gold lead has shrunk considerably. That being said, we're at 70,000 gold. Even a couple thousand gold lead does not matter that much in this game. But 3 kills with those long respawn timers, they just might.
Yeah, that's the only thing that they can really look at this point. Sev almost getting cut out again by Snow Life. Savron saying, no. Let's go. It's time for supportal combat in the river. And
Hadio, don't come over here. Savron is still alive somehow. Hadio goes in. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Hadio snaps back with the chrono break and gets out of there. Hey, you know what, Snow Life? You took one down with you. Respect.
Not just that, but look at the amount of time that Snow Life bought his team. 1 member up, now 4 all back up. This is a 4v4 situation. And look at Hadio here. Oh,
does not get it. He is in there. That was a stun, but no. Oh my gosh, Reggie, the pixel perfect timing to go into the reset to dodge the super mega death rocket.
Wow. That's all that needs to be said right there. They frame perfect to pick up the Baron, and pixel perfect per your words to get out of the super mega death rocket. I mean, this is a slobber knocker. That's the only word I can probably use in this situation. I guess Moonshot needed a little bit of gold there, so getting fed the 2 smaller wolves, which is always a nice thing to do. And Olvark dancing in the bot lane. I mean,
we're starting to see items. We're starting to see full builds come through. This is now going to be a 40-minute game. That is a full GA that Moonshot picks up. That is a 6-item Aatrox. The Alawi at 5 items plus boots. Renapoli on this Nocturne only at the 3. Reggie on the Viego also at 4 items plus boots plus a Vampiric Scepter. Ahri 4 items as well, building towards the next one. That being said, there's a lot of gold spread out here, but for the time being, Dorado do have the item advantage on a lot of their carries, save for Dallas having the 4 to Muchai's 3.
Yeah, it's this is a situation for both teams, right? There's no other way to word it aside from calling it a situation. If the biggest thing that I can say here is it's basically 2 mid laners on the side of TA Knight with the way Snow Life is built, right? Like, look at the itemization on this madman. Okay, great.
They're just pushing mid lane. Oh, they don't have a wave though. Whoo! Dorado, they caught the wave mid right as it was pushing, but TA Knight, it looks like they're just pushing the base. Dorado, they're trying to come in and stop it.
I think TA Knight feels that they win the 4v4, and that's oh, Dallas getting caught out.
Oh no, you don't win it. Now Hadio even goes in, and all of the escape tools are getting popped, are getting procced, and it is keeping these massive burst damages from doing anything. Sev with the double kill. 14, 3, and 15 on this Ahri. Bronopoly's running away, but with the blast cone comes the Viego. The fear comes through, but Reggie's not done. Bronopoly is ticking down from the red smite. Olvark is here in the... Hold on. Olvark is in the base. He is taking down one Nexus turret. Moonshot is here trying to stop him. Moonshot should be stronger here. He is up an item and has the GA. Takes down the Alawi. That is the team fight ace. This is 5 members with Baron. Dorado are going to take game number 2.
Take a look at what we saw in this game. Look at what the major difference is here. Look at the abilities of the characters, of the champions that were drafted here. That is the core of Dorado Gaming's victory in game number 2 right here. We have pled with them for 3 devastating losses to take champions that have mobility, that have escapes, that can kill at the same time. And when they finally perfect this draft,
it works.
They took one. I mean, 47 kills to 25, all right? Think about that. 47 to 25. That's a disgusting difference. 22 kills difference in this game. 5,000 gold.
Yeah.
5.
And of a total of... we're hitting the 80,000 gold mark. And I mean, if you're a Dorado, you take those. But I mean, this draft, I think it even started still with Moonshot dying 4 times in the top lane and then getting 2 double kills not 2 double kills, getting 2 kills on the Alawi right after that. But I mean, that was, if Dorado needs this type of game every time to win, I mean, you take it, but this is going to be an exhausting series for both teams.
It is a mountain, to say the least, if this is what it requires for them to make any kind of a comeback in this series. What I want to call a bit of attention to here is gold, because we talk about it all the time. We've talked about how small of a gap that there was here. Your major differences in this situation, right? Top lane's relatively close. Junglers, Reggie had 7,000 more gold than Bronopoli. 7,000. That's disgusting. But 5,000 for Sev over Hadio, but then 4,000 back for Dallas and 4,000 back for Snow Life. So this is exactly what we expect to see based on these teams, right? We see the bot lane of TA Knight just being devastating, monstrous, unfathomable devastation from those 2 players. Like, look at Snow Life's build. There's one item that says, yeah, I guess maybe I'm a support. I don't really know, though.
Oh, man, that's Filthy Sedge doing work. Yeah. But that being said, we have a series on our hands, folks. We have a game number 3 and a guaranteed at least game number 4. Don't go anywhere. We will be back in just a couple of minutes. Hello, everybody. We are back in action. This is game number 3, and it's not an elimination game. I know everybody in the CCS was making the prediction that TA Knight would take this one 3-0, except I think for like Elsa. So Elsa's the smartest person in the room, predicting a 3-1 so far. We'll see if Dorado can't keep going with the upset brackets, so far. Because that last game, it took a while, but Dorado took it.
Yeah, they did. And quite frankly, I want to see how many people in the chat look like this after that one. Because, tell me about your brackets, right, guys? Everybody in there, just tell me how poorly your brackets look in comparison to before that game or even halfway through that game. Because I guarantee you're taking a whole different look at Dorado Gaming right now. And I bet you that TA Knight is as well. Unfortunately, their bands are looking dang near identical.
I mean, if you're TA Knight, to be fair, you had 3 games where you just turbo stomped Dorado, and you had 1 game that was very, very close.
True.
And so, I mean, if TA Knight say, all right, you know what? Let's just run it back. We're on blue side this time. We can make sure we get the picks that we want. They can't get theirs. And the main thing here is that Dorado, they banned the Ahri, taken away from TA Knight, but Sev also cannot play it this time. And the first pick for TA Knight is the Senna.
Yeah, so I'm really interested to see where they choose to go for Sev in this situation. Senna, we saw the fasting Senna in game 1 last time with a Zillion?
Ziggs. It was
Ziggs. You are correct. Sorry.
Those Z-names get confusing, I know.
Yeah.
Chad move. They take it away.
Okay. Yes. Do it. Not sure if I like this going to Sev per se. But if they take this away, I mean, or the fact that they took that away is incroyable. The 2 really interesting bans though is the Viego and the Ahri. Obviously
No way. Don't get baited. Don't get baited. Don't talk
Don't
about
give
it.
me hope.
It's not
Don't
happening.
don't.
No, it's
You
not,
know
okay.
what? That
Here
is
we go.
awesome as
It's the
well.
trundle. Don't get baited.
It is the troll.
It is. Oh my god. We should have known.
We got
should have known.
trolled to
Okay,
get
but
trolled.
you mentioned that you maybe don't want Sev on the Ziggs in the mid lane. Would you perhaps like it in the hands of Muchai as a little bit more of a safe bottom laner?
I could definitely see that going well. Muchai's overall playstyle would do incredibly well, in my opinion, in that regard. Unfortunately, the Xayah really showed just how incredible Muchai's reactions are and how useful things like the Xayah ultimate are. It really let him shine in a lot of fights, a lot of scenarios that were very unfortunate. Ziggs does not get that the benefit of that. And I'm trying to think if there's another support that you would, or another character that you would pick for your AD carry to fast with. Gangplank was not banned.
Last time. No, but Gangplank wasn't banned. Dorado were the ones that were banning it. And they left it up this time. And TA Knight, since they didn't pick it, Dorado said, hey, you know what? We'll put Moonshot on it. And TA Knight, their pick for mid lane was the Vex. I imagine they think that this Vex will be going into the Ziggs most likely, but we'll have to see. Dorado, they do ban away the Tahm Kench, and so now it looks like they're going to try taking shots at matchups they don't want the Senna to be paired up with.
Yeah, things that they don't want the Senna paired up with. But I mean, I like the Kench ban because it's twofold, right? We've seen the Kench top lane before in the hands of Elviric, not ourselves, but historically this season. So it kind of you get that nice pairing ban in the end there. Works out quite well. I guess they, you know what, I can agree with banning the Renata. The Renata Glisk ults were incredible in that last game. We didn't talk about it. I really wish we had. There was so much else going on every time, though. It was just so commanding. The number of snares that they landed. Yeah, I can respect it.
You know what? I need to correct myself here. I said Dorado had been banning the Gangplank. They haven't been. TA Knight have been, and it's the Viego ban instead. You were onto it, and I just got it completely incorrect. But TA Knight, the remaining bans, the Renata, the Cassiopeia, and Dorado Gaming, they go back to banning the Malphite.
So here's the thing. If they think the Vex is going into the Ziggs, why did they ban Cassio?
I guess they don't think it's going into the Ziggs then.
So where is so they blind picked a Vex mid lane.
I guess
or is it Vex? Is it Vex Senna bot? No. We wouldn't see that.
No, absolutely not. There's no way. No. But interesting lock in Dorado. They have picked the Diana. And so now there is a Diana, a Trundle, and a Gangplank.
Oh no, the Mundo!
The Mundo is back. The Mundo is back. I mean, I'm interested to see. There's no way it's a Vex in a bot lane. I'm going to be honest. Okay. Diana, you know what? Mid?
The Senna's just going to be support. It's not a fasting Senna.
Okay.
They're going to do Senna support. That's got to be the play at this point, right? That you pick a Caitlyn or a Sivir, or I'm just listing AD carries at this point.
Or a Seraphine.
Or Seraphine. Also, something that Dorado Gaming has banned a significant amount. So not a fasting Senna, just a regular ADC Senna, which is devastating. Huge percent base damage. Incredible hyper-ish carry. But when you look at the rest of the team that TA Knight has, the Senna really supports a Mundo well. And Elviric proved that he can carry on the Mundo. Right? So what do we see coming out here? Last second click. So it is going to be...
This draft from Dorado has me confused. It's Ziggs ADC for sure. But what's happening on the top side? Gangplank has to go top.
Gangplank mid.
Okay. I mean, you know what?
Gangplank mid, Trundle jungle, Trundle top, Diana jungle.
Yeah, Trundle top and the Trundle top sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
But Gangplank, there's no way it's Gangplank mid. There's no way. Moonshot plays GP. Moonshot's great on GP. There's no way they take it out of his hands.
I think it's Diana mid into Vex though.
I guess that's the strat. I will, I guess there's a pretty good mix of damage profiles. To be fair, it's pretty it's okay.
Hold on, where are my notes? I had something about
Reggie plays a lot of Diana
characters.
I mean, Sev plays tanks mid. He's
Diana.
playing Mundo mid.
Reggie plays a bunch of Diana.
Reggie plays a bunch of Diana. Moonshot plays
Is
a bunch of
this-
GP. Is this Trundle mid? There's no way this is Trundle mid.
I don't know. I can see. I see. Is it Okias in chat here making fun of us, asking if we know anything about their roster?
No, I mean, I know some. I know Moonshot plays GP a lot. I know Reggie plays Diana a lot. I guess we're gonna see the Trundle. I mean, I guess we're gonna see the Trundle mid. It's just into the Vex. I mean, I guess it's gonna be the Trundle mid into the Vex.
So Diana historically was a mid character as well as jungle, right? The pre-rework of Diana was played mid a lot. She was a decent assassin with good wave clear.
Right.
I don't think I've seen one since though. So I don't really know what to expect. Like, okay, so I'm still looking at you in chat. Do you have anything for us? Like, because we're gonna see what happens. Of course, we're gonna get it. But I want to hear some logic, because I'm just baffled at this point. They should, like, Moonshot should pick who he's playing right now. GP top, Trundle mid, You said Trundle mid, Diana mid.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, so double mid. All right, so we're gonna get no junglers. No, it is okay. It is Trundle, Diana
Trundle
mid.
in the jungle. Yeah,
okay.
Diana mid. Damn it!
That makes more sense. Okias, Okias, I got it. I want you to know that I got it right the first time, and then you said, "Do you even know what our players play?" Yeah, I got it right the first time, and then you were like, "Well, you don't know." So yeah, whatever. We get Mundo, Jarvan, Vex. Otherwise, it's a standard draft. All right.
So it's exactly what we were thinking.
Trolling now and then. You do a little trolling.
Okay, so it's exactly what we thought, but that doesn't make it any less strange, right? Diana into Vex is not going to be... You know what? Now that I think about it, I was going to say it's not going to be easy. But here's the thing. If Vex bursts the passive out to try and wave clear, Diana can just go in.
Yeah.
Whenever she wants, right? Because I keep having to remind myself about the Diana rework that the dive is now a regular ability and not her ultimate.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So she can go in and get a ton of damage down. And as long as she's out before the passive comes back up, then Vex will get a little bit back, but not a whole lot. So...
Yep. Vex, one of the few champions that's not released in the past year that's not, like, built with 5 different dashes in the kit. So can be, the personal space is kind of the way to keep herself safe, but we have the rest of the loadouts locked in. I will say, it is a little bit weird out of Dorado. I like the GP and the Ziggs kind of being able to overlay those globals.
I gotta Kanye you here or whatever it is. Look who Dallas is playing.
Okay, see, I didn't want to say it, but I had a feeling we were going to get the Senna support. I felt like you had called that one right. Seraphine ADC, I'm going to be honest, I've been playing a lot of Wild Rift. Seraphine can kind of carry hard.
So this is real interesting. Okay, so we've seen them do this. Snowlife obviously likes to carry. Last game alone
that is
shows
true.
A lot just about that. So that is, as always, going to be one of the things I really want to focus on. But Seraphine is not tanky. An early game, Senna dies very easily. Neither of them have, they've got some sustain. Neither of them have mobility. Neither of them have a significant amount of CC per se until, later in the game. Leona Ziggs are devastating early game. Ziggs passive, with Leona passive, with Leona CC, with Ziggs CC, with Ziggs overall burst potential. That is a very, very, very short kill time. Right. So all it really is going to take is for Bronopoly to not be bot lane at level 2, level 3, and that should be some easy pickups for Dorado.
And I mean, Monopoly, even on that game number 1 on the Jarvan, was not there early, went on the full clear strat. So we're going to have to see. The onus might be on Monopoly to try to keep his team alive to the late game where these two healers can do their job. But we will be in the game in just a couple of minutes to see who will come out on top in game number 3. Hello everybody and welcome back to the CCS. My name is Thunder, this is Oshi, this is game number 3 between Dorado Gaming Omega and the TA Knight, and it's 1-1. Who would have thunk it? Certainly not me. Dorado are in a 5-stack going down to the bottom side, TA Knight are in a 5-stack going down to the top side.
This is hilarious. Right? Like each team thinks they're gonna do something, and we get to sit here and look at it and go,
gonna get you.
well, it's
we're gonna get you.
and like that.
They're doing the exact same things.
Yeah. Yep, straight up. So it looks like we're gonna get a red start from both sides, just on the wrong sides. So we're gonna have a jungle split. It's somewhere between old school and new school.
Middle
No,
school.
we're not. They just warded and they're leaving. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Around the world, around the world. Everyone just made a trip, and we're going right back.
Yeah. So that is what it was, and it looks like we're getting blue starts. The exact opposite of what I had said. They're not going to jungle split, quite probably. And everything is normal. There's that passive that we were talking about. Sev obviously not going to be able to do anything in the immediate. This is going to be a rough, I'd say, 4 levels or so for Sev. And then it's going to become something a little more violent.
Ooh, all right. I like that. We'll have to see. Hadio already getting in it with a little bit of harassment. Dallas and Snowlife are later to the lane than Sevronga and Moochai, although I actually think they did give Trundle a little bit of a leash. That being said, we'll have to see. Moochai and Sevronga hitting level 2 first could be important. Sev does get hit with the fear and is getting zoned off the wave. I say Moochai and Sevronga might hit level 2 first, but Snowlife and Dallas have some control over the wave.
Yeah, this is exactly what you really want when you've got that kind of double support fasting situation. If you can get any kind of lane control, it's super useful. Obviously, both those characters are going to heal each other up and just kind of force people away. But what you're seeing in the mid lane is what I was talking about in terms of just how tough it's going to be for Sev for a while. Until he can push in and force a fight, I mean, this lane is Hadio's to walk around with. You can't miss the fear early on. If your placement is even mediocre, you hit it. That is not what you want from Uchai, though.
Oh, he is so low. And my apologies. I was briefly distracted by the fact that Jarvan is still up on his blue side jungle, having just now finished taking the blue buff and the Gromp. And in the meantime, Trundle has gone blue, Gromp, red, and is now on the Krugs and is making his way to the top lane.
Yep, and yet if you look at the farm, Jarvan is ahead. So weird situation, but yeah, definitely a clear difference there. Muchai really gonna have to take advantage of the extra range that comes with this character. I mean, Zig's not gonna have the easiest time farming under tower, but not gonna have the worst time ultimately. But the real problem is he has teleport. There's no heal.
Yeah. This Ziggs is gonna be stuck here for a little bit longer, and Snowlife almost gets the long-range kill even from behind the turret.
I bet you right now Snowlife is wishing he had that Lux ult that he was doing so much with in the last game.
Indeed. But of course, wouldn't have that for a little while yet. Sev had you continuing to duke it out in this middle lane, but Sev wants to go in for a little bit of damage and harassment, but the personal space gets procced. Sevronga on the bottom side of the map goes in with the Zenith Blade. The satchel charge just pops him away a little bit farther. No summoner spells spent except for the cleanse on Snowlife.
And then we also saw if you were watching the minimap any kind of closely, you saw Jarvan go in mid lane and not just flag and drag, but flash for it. Sev trading out his there as well. So no flash on the Diana mid, no flash on Monopoly either. Just too much going on in too many places at once for the camera to keep up with. We spent a lot of time talking about top lane every other game. I don't think it's going to be too much this time. Not for a while anyways. They just they're trading back and forth. Both champs heal very, very well. And and can walk away from one another without too much to worry about. So.
Yeah, one thing to note for the
Trundle.
runes, Moonshot has taken the first strike. Trundle is down here in the bottom lane, just chilling by the turret. Dallas, Satchel Charge pops him back just a little bit, but the terrain, I think, saving him from getting brought all the way under the tower. That being said, Sevronger is very weak. Now, one thing I do think, what I think happened, the reason Jarvan got the additional CS over the Trundle is I believe Jarvan invaded and took the Raptors. I think that is what happened.
That would make sense just by looking at what was cleared and how long it took him to get through his blue buff. This is Sev going in yet again. That's what I was talking about, is being able to get in when the personal space is down, just kind of pop in a little bit of damage and then get out before it comes up. As long as Hadio doesn't have that CC, he's not going to be able to harass Sev down the same way Sev can burst him. So really, that's what Sev has to play around. And once again, this is a matchup where the boots are ideal. And you notice Sev got them early, caught out with no flash.
On Bernapoli, or on Sevdiv this time, or Bernapoli, but Bernapoli wants to go in, but Sevronger is here. Leona's the one that gets the first blood, but that is the first kill of the game. Sev doesn't even, or you know what? I don't think my overlay is updating. I'm pretty sure Sev had to get an assist off of that one.
Oh yeah, Sev definitely got the assist on that. I just cannot help but laugh that Sevronger once again is the one picking up the kills. We see that so often.
Oh man, I mean, he's just, you know, he just wants it. You know, he's a little bit of a Chad sometimes. You got to get those first bloods in.
It's not kill stealing, it's kill securing or kill supporting.
Yes. There you go. There you go. I mean, look, if his laners were just better, they would be the ones to get the kills anyways, you know.
Yeah, they wouldn't need him to come help at all. Yeah, support life, you know what it is. Dallas looking to pick up this dragon, but a good smite comes through from Reggie. Exactly what you want. That's a 6.5-minute dragon. That's you know what? Things are chaotic with these teams in terms of if they take dragons and when they take dragons. Yeah. It's insane. Snowlive looking for a flank here.
Ooh, Muchai does get rooted down with the empowered Seraphine root. Muchai falls. Sevronger did want to go in. This Leona is tanky. Maybe can get out of here, and it looks like she will. Rumble is on the way as Snowlife and Dallas clear the wave. If they get too greedy here, they could absolutely get punished.
Yeah, I don't think anything else is going to come from that. Oh, there's a ping, and no. Yeah, catching these two characters in this situation, like, maybe later on that would be a threat, but I don't think Trundle has the damage to kill them with the amount that they can heal themselves before they just get out. That's kind of the problem when you're playing a character that just walks at people, right? It's so easy to get snared up.
Yeah, but that, you know, that'll be the benefit of the Diana later in the game with the dash into the Moonfall and the Leona with the Zenith Blade. Plenty of engage on the side of Dorado, but for TA they have. Well, actually, you know what? To be fair enough, they have the Jarvan and the Vex, which both can, from, you know, nearly a mile away, dive in. Vex has to commit the ultimate for it, but could be there. So, you know, I asked this in game number 1 when we saw the Mundo. I'll ask it again this time. Do you think this will be, once again, more of kind of that full team fight where over our groups a lot, or will it be the same with the Hull Breaker where he tries to split push? What are they going to aim for on this one?
I don't think they're going to have a choice except team fighting. Is ultimately what that's going to come down to, just because of the way Dorado game. Oh, Sevronger.
Oh, I believe Sevronger is dead here. If Hadio wants to commit. Ooh, Hadio did not pull up with the rest of the ultimate. Sevronger is very low. Blast plants away, but not far enough. Moonshot is here. Bronapoli is going to have to run, but here comes the Mundo. Olvarg, unfortunately, is at very low HP. That being said, Moonshot, he eats the oranges. He consumes the citrus. He flashes over the wall, but it doesn't matter. Mundo gets the kill. Reggie is low as well. One falls. Bronapoli, the jungler, goes down. Sevdiv is trying to get away, but that is 2 kills going over. I actually believe that was, that was only the 2 kills going over the side of TA Knight. 1 going to Dorado.
Yeah, ultimately a 2-for-1 trade out there. Good on Sev for recognizing that even though the levels are close, there's no way that he could fight the Mundo in that situation and just falling out of there. Again, just kind of a hectic fight. Moonshot walked right past Bernapoli. Just left him alone and then realized that there was no way he was going to be able to catch Hadio. So he turned around then, which put him in the situation that led to him dying.
Yeah, and I will say Bronapoli just went over the wall into Reggie's club and fell to that very unfortunately. But oh my gosh, Muchai, woo! Dallas and Muchai trading flashes there, the root almost landing.
Yeah, that was horrifying for Muchai right there. Incredibly quick, making sure he got that perfectly. And the big thing that I saw that you'll see lower level players mechanically miss is flashing and then not continuing to move. So quick fingers on both hands, the left and the right there to make sure the flash came out and the footsteps followed. And now we just, back to top lane, farming is what it is. The big thing to keep in mind is that, sure, even though the CS, 8 CS and 2 kills up, there's only a 400 gold difference top lane right now.
Yeah, but notably that 400 gold difference did get the Mundo the Frostfire Gauntlet already. First mythic item already on the table.
Oh my goodness.
Ulvarek with the level lead as well is doing a ton of damage to Moonshot here. This Mundo with the maximum dosage is getting the maximum out of it. That's 3 kills now on this Mundo in the top lane. The free boots even getting airdropped in.
Is this Mundo saying moon don't to Moonshot in that situation right there? Ulvarek just showing what a tank can actually mean in these matchups. Doing incredibly well both times we've seen this Mundo come out. Looks like we got a 4v4 bot lane.
Ooh, hold on. Dallas maybe getting caught out here. The Zenith Blade coming through. The Cannon Barrage over the top has not come down yet. But hold on. This is a massive fight. Bronopoly goes in on the backline with the Cataclysm, but Hadio and Snowlife are getting absolutely decimated by Sev. Bronopoly gets another one. Kills are getting traded very evenly. It's 3 for 3 so far. Bronopoly and Sev are the only 2 left alive, but Sev has a level advantage. Bronopoly is able to get away. It's still a 3v3 down on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, Sev unfortunately got minion blocked at the very end of there, so wasn't able to continue onwards, and the Cannon Barrage actually just came off cooldown. Moonshot using it right now, looking to pick up that kill in a 1v1!
He just about gets it. Ulvarek, maximum dosage not coming up until just right now.
Wow,
we have a replay on the bottom side fight. Holy crap.
Yeah, you know what? There isn't a whole lot to comment on in this fight aside from target selection. Take a look at how in sync Dorado Gaming was on that. They focused down the same players at the same time almost that entire fight, which is 100% ideal. And now we're right back in it in the mid lane. 3 people going in. There's the stun.
Hadio, he's trying to get out of there, but this is 3 people, as you said. Sev dashes in, gets the kill on the Yordle. I mean, that one was just clean, and that being said, there is still a kill advantage for TA Knight and a 1,000 gold lead, but getting more kills racked up on the Hadio in the mid lane. I mean, Sev, once again, on this Diana, putting those carry pants on a little bit.
Yeah, again, exactly what we want to see from Sev, being able to burst people out, a little bit of mobility in his hands, some CC as well. So far, loving the pick, especially when you may compare it to something like the Galio in the one game that we saw didn't go the best. The big difference in the kills is when they've been picked up, right? That bot lane fight went relatively even, but I would say overall was in the hands of TA Knight. But when that solo kill came, or the one kill picked up in mid lane came through, Dorado Gaming was able to capitalize that into the Dragon because of the timing of it. Sure, 1 kill gold lead, but 2 dragons, 2 steps towards that soul, assuming they get something a little nicer than what they got last game. I don't know. I mean, it's going very well for Dorado.
Yeah, and again, we say that, and normally in a game in your 1,000 down, having the 2 dragons is good. It's not normally going very well, but for Dorado, so far, yeah, this is still a vast improvement. If they can keep rolling like this, I like the Diana Zig scaling, I think, quite a bit. I like the GP scaling with the split pushing, so I think playing the long game here, and Oshi, you're going to have to tell me what you think about it. I think playing the long game is probably going to go in Dorado's favor, even though this Mundo is going to get, pretty dang tanky, especially with 2 healers.
Here's the problem with going the long game against this Mundo. Yes, 2 healers. Yes, he's going to get tanky. Where is your persistent damage going to come from for Dorado? Right? Your persistent damage on any single from any single player, is what? Gangplank? I guess. Right? Yeah. In which case he has to be able to auto attack you, which
a reverse 3v1. The gank squad is here. Sevdiv falls. The kill goes to Snowlife. These supports, man, they're bloodthirsty.
And they are talented. The timing to be there, they land everything that they need to land. And Snowlife, sure, support, definitely, until you look at the build. yet again. Snow Life is not your standard support player in the slightest.
Absolutely not. I mean, he had the Ziggs carry game. He's played the Lux that had a phenomenal, you know, he didn't carry last game, but had a 4 kills, was building Rabbit on Death Cap, Luden's Echo, all that type of stuff. But now we also, I will say, you know, hold on, before we talk about it too far, Reggie massively chunked out. There's the dive in from Bronapoli. Reggie has to flash away, but this Jarvan doesn't want him to get away, and he chases him down. Sevronger falls as well. Hadio with the pickup. Ooh, Dorado, that's not what you want.
I'm very confused by Reggie's plan in that situation. He just walked towards them. He didn't use abilities like he was 20% health by the time his team showed up, and he had to smite something and flash and use the ult, and all he got in return was a flash from Jarvan. Ultimately, just a confusing situation right there. Something that we've seen a lot of, though.
Yeah. It is, and it can be kind of feast or famine with Reggie to an extent. You know, last game on the Viego, what, 14, 15 kills. This game, walking forward on the Trundle, like, you know. Sevronger now trying to go in with the flash into the Zenith Blade, but gets absolutely nobody. The Trundle pillar comes down. Reggie once again trying to make it happen, trying to walk forward as aggressively as possible. Napoli saying, I will fall, save yourself. Absolutely bro move out of the Jarvan right there as 4 members from Dorado collapsed.
Bronapoli saved so much in that fight. He got the EQ knock-up on 3 members of Dorado Gaming at the start, and then, like you mentioned, sacrificed himself with the ultimate in the end. I mean, find yourself a friend in that situation, like that will do that for you, right? If you have a jungler that is willing to do that, I promise you, you never have to ask for blue buff. It's already prepped and waiting.
Indeed. I mean, hey, even gave it over to Snow Life in the last game to support. And, you know, again, speaking of Snow Life and these supports, one thing to note, there are 8 kills for Dorado. 3 of them are on the Leona. So, you know, you love seeing that early, you know, locking of the Iron Solari with the early Moby boots, but Leona's not going to be the one carrying.
No, I mean, it's going to be great to have that initiation with the lockdown early on, with the tankiness to let him play in the manner that a Leona really wants to. Unfortunately, as you said, not going to carry you. They're down 3 kills, and if those 3 kills were somewhere else, it could make a whole difference. I mean, you look at itemization. Look at the top lane. That is 2 items done versus 1 and 2/3, right? Jungler, it's a whole bunch of components. Oh my god, the engage.
He wants to go in. Moonshot takes a massive chunk of damage, and that was just from the TP into the ultimate. It saved the tower and sent 3 members running and forced Moonshot's flash.
That was incredible by Hadio. Really showing the terrifying, for lack of a better word, nature of Vex when you're in the situation where you can ult in safely. I mean, that was half his health. This is the person that's supposed to be one of your tanks almost. Like, I mean, he's supposed to be a bruiser, right? He's going to end up being some kind of tanky. Just apparently not that. Oh my god, the keg didn't even do 10% to Elvaric.
Hey, if he lines up enough of them, they'll do damage eventually. Not to mention the Trundle is here. Reggie does have the Subjugate still active, moving pretty quickly through his domain, but...
Hell immune.
Indeed. I mean, Elvaric goes where he pleases, even pops the maximum dosage for good measure.
Yeah, it's Elvaric was well aware of what was coming. Look at all the wards that are in the top jungle. They're doing everything they need to be doing to just counteract exactly what Dorado Gaming is looking for here. Yeah, DNX is playing this textbook. That's the easiest way to word it, is they are playing this textbook. They pushed the bot lane through. They moved their bot lane up to mid lane. They've moved their mid lane around to ganking. That is another missed skill shot by Sevronger.
Almost, but it did just catch Hadio on the edge with that solar flare, and Reggie with the chomp takes down Hadio once again. Now 1, 3, and 5 on the Vex.
Reggie, Savrunger, I owe you massive apologies for the start of that fight. I did not think that that solar flare was going to be enough to get that kill. Reggie, I don't know why your bite did 20% of the health bar. Either way, here we are. Great pickup.
He's a hungry troll, you know. He's got to get his snacks in. But that being said, this Trundle, you know, can get pretty scary later on into the game. But one thing that I did want to bring up is that between Snow Life and Dallas, I was fully expecting one of them to go kind of the healer route, but Moonstone Renewer did get nerfed. I need to stop my point here as Reggie and Moonshot are both here to deal with Olvark, but Olvark just flashes over the wall, pops the maximum dosage once again, and once again gets out of there scot-free.
When we were theorizing about what champions were going in which lane, we talked about, we said, yeah, Trundle into Mundo, that sounds pretty good. And we're seeing exactly why. The Subjugate is so devastating to Mundo's stats. Yeah, you know, I said, well, where's your consistent damage output come from, right? Well, if you line things up properly and Olvark feels himself a little too strongly, you get that Subjugate on him, reduces all of his resistances, and then you get the right burst on him, he will die.
Indeed.
Oh my God.
Looks like Moochai won't be dying quite yet. Just barely sidestepped the empowered route from Seraphine, but Moochai is not going to survive that much longer. Bro Napoli just jumps over the wall and says, give it to me. That's a turret. That's a mid-tier 2 turret, and a kill as well. Reggie, oh no, gets charmed up with the Encore, has to flash away. The terrain working wonders. Bro Napoli going in with low HP. The Dawning Shadow over the top. A huge moonfall out of Sev. That results in 1 kill. There's the second one. Still, I'm trying to make something happen, as well as Olvark. Sev is so low. Just one more tick of damage will do it. But this is not gonna be the day that you catch Sev Diff. Olvark trying to chase forward, pops maximum dosage. These are low health bars, but he's underneath the turret now. Snow Life, Patio, they're here, but they don't have the range.
The CC stacking on that Mundo to save Seth. Look at this. Okay, look, there's a slow, there's a stun, there's a stun, there's a slow. Like it's absolutely incredible gameplay. Savronker, your CC stacking was disgusting in that situation. Unquestionably saved Sev's life, gets them out of that with an advantage. Yes, more of it. Yes, that fight was horrendous at the start for Dorado Gaming, and I mean, you called that moonfall perfectly. It was beautiful by Sev. Definitely the tide turner right there. The moonfall and the oh my goodness, I'm forgetting the Leona ult name.
Solar Flare.
Thank you. I had it right there.
I didn't want to say it, but like they have the
sun and moon.
Like they're dating canonically. It's too powerful.
Yep. The sun and moon came through.
They did indeed. We're gonna have to see if they can keep stacking those Moonfall into Solar Flare combos again and again. The Proto Rocket Belt used pretty early there, not a massive cooldown though. And currently, oh my gosh, Hadio goes in with the dash. Sev goes in as well though and gets a double kill. Ziggs picks up the opposing Yordle. Jarvan takes down the carry though. Sev Div has fallen, but Reggie is still here. Takes down the Jarvan. Moochai and Moonshot are going to be healing up off of this fruit. Olvark is still alive, but it's a Mundo versus the world.
What? So this is what I was saying when I said they can't avoid team fightings, right? They can't avoid the team fights, and this is the comp. This is exactly what they drafted the comp for. Look at this dive. Watch the left-hand side of your screen here, right? Sev goes in, gets a massive moonfall, and then the Ziggs follows up. There it is. That's perfect. That's exactly what you want. You get all of the AoE CC, everybody stuck in one position for the Mega Inferno Bomb to come through. I mean, yes.
You love to see it.
You know what? When a team drafts a wombo combo, and they manage to pull it off multiple times, I'm hoping they can do it multiple times, but even when you get to see it perfectly like that, there's nothing anybody could ask for more than that in a game of League of Legends.
Exactly. And you know what? I just want to point out to everybody, this is their Gold 2 player. Gold has been outperforming, dare I say, the rest of the team so far this series. Gold diff, Sev diff, gold is a harder rank to play in than plat. Confirmed.
You want to talk about gold diff for a second here, since you brought it up ever so casually. Sev is 2,000 gold ahead of Hadio right now. 2,000, okay? 526 to 145. We are not used to seeing the score lines this way on these teams in this set. This is Sev doing everything we wanted to see him do. Everything that you and I have spent 5 games talking about, saying, if he would just, we got to see it last game, we get to see it this game, the Proto Belt just coming out to be bold.
Yeah, he's letting them know. He's letting them know who the boss is around here.
Oh, what a situation to be in for Dorado Gaming right now. I mean, all of their lanes are doing impeccable in comparison to most of the other times that we've seen. Even Muchai right now. Yes, you're 20 plus CS down. He's only what 1,200 gold under.
Right.
Not that bad considering what we've seen previously. But this Baron is going.
It is going extremely fast. It's on Hadio to try to stop a potential steal. He gets hit with the Solar Flare. Sevrunger does not hit the Zenith Blade. Proto Rocket Belt does quite a bit of damage, but at the end of the day, it does push TA Knight off of the Baron. It even forces Ovark to pop the maximum dosage to heal back up. I mean, if you're Dorado, you committed a couple ults here and there, but that was a really easy push off of the Baron from TA Knight. Honestly, it seems like TA Knight are starting to feel a little desperate.
Yeah, you know what? I think the Baron call was bold. I mean, we've seen those Baron plays from them before, but I agree. They're not as ahead as they're used to being. It's only a couple hundred at this point. So yeah, I agree. That Baron call was definitely a little bit on the desperation play side. They want this lead back. But at the same time, they showed respect, right? The ultimates came out, the GP ult right on top of them as they're doing Baron. The Solar Flare came down, the Megadeth Inferno Bomb came down, and rather than trying to stick around and fight with some low health players, they backed off. They respected Dorado Gaming. So sure, they may be feeling a little desperate, but they're not being stupid about it. That speaks immeasurable volumes about TA Knight's IGL.
And, you know, mad respect to them. Bronopoly, though, wants to go in very briefly. Ooh, Moonshot! He does get hit with the Vex Ultimate. Hadio clicks the button again to go in. Moonshot is weak thanks to the Dawning Shadow. Bronopoly tries to go in and stop the backline from getting there. Muchai is taking a ton of damage from this Jarvan the Fourth, and the Ziggs falls. Reggie, Sevrunger, Moonshot, they're trying to continue this fight. Sev has not been here the whole time. He's coming around the backside. Can he make it happen? He does still have the Moonfall, but it really only hits one. Hadio falls. That's the Vex down, but Sev falls as well. Moonshot, he is stuck in this brush. He gets a lot of damage onto Dallas, and the Seraphine falls. It's 4 for 3 at the end of the day. Both junglers are down. Nobody's taking the Baron.
Yeah, that was a slugfest. I mean, look, it's a 4v5 ultimately. Moonshot was low after the initial engage. I mean, Hadio, you're insane. Diving in like that. Like, no Zonias on him yet, and as far as I can tell, no plans to get one yet. No stopwatch. Hadio's playing out of his mind on this Vex, but the turnaround by Moonshot to pick up a kill at the very end there was beautiful. The damage that this Gangplank is putting out is I don't know, man. I keep using scary. I'm using disgusting. I've used gross. I'm running out of words, man. My diction's only so big.
It is so much damage. There are not words to describe it. He does have the 3 items: the Prowler's Claw, the Lord Domix, the Essence Rear, that Executioner's Culling right there, getting stacked, or not stacks, but it is getting stacked on top of all of the other damage, cutting that healing coming out from Mundo, from Seraphine, from the Senna. So it's going to be interesting to see if that Gangplank, because, you know, there's also now an Oblivion Orb that's on Muchai down in the bottom lane. We're going to have to see if that healing cut is going to be enough. But just briefly checking in on the rest of the items, pretty much everybody on the side of TA has their 2 item spike, except for Hadio, who who, is the one who seems to just have the absolute most balls to just go flying in there with only the Everfrost. But on the side of Dorado, everyone there has their 2 items, except for the Leona in the bot lane, which is expected.
Yeah, I mean, both. Look at the bot lane from TNA right now. Both of them have 2 items, and their mid laner doesn't. Oh wow, looks like a big fight coming out right now. Probably looking for the disengage.
There's the Miss Solar Flare. That is a fleeing Savronger. He's already used a lot of his tools, and he falls. Another kill going on to Olveric.
I think at this point, just looking at the items that Olveric has, he is going to be unkillable, if not already now, in the next 3 to 5 minutes at the most. He doesn't need any more armor. He just needs to build a bit more magic resist. But I don't really know what else they can expect from him. I don't think those 2 can duo Baron right now.
No, but the rest of the team is coming. Napoli and Dallas, they have quite a bit of health. And Reggie, oh no, he is so low. Moonshot's getting low as well. Napoli goes over the wall. He cataclysms in. He pops the Gore Drinker, and Dallas, with some help from Snow Life, picks up the kill. Reggie, Muchai, Sev, they have to start running away. We'll see if TA want to go full force at the Baron now.
Dallas and Snow Life have such incredible synergy with one another. The simultaneous long-range ultimates right there. Baron is going down right now. Super Mega Death Inferno bomb came down, and it looks like they're going to stall it out again.
Indeed, and it's just with the 3 of them. These are low health bars, but that said, again, there is quite a bit of healing between these 2 supportive champions. But no, they just have to leave the Baron because the rest of Dorado are out on the map.
And we may finally get to see something we have not been able to talk about, which is Ziggs on a tower. The satchel bomb being able to just destroy it just like that means that, in tandem with the passive, means that Ziggs is devastating to towers. He just takes them down like they're made of paper. Unfortunately, Dorado Gaming, I mean, they've taken all 3 outer towers now, but it's 31 minutes in. I mean, Ziggs has not had alone time with a lane at all.
Right.
And they really want this Baron. This is the 4th or 5th time that they have started this Baron, and I would say this is the best time. There's the bomb yet again. All it does is tell them that it's happening.
Moonshot. Baron was very close to taking it, but Napoli seals it with the smite. And now they're going back, they're walking back, they're backing back. We'll see what happens, but at the very least, this is going to give Muchai a little bit of time to try to get to the turrets, unless Snow Life and Hadio have anything to say about it.
And there goes Olveric into the top lane to stop Moonshot from going anywhere at all. Moonshot cannot contest that. There's no way that he can 1v1 the Mundo at this point. And quite frankly, the Baron is really devastating here because, like I was saying earlier, Dorado Gaming doesn't have an AD carry, like a traditional attack damage carry. They do not have attack damage wave clear outside of Moonshot. So clearing waves with the Baron buff on these minions is going to be hard.
Yeah, it's going to be, we're going to have to see. They have only those 2 outer turrets on the side lanes left with outers, and then they have all of their tier 3 turrets remaining. We're going to have to see how strong this defense is with the Mountain Drake spawning in just about 40 seconds. I imagine we are going to see TA Knight fight for that one. It is going to be soul point for them. It would be soul for Dorado. We see the TP even being committed by Moonshot. He does not want to just use an ult for this fight. He wants to be here as well. That is a huge root onto Muchai. The Ziggs falls. Savronger gets stuck in there with the Jarvan. A massive encore comes through, but it doesn't quite hit enough. Reggie is going to be the one to fall next. And Branopoly with some huge knockups. Moonshot's going to fall to Olveric over here. Sev finally falls to the Seraphine. That is a clean ace. This is a Baron buffed up TA Knight. There is a minion wave on the turret. If they can get there in time, they just might be able to finish it. They have another one coming right now.
This game, this series, this team sits on the shoulders of Snow Life. This man is a mountain of a carry, and I hope that he gets the respect he deserves. Game 3 is over. He made one huge snare pick in tandem with Dallas. This bot lane is amazing. I cannot speak highly enough of the 2 of them at this point in time. I mean, look at the lane that they were playing. Look at how they built. Look at how they play together. Snowlife had 6 kills as the support, but carried the team in every possible manner that you could think of. He supports them with healing. He supports them with shielding. He supports them in damage, in CC. I mean, somebody tell me that Snowlife is the IGL, and he's a one-man army.
The man does it all. He even makes the lobbies. So we're gonna have to see. So that was game number 3. Game number 4 is gonna get started here shortly. If you're Dorado, it wasn't as good as game number 2, admittedly, but you still survived, and you just got Snowlife diffed, but Sev was doing well. Reggie was starting to kind of get in there. I think really you called out last game, or maybe it was a couple games ago, get Muchai in there as well into that mix, and they might just be able to take it. But again, we have at least one more game. Dorado are now fighting for their lives in this series. One more game over to TA Knight, and they take it to move on and face DNX next week. But for Dorado, if they can win this one, they can keep their hopes alive. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here with game number 4 between Dorado Gaming Omega and TA Knight. TA took the first, Dorado took the second, TA took the third, and what's this I'm hearing? Oh, Bernopoly, thank you for your service. But TA Knight have their starting jungler, Reedy, back in rotation, and we are back into the draft rotation. Lissandra banned away by Dorado, Vel'Koz by TA, Nico, Ari, these bans feel pretty lockstep from the last time.
Yeah, everybody seems to know exactly what they do and don't want to see the Jarvan coming out this time. I agree. Yeah, the Jarvan's definitely has not been a friend in the situations that we've seen it in for Dorado Gaming, as my cat screams at me in agreement. There's a lot of mid lane bans going out here, which quite frankly, I mean, we keep talking about it. Sev is gold 2. Gold 2, but drawing 2 bans.
Yeah, having a great series, but Dorado Gaming for Moonshot up in the top lane. TA, they've been banning it. TA was banning the Gangplank. Dorado tried it last time, didn't work. TA were banning the Wukong, didn't ban it this time, banned the Ahri instead. And now Moonshot said, all right, you know what? Well, we'll try this one. Also received the buff, is going up there in priority. And hey, we could see the spin to win.
Yeah, it's what we saw it in the when they played last week, and Moonshot did incredibly well on it. What a devastating 2-champ pickup.
Yeah, they left it up again.
Yeah, the Senna has been picked up one more time. It's kind of gonna force the hand of Dorado Gaming.
Dorado, you combine them, but no, you're absolutely right. I mean, they trundle into Wukong. I like that matchup. And that is a Sivir pickup.
So that is a strange situation to put yourself in as Muchai, as Dorado. I don't really know what to think of this. I have really liked Muchai on the Xayah. I really wish he had gone back to the Xayah. I understand, yeah, sure, it's not perfect for every composition, and maybe they want to do something a little more AoE based with the Sivir, I guess, the QW, the Renata coming back out, that I do like. But I don't like this. I mean, the Sivir, yeah, you've got those single spell shield, but you don't have get out of free cards.
There's a Malphite getting that in priority pick. Toronto's been banning it away into the hands of what should be, what I imagine is going to be Ulveric up in the top lane. I'm not going to pretend like my Malphite jungle pick that I did one time in solo queue is going to have any relevancy here. But yeah, Ulveric finally going on just on this Malphite, has been on tank duty the whole time. And TA, they now banned the Sylas, Dorado banned the Vex.
So I like them picking the Malphite when they did, because every other draft so far, Dorado Gaming has banned it, but they always ban it in the second round of bans. So they finally, TA finally said, nah, not this time. We want to play it. So they pick it up early. The Vex ban, okay. Like, did Hadio do an incredible job? Definitely. Could they have picked something to counter it better? Definitely.
Probably.
Yeah, the Seraphine I can respect, but I mean, I don't expect to see Seraphine Senna. Ziggs is right there.
Ziggs is up. Ziggs is up. That was
Ziggs
the
is
danger that I
there.
was looking at when Dorado banned the Vex. Is like, you've seen the two pairings with it. You saw the Seraphine, you saw the Ziggs. They both worked really well. And if you're TA, I guess now you're thinking like, well, shoot, they left Ziggs up. Do we just take it?
I say no. Don't pick it now.
Okay.
Pick it next.
Whoa. Okay. Vladimir is the selection. Who the hell does
Vladimir.
this go to? Who the hell does this go to? Who is this?
Vladimir top lane. No, this
I
is gonna
guess
be
this is
Vlad
mid
mid.
lane. Yeah,
This is
Vlad
Vlad
mid.
mid.
Yep.
The classic, absolute classic.
Okay.
Vladimir in season 2 and 3 was one of the most powerful mid laners that you could play, because the standard at the time was harass mages. So you would play things that would just kind of poke you slowly, whittle you down. And at the time, there wasn't really sustain built into the game, so people played Vlad. Vlad eventually got quite a bit of a rework, became a top lane menace, but I can definitely see doing incredibly well in the mid lane. But Cassio is a traditional counter pick.
There you go. I was about to say, if we're talking old school, this matchup, it's one for the ages a little bit. I'm very interested to see how this Cassio goes into the Vlad, the Trundle, not the Trundle really, but the Vlad, the Malphite, and the Senna. And there, ooh, another champion that got buffs. That is a Gwen.
So this is jungle Wukong.
No, we had this discussion last week. It's Gwen jungle this time.
Gwen jungle this time? You think so?
I would bet money on it. Look, we had the whole thing about how the Wukong jungle clear is just absolutely garbage last week.
I agree. I'm thinking like Gwen into Malphite. Imagine how much fun she has.
It sounds
right,
juicy, doesn't it?
Oh, the Tom.
And then
what
there's
is
the Tom? That's going with the
that's
Senna.
Tom support, yeah.
Tom support,
but like,
Tom Senna.
That's 4 top lane champions on TA.
True. That is true.
That is a tanky team.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of damage to get through it. But I will say, if you want something to tear through a bunch of tanky champions, Gwen, Sivir, Cassio, that's not a bad selection for that, I think.
So what I want to see is an early pickup Black Cleaver by Wukong.
Okay.
Because it used to, I'm pretty sure it still does, his ult applies Black Cleaver stacks.
Oh.
Tick, 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 tick. For the armor shred.
Shoots up.
So you take that, huge shred, real quick. You get Sivir in there. AoE out the wazoo. Onto targets that have no armor anymore. Doesn't matter really how chunky you are if Kraken Slayer Sivir's free firing at you, right? Renata hits you with the ult and keeps you away. The thing I'm really interested in though is Cassiopeia's grounding, right?
Right.
The W grounds, so that stops Trundle from coming in. That stops Vlad from coming in. Center isn't gonna want to come in, but she wouldn't be able to. And the only way Kench can get in is diving under it. Otherwise, you have Malphite ulting in solo.
Yeah.
And while everybody else walks around it.
Exactly. And I mean, I'm imagining a world already where the miasma gets put down, the Malphite is about to ult over, Tom Kench swallows the Vladimir, Abyssal Voyages underneath it, pops out on the other side, and then I guess the Senna and Trundle are just like on the backside, just praying that they have the range. Senna will have the range, Trundle, yeah, but who knows, we might see a crazy play like that. But as these get locked in, Okius in the chat once again, I'm not letting you bait me talking about this Malphite mid stuff. This is going to be a Malphite top. I would put money on it.
Malphite support, Tom Kench top.
Please don't do that to me. Please don't do that to me. That would be so, that would be so bad. That would be so bad.
Would it though?
I mean, I guess you could.
Would it though? Would you not like to see Snowlife play full AP Malphite?
Okay, but Malphite can get away from Wukong. Tom Kench, unless that Abyssal Voyage animation takes decades, and there we see the Malphite lock in. No sweat off my brow. Maybe I should try being an analyst. Oh,
we have lost the game.
We have a problem.
Please don't ban our jungler.
Oh, I believe we had a very brief issue where in the bans. Ah, yes. Okay, so it looks like it looks like in the bans, I did not notice this. Dorado accidentally banned Trundle away from TA Knight instead of allowing TA Knight to pick Trundle, which is what they had selected first. So we'll go back into this. We already know it's Malphite top. Don't get it twisted. We already know what the top lane lock-ins are. So
Vladimir top lane.
I swear to God. Look, okay, you know what? So I guess what the ultimate cheese is Vladimir top, Trundle jungle, Tom Kench mid, Senna Vlad support.
You know what the ultimate troll is? Ulvarik. Well, yeah, but Ulvarik plays Malphite in mid lane.
We could see that. We could see that. We have had lane swaps happen before in the CCS. So it could happen. But I will say, Gwen will have a pretty good time in the Malphite. Okay, all right.
Hey,
Reedy, a little bit of taunting there.
Question for you though.
Wait, hold on. No.
Where's the Wukong going?
No. Did Wukong get a jungle buff? I didn't actually look at the Wukong buffs. I'm gonna be honest. There's
Where's the monkey? Okay, Elsa confirms he got jungle buff.
He got buffed in the jungle. All right, so you know what? His W goes over wall nails. Okay,
Wait, what?
Maybe all right, you know what? I might be on. I'm not that on board, but that's very good.
That's a huge buff.
That's huge. That's quite solid.
Yeah, see,
actually.
if you turn to the analyst desk.
Okay, look, I was busy. Okay,
Listen here.
I was a little preoccupied. Okay, I'm sorry, but all right, Wukong jungle. I have been proven incorrect.
It is time for Monkey and the Junkie.
The monkey is in the
Go ahead, say it.
Monkey is in the junkie. This is like unbench the Kench, unclog the frog,
unload
the
monkey
toad. In the junkie.
Unload the toad.
Well, I will say I'm very interested to see how Reggie fares on this pick. I don't imagine he has a ton of practice on Wukong jungle, but who knows? We could certainly see it. He is up against Reedy on the Trundle. Reedy back in action. One of the all-team CCS players for TA Knight. This matchup will be interesting. I still feel like Reedy can just go into Wukong's jungle and Wukong won't be able to do anything about it.
Exactly. The big thing aside from that, though, is Reedy can just walk into lane and Reggie can't do anything. Reggie needs 6. Reggie has no CC. Gwen, not a whole lot of CC. Casio, not a whole lot of CC. Renata has a snare.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of CC. So ganks are not going to be too friendly until Reggie hits 6 and Sev hits 6 and Savron hits 6 and...
So we'll have to see. We will have to see. It looks like, TA Knight might have the early game advantage. We'll have to see if Dorado can scale into the late game like they successfully did in game number 2. And we'll have to see just how this Wukong jungle pick pans out. Let's see if Reggie will prove me wrong and just carry Dorado into Silver Scrapes into a potential game number 5. Stick around for just a couple of minutes, though. We'll be right back to figure it out. Hello everybody and welcome back to game number 4 between TA Knight and Dorado Gaming Omega. This game number 4, the draft is interesting. We are seeing Reggie on the Wukong. We're gonna see if this monkey can get funky in the junkie.
Yeah, we're gonna pay a whole lot of attention to Reggie and the Veggie during this game for sure. Really interested to see how the buffs that Wukong picked up play through. Thankfully given to us in part by Elsa the Queen, one of our senior staff members here. And otherwise by you yourself going and looking it up the hard way. We learned that the W of Wukong, the clone, actually lets him dash through walls now. And Senna has a long sword. So
Hey,
this is not fasting Senna?
It sure isn't, and it's not fasting Tom Kench either.
Yep. So great. They're
Who's getting
fighting.
the farm? Take your bets.
Both.
Get the farm. Both?
Yes.
Both? They're splitting
Yes.
farm?
One's
Oh,
gonna
I'm sure it's
one's
be so
farming
good.
minions, the other's farming champions. Yeah, so
Hey,
it looks
you know
like getting red starts here. Standard leash, everything that we're used to seeing at this point in time. Blue side bot lane going to be a little late in. I'm really curious to see how this Cassio Vlad matchup goes as well. See how well Hario is at managing the passive buildup. I mean, he was incredible at managing the passive of Vex in the last game, so I expect nothing less.
Indeed, and I'm interested to see how this top lane matchup goes. You mentioned it that Glenn doesn't mind going in. Muchai is getting chunked out, but Snowlife is on the chase. He is very, very low, ticking down. Dallas wants some aggression, but Sivir is the one that picks up the first blood. Dallas now trying to get the trade back, but he is surely going to fall. That is a fast double kill for Muchai. The only good news, though, is that Reggie does have to flash away from his own blue buff. This is what we were talking about. Reedy, he is being aggressive on the Trundle.
Yeah, you called that super early, and now Moonshot in a bad situation. Sev having to expend a lot of time up there while Hadio had some free reign in the mid lane. I mean, everything going right in the bot lane for them this time around for Dorado Gaming. Not something we're entirely used to having. Can they continue it, though? I mean, we're so used to seeing Dallas and Snowlife come through for their boys. So let's see how that plays out, because ultimately the rest of the map never seems to matter to them.
Yeah, and to be fair, I don't really expect 2 kills to get Dallas and Snowlife just completely out of this lane, but we'll have to see what Muchai can now do with these 2 additional kills. Already has the Noon Quiver purchase, so should have a pretty impressive laning phase. But I will say one thing to note: it is the Tom Kench that is taking the farm. And yeah, Senna has no support items, so I'm interested to see how that will go. Reggie now is on top of Hadio. The clone has already been popped. Hadio trying to get out of there, goes down into the blood pool. Speaking of going down into something, though, Snowlife dives on the Abyssal Voyage. Reedy is here making action happen. Reedy is back, ready to make a statement. Sevronger is trying to run away, but this is only a Renata Glass. She does not have a dash, nothing like that in her kit. Dallas picks up the kill.
The Renata Glash, no dash, unfortunate situation. Holding on to the flash on top of it all, though. Gotta respect that. Neither Muchai nor Savarong are wasting their flashes in those situations. They were dead either way. It was a Trundle with a red buff with all the slows in the world. And this top lane is going to look a lot like we've seen before, where Ovarik is just going to have to play the weak side. He's going to get farmed down for damage. Moonshot's going to have his way. All he can do is CS and pray. That's just kind of the long and the short of it. This mid lane, though, is not looking friendly for Sev so far. Big CS discrepancy.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see how the Cassiopeia can play out into the later stages of the game. We've seen Sev Diff make a difference in these games so far. We'll have to see if he can continue doing that to keep his team in the playoffs. One thing to note, Dallas has gone and picked up that Spectral Sickle finally. So has the support item after about 4 minutes of not having it. That could be a problem as this game progresses, but not too much.
I mean, you'd think that, but he has a kill. So that kind of, exactly. I'm pretty sure that's going to make up for the gold that he would have gotten from the sickle up until this point anyways. Right. So ultimately, I'd say the biggest thing that it does is it delays the upgrade into the warding. So everybody's going to have to step up on, on their vision game just a little bit in response to that, as we have another brawl and a very, very early flash out of Dallas. I don't think that was required.
No, I mean, I didn't even notice it for a second there because it just, hey, it got him out of there. He's not dead. Snowlife ticking down, has the gray health, but doesn't even need to pop the thick skin. Hadio and Sevdiff, meanwhile, are trading it out in the mid lane. Sev still has plenty of HP, already has picked up the tier, still has the Doran's ring, so some of those early game mana problems are at least a little solved for the time being. One thing to note, though, Hadio is starting with that Dark Seal.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing with Vlad, right, is the more AP you get, the more health you get. and vice versa, obviously not stacking with each other. So the Dark Seal is a very, very strong buy if you manage to start stacking it, because not only does it increase your survivability in terms of damage, but also your health, as Sevronger almost gets caught out big time.
Takes a ton of damage. Snowlife is using this Abyssal Voyage as an engage. Dallas now almost getting caught out, but Sevronger, ooh, the bailout comes through, but Sevronger cannot get the shutdown himself. He falls. Muchai trying to make the trade happen, but Dallas is coming through with the root, the spell shield from the Senna. Snowlife does go through the Abyssal Voyage, takes a couple turret shots, and Dallas, with the range advantage, takes out Muchai. A double kill now for the Senna in trade.
Yeah, Dorado Gaming is definitely, like, their bot lane definitely overestimated themselves in that entire fight. That's really all there is to say about it. I mean, Sevronger didn't need to step forward again, but he did it 3 different times and put himself in an unfortunate situation that was just capitalized on. And here we go with Moonshot again. Like I said, he's just going to push Ulvarik around a wee bit, but he's doing it at the expense of getting a bigger CS lead. Needs to freeze that lane near his tower right now instead of hard pushing and force Ulvarik to teleport. That's really it.
Yeah, you know, we saw this before where Ulvarik was in the tank neutralizing matchup. And Snowlife, this is Tom Kench is an engaged champion. This is not a replay, folks. This is just, you know, they're rolling the greatest hits for us. Snowlife, this Abyssal Voyage is the greatest engaged tool in the game.
This is not a replay, it's just a tribute.
Snowlife is still going in. Muchai's gonna die once more, but this time Snowlife falls. Reggie's gonna come in and get the trade. Wukong having a little bit of an impact, but still, Dallas gets 2 more kills. Well, 1 more. Snowlife gets.
Dallas is pinpoint accurate with these snares, feeding it time. I don't know what you could possibly ask for them, or ask for from them as teammates. They do everything. It's amazing.
Like, literally, they literally both do everything. They both play support. They both play 80s. They both carry. It's absolutely bonkers. And now Ulvarik and Moonshot are going at it in the top.
Oh,
that is the needlework committed. Ulvarik commits the ultimate. Can Moonshot get a trade? No. Hadio doesn't even need the Hemo Plague to get the kill. That was a roam up top, and Dallas, ooh, Dallas gets rooted down. This is a lot of damage going on to him. He tries to go into the mist to get out of there, but it doesn't happen. Snowlife was clearing a ward and is a little late to the party. It's a 3v1. The Kench gets benched. Muchai takes the kill. That's another double kill onto Dallas and Snowlife.
Yeah, the big thing here, they have to convert that double kill bot lane into a dragon to counter the Shelly pickup here. It's all you can do. That's it. I mean, yeah, get the push in for sure. Your Sivir, you can do that quickly. But if they did not get this objective, ultimately it would have been a win for TA Knight. Instead, we see this coming out. This is great for both teams here. Both teams pick up kills. Both teams pick up objectives. I don't know. This is incredibly even. That was just the top lane fight there was great. Ulvarik played it perfectly. He baited out everything that he needed to. He stayed alive just long enough and ultimately didn't even die. Got the ult off at the right time. Very, very well played.
Yeah, and you know we were seeing this bot lane just go at each other now too on the other side of the map, and it's honestly, I will say at the very least, Muchai and Sevronger are taking the fight to Dallas and Snowlife with a little bit of help from Reggie, but you know, at least it's 4-3-2 to 4-3-2. They're going even. The CS not quite as much. Somehow the Tom Kench has 16 CS lead on the Sivir, but hey, you know, at least in the kill department, it's relatively even.
Well, the big thing is the Tom Kench has spent a lot more time in lane than the Sivir has, and much less time under tower.
Yes. Hold on,
Oh my
speaking of, we have
goodness.
some engage. Dallas is taking quite a bit of damage from Muchai here, but gets out just fine. And looks like for the time being, we move on to greener pastures. Olvarik is going all in on Moonshot. The needlework goes wide. Well, at least the first proc does. He's trying to throw off more. Olvarik manages to get out of there. Hadio throws down some additional damage. Dallas and Snow Life, they are in a 2v3. Reggie is trying to make some plays happen here. Another Abyssal Voyage, this time does not get the engage. Sevronger, Reggie, they're trying to collapse. Reedy is following. Olvarik gets a kill. Reggie is weak. He does not go down. Only the clone does. It's the kill on the top side of the map, but low health bars on the bottom.
Oh, that's just... Moonshot.
He's trying, man. He's trying.
You're tower diving a Malphite that you know has ult. It went exactly the way everybody would expect it to. And now here we are. Bot lane, amazing job surviving for Dorado Gaming out of all of that. Reedy was seen on a ward, so they knew that he was coming. They played everything well to get out alive. That's bot lane tower gone, though. I mean, this is TA Knight playing their game. This is exactly what we see. It's 11 minutes. Bot tower's gone. Yep, of course. Why? Because from the 9-minute mark onwards, there's been 3 people in bot lane.
And I'm starting to get some flashbacks. Snow Life goes in. Muchai just barely dodges away from the Abyssal Voyage. Even has to commit the flash. Reedy and Reggie meet each other at the entrance to the jungle. But Reggie had the clone. He pops the Cyclone. The Abyssal Voyage was committed as well as the Devourer. Dallas goes berserk. He tries to get some damage through, but Reggie is the first one to get a kill in this matchup. Dallas gets rooted down. He gets locked down, but not quite long enough. Muchai still has plenty of HP, but Dallas is trying to chunk him out. These are lower health bars, but Snow Life and Dallas look like they're going to finally be able to get out of here. Moonshot and Hadio, they meet each other in the mid lane, but it doesn't look like anything crazy happened. Oh no, Sevronger, he's going to get rooted down. Dallas trying to do a lot of damage, but this might be a trap. Snow Life and Dallas, they are not safe. Sevronger, the shutdown comes through and he stays alive. That's a double kill for the overreach by Dallas and Snow Life.
That is the hazard of sticking around. Look at the health bars in this replay right here. I mean, we get a little bit of a, just kind of a slap fight in the mid lane, but look at the health bars. Look how low everybody is. Yes, you do want to make this play because if you get this pick, incredible. But Dorado Gaming, for the first time that I can think of, did not entirely separate. They were still 3 strong in the bot lane, managed to pick up a double kill, managed to almost tie in gold. And the big things to pay attention to now is when do the other objectives spawn. Towers have not been the strong point for Dorado Gaming. They do not often have the ability to push and take a tower because they're too frequently pushed in. Moonshot, you are incredibly low to be walking into lane right there. I'm pretty sure if Malphite ulted, that was death. But he didn't. But ultimately, we have Dragon in 50 seconds. We have Rift Herald in 1:40. And we have a dead top laner.
Yep, there's the commitment. Moonshot does have the needlework. This is a lot of healing from the Gwen. Olvarik goes down. That needlework sustain is crazy. Reggie goes on a killing spree in the mid lane. It's starting to turn around for Dorado. The gold lead is about evened up. They're going to get priority over the Drake pit.
Okay, I called for a dead top laner, and I was technically correct.
You did say dead top lane.
Oh my goodness! And that was the full turnaround. We saw Moonshot dive top and die, and then we saw it the other way. That is a eaten snake.
Oh no, the snake lady is going down, but maybe not. The bailout comes through. Reggie tries to get the kill. That's a dead Cassio, a dead Wukong. Sevronger and Muchai are trying to make it happen. This silver pick is paying dividends, but Reedy is on the chase. It is a Trundle. He disengages, heads over to the Dragon. That is a 2-for-1 in terms of current dead players. That should be the Ocean Drake. For TA Knight, I almost goofed up there.
There's no way that they don't get this here. There's no possible pressure that can come in from Dorado Gaming. You know what? Muchai has definitely had some, I'd say sniper status on the queue coming out of that server, like you said. Picking up some easy kill, or not some easy kills, but picking up some cleanup kills. 7 and 3. We're definitely not used to seeing that scoreline from him, which we love it right now. But ultimately, I mean, Reedy is everywhere he needs to be. Olvarik has been playing incredibly. Dallas lived forever in that last fight. I don't really know what anybody can do differently at this point in time. They just keep brawling. They keep fighting one another. They just keep going back and forth. And Savrunger is up in this top lane. Moonshot's low though, and Snow Life is here too.
Something happens. Snow Life is indeed here. The Abyssal Voyage coming in again. The double knockup, but the needlework is so good. Moonshot has slain Olveric up in the top lane again. At some point, you have to stop messing with this Gwen. Reggie, though, is going to meet two people in the jungle here. Is he going to be able to get away? Dallas is taking so much damage. This Senna is not tanky. Reedy, is he going to be able to survive? There's three people on top of him. The bailout comes through, and Reggie manages to survive. That's a triple kill on the top side of the map.
That was incredible by Dorado Gaming, pulling through everything through right there. Oh no, this does not look good for Sev.
Going through, the Hemoplague has been popped. Sev, he is healing up slowly but surely, but Hadio still gets the kill. This is a lone Snow Life. The TP is coming through. Is he going to be able to make it in time? No, it gets canceled. That is a dead frog and a wasted TP.
Oh my goodness, Dorado Gaming, you are doing everything correctly, and you have a 1,500 gold lead. That's it right now. 5 kills up. But only 1,500 gold, Muchai. You need to get this turret for your team, my dude. You've been in that lane for a while now. This is, you know what, Dorado Gaming is, again, they're doing everything right. They have the game that they want in their hands. Look at Reggie, 5-1 on the monkey and the junkie. You couldn't be asking for more in this situation. We had a scout call say that he had played one game of this earlier today, 7 hours before this one started. Lost going 3-2, I believe it was.
3-2-6.
3-2-6. This, I mean, come on. Look at this in comparison.
Look, he needed that one game just to figure out how the new W interactions work, and all of a sudden he's got it down pat. Now though, Dallas, Snow Life, Olveric, Hadio, they are grouped up in this mid lane. They want this mid tier 1. We'll have to see if Reggie and Co can stop them. That is a very low Hadio. Oh, the hostile takeover goes through, but it doesn't quite do enough. The first kill comes down. It is onto the monkey, but the Gwen gets the catfish. Moonshot falls as well. Senna, can she keep doing the damage? Can the range come through? That's a 2-for-1 yet again for TA Knight. They haven't gotten this mid-tier 1 yet. They are going to continue this push, continue to try to take it.
And Vladio lives throughout the whole thing. The Vladimir managed to heal himself right back up. Hadio doing everything in his power to stay alive. I don't even know at this point. You know what? Dorado Gaming, like I keep saying, they're doing everything right. They're playing absolutely incredible. Moonshot in particular is doing flawless at this point, but the team fight strength that comes from TA Knights right now is something that they cannot match yet. If this goes into the late game, the Sivir hyper carry status may and should be reached. Should be able to shred through it, especially if that Black Cleaver comes out on the monkey, which I'm expecting that to be his next item by the look of the things. There it is right there.
There you go, right as you say it.
So the next couple fights are going to be a little different. But I mean, you've already got Snow Life with the Bramble on. You've already got Reedy with the Bramble on. Guess what Olveric has? The Bramble. They know it's coming. They need to put as much damage back as they can from these auto attacks. Which really means we need to see Sev do Sev things. Not the Sev things he's been doing, but the Sev things that we've seen recently.
Yeah, the Sev from last game, you know, the one that went on the app, or to be fair, they lost last game, but the Sev from 2 games ago, or even last game, where he was having a really good overall performance. Would love to see that come back. Brief item check. Actually, you know what? Never mind. Reggie gets rooted down. The Senna is absolutely surgical, as you said, but Reedy gets knocked up, gets stunned up, and Sev Diff takes down the Trundle. Reggie takes out Snow Life. Hadio falls as well. That's 3 quick kills. The blast plant is popped. The Moonshot sends the Malphite away, and that is 3 kills. That is the second dragon going over to Dorado. They now have a 1K gold lead at the 20-minute mark.
It looks like we're going to get a little bit of a replay coming in here. Let's see what kind of a pick. This initiation, again, like you said, I said surgical on the original snare, but there's just, they can't hold down the monkey. The knockups, the AoE knockups, the recast of the knockup when the W is out to get the double knockup is so strong, and Reggie has used it so thoroughly. It looks like we're going to be getting a 20-minute Baron for Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, last time they tried to start it at 20 minutes, it took them literally like a full week to do it, and they didn't even get it done. This time, between Gwen, between the
this is them finishing it.
Yeah, they just completely just ate that Baron into shreds and Reggie now.
It's been a week since they tried to start it last time.
Oh,
so they just finished it.
All right. Yep. Okay. All right. Anyway,
hey, you did it.
I don't put that one on me. Back to what the items are looking like. Speaking of the Baron, Moonshot has picked up the Gnasher's Tooth as well as the Rift Maker. The Monkey has the 2 items as well. Cassio is still only on the Leandries. Kraken Slayer and the Lord Dominix are on the Sivir. Sev is chasing down Dallas, and that is just going to be a dead Senna, I think. Ticking down slowly. Somehow survives on...
Okay.
Yeah, single-digit HP. But hey, you know what? Gets out of there, burns a couple cooldowns. Didn't even have the flash.
I'm assuming she found something to Q, and that's the reason that she's alive. I have no idea, but Moonshot is doing Moonshot things in this bot lane right now, living the good life of free farm pushing. There goes the turret. This is what we need more from Dorado Gaming. They are doing this is the correct thing to do. The 4-1 push when your top lane is as far ahead as Moonshot is. Yeah, do it as long as you don't get engaged on.
And Alvaric goes in. That is a dead Moochai. The Sivir falls. She's been doing the most damage, but the Hostile Taker overcomes through, and that is a ton of damage that the teams have dealt to each other. Sevdiff is on the run now with the Baron buff. Hadio is thinking about it, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. This is a pinch coming through from both teams. Who gets the pinch first? The Wukong spin to win. The Cyclone comes through, but the Dawning Shadow over the top keeps the team topped off. The Wukong finally falls, but it's to the Frog. Moonshot getting damage in on the backline with the Needlework. Falls as well. Sev is the only one left standing for the side of Dorado. Only 2 fall for TA Knight. Unfortunately for them, there are no major objectives right now.
That is exactly what I looked at as soon as this fight started going on. It was, what can they turn to after this? Again, I gotta give it to Reggie. I gotta give it to Moonshot. They are doing phenomenal, bringing these fights back from the absolute grave to take people in with them. And here goes Snowlife just using the Abysmal Voyage to farm, because why wouldn't you as top Ken? Sure. But the biggest thing, like you said, everything was on a cooldown timer. Even the buffs, red buffs and blue buffs, were all on cooldown timers. Dragons, cooldown timers. Baron, already gone. Minion waves pushed into their base. Nothing they could capitalize on off of that. After the fight, it was a 3,000 gold differential. Now it's a 1,000 gold differential, so the farm was good, but it's not enough to actually take a serious hold on the game. Dorado still in it. TA Knights still in it. And Dorado Gaming is fighting like their life depends on it, because it does.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, they're having a pretty good performance. It feels like they've been in control for most of this game. You know, even with Reedy coming back, I think we can definitely we've been able to tell his impact. You know, nothing on Bro, but he definitely felt like a very passive jungler for the most part. Reedy, he is proactive. He's getting in their faces left, right, and center, top, mid, and
bottom.
No. And it's having an impact. Oh goodness. Oh, the recall manages to get off just barely in time.
Hadio missed both of those. He missed the E, he let it loose a little too soon, and then misdirected the belt. That would have been such a clean pick. 3 members top lane, 2 exceptionally tanky, and 1 that deals a lot of damage. Truly deal a lot of damage, honestly, but I mean, no offense, Sev, but you clenched and you know it.
Hey, you know, sometimes it's that stupid Z-axis stuff, you know, where people just start flying up.
What is this, Super Smash Brothers? Come on. Oh my gosh.
Oh man, but you know, that being said, it is at least still that top lane turret. So far, it is actually Dorado leading in turrets at the moment. You expect that from a team that managed to grab a 20-minute Baron, but now everybody is posturing around the Dragon Pit. This would be sole point for Dorado, the second Drake of the game, only for TA Knight. And it looks like both teams want to go for the fight. Ooh, TA Knight need to be careful. Moonshot might have a phenomenal flank here. They do have the flank for that, but Moonshot comes over the wall. The Missile Voyage comes through. Lots of damage is coming out. Reggie is the first one to fall. Moonshot, he's trying to make things happen on the backside of the fight. Moonshot, though, gets another one. Malphite a third. Moonshot gets bailed out, but it doesn't matter. Malphite with the double kill. Senna takes down the Gwen, and once again, Sev is the only one left standing. That's just for now. Reedy flashes over the wall. TA Knight there on the chase. Snowlife is coming over here at the low HP numbers. Sev is melting these tanks. The Abyssal Voyage with the flash comes through, and that is team fight Ace and Dragon number 2.
This is what happens when you have a duo that is as strong as Reggie and Moonshot get baited. 100% baited. TA Knight framed that perfectly. They stuck it to a situation so that the jungle and top lane had to use all of their mobility to get onto the back line, and by the time that happened, the back line had moved. They weren't there anymore. The combo couldn't come through perfectly. Incredible fight by TA. And then Ulvarik cleaned house. He did everything in his power to do everything that he had in his power. Yeah. And it was everything that needed to be done. Dragon goes over to them, basically tied in gold, tied in dragons, tied in towers. You know, things are where it stands. It is an equal game. And Dorado Gaming needs to rethink their engage strategy now, because they can't just dive the backline. They need someone to keep their backline alive.
Oh no, Hadio, he might get caught out here. Sevronger and Reggie are here. Hadio goes down into the blood pool, but Reggie has a lot of damage with the Cyclone. Ulvarik comes in maybe just in time to help him survive, but no, he falls. The hostile takeover, that slow-moving ult did not quite hit anybody, but now Reedy is here. This is a big trundle. Reggie gets his stats taken away, but that's a shutdown for the Gwen. It's a 2-for-1 so far, but the rest of the teams have arrived. Snowlife gets the kill onto Sev Dip. Moonshot once more. This Gwen is a carry. She's terrifying. Hold on. Will the frog go down? He does indeed. Catfish Frog, same difference. Ulvarik is the one left standing. And after one team fight Ace, it's 4 kills going over to Dorado as well as the top tier 2.
I mean, what a fight. What a fight by Dorado Gaming. Every single time TA Knight tried to turn a corner, there was a player there. Like, take a look at this. There's already... I mean, look, in comes one person from TA Knight, in comes 2 from TA Knight. What do? They rethink their targeting. No, of course, they just kill the people that are already there because they've already got the fight. And look, Muchai, last person in, the fastest character that should be in this game, last into the fight to just guarantee the additional pickup. And what do? They manage to turn it off a Baron, turn it into a Baron, because once again, the fight that they win is the one where the objectives are live.
And that has become so important in this matchup. TA Knight, they do, you know, both teams are winning team fights. You can tell by the fact that there are already 51 kills in 28 minutes. Nobody checked my math there. And again, TA Knight, they continue to win fights. And I think maybe they've gotten a dragon off of the objectives, but that is about it. And the next dragon doesn't even spawn for another 2.5 minutes. So at the pace we're going, at a fight every, 2 minutes. The next fight will be in a minute from now, and then the dragon will spawn a minute later, and then they'll fight again.
Looks like it was closer to 15 seconds.
You're right. Reggie goes in, but Snowlife with the Devour comes through, but Reggie's not done. The Cyclone comes through as well as the hostile takeover, and it's doing so much work. Sevronger is weak. Snowlife's trying to take him out, but it doesn't matter. Muchai gets the kill. Vladimir does take down the monkey, but it doesn't matter. This Sivir's going crazy. That's a double kill for the Sivir, 1 for the Snake Lady. That is, again, 4 kills going over to Dorado Gaming Omega. Ulvarik can only rumble his way back to the base.
You know what? Moonshot is bot lane.
Oh my god, he is. Oh no. This is Baron buff. That's an inhibitor down. They have a wave. Moonshot can solo this mountain very easily. He is under the turrets taking shots, but he doesn't care. Oh,
do me a favor. Hold up your left hand in front of your face. Start on the left-hand side. Count all the way across. How many fingers do you have? Because that is how many games we're going to be getting out of this series, as the Dorado Gaming manages to turn this around and take the series out of the jaws of victory.
That is indeed game number 4 going to Dorado, and everybody, that's silver scrapes time. Dorado keeping it close, keeping it tight in this game number 4, and winning these team fights in what seems like fairly convincing fashion after a moment. Their communication, Oshi, that we were kind of harping on in game number 1 and that we were harping on last week, they figured it out, I think. And even Reedy coming in couldn't stop the momentum in this game.
Reedy did incredible. Played the trundle perfectly. There's only so many places that you can be as one person, though, right? And on top of that, it's his first game back with the team from what we've seen recently. It's going to take that little bit of warm up time to kind of get back into it. The biggest thing that I have to lean on here is, I mean, not just Moonshot as a player, but Gwen is the pick, right?
Yeah.
Tanky, deals damage, sustains, just like an Aatrox, right? This is Moonshot's bread and butter. This is what we have to see. Force Silvarok onto the tank that does not do too much damage to fight back.
Right.
Give Moonshot a nice, solid, probably true damage based bruiser. Love it.
Yeah. And you know, I will say, I was wrong. The Wukong jungle, that thing really freaking worked. Reggie, you have proved me wrong. Wukong jungle, play it again if they don't ban it. That thing looked great. That was phenomenal. The W's over the terrain was a crazy way to get good engages.
And on top of that, the build with the team comp worked. The Black Cleaver, as soon as he picked up the Black Cleaver, anytime he managed to get the enemy tanks in the Cyclone, the fight ended. They won the fight. When he didn't, that fight by Dragon, for example, where they had to dive too far, where they only got the carries in the CC, they couldn't kill the Malphite. So, armor? No armor. Difference maker.
There you go. You figured it out. Resistances versus no resistances. Who wins? So we will have to see who wins this game number 5. Again, this is a whole series, everybody. Hold on to your butts. Come back for this last game. It's going to be a banger. It's game 5, everybody. We can't legally play Silver Scrapes, but I'm giving you the pitch perfect rendition for game number 5 between Dorado Gaming, Omega, and TA Knight.
I gotta give it to you.
That was for your ears, by the way.
That was as pitch perfect as this was a sweep.
That is true. Everyone except for like 2 people, I'm not even kidding, predicted that this was going to be a 3-0 sweep. We thought, like Flay was saying in chat, Mickey Mouse owner over here, that we were going to be in bed by 10:30, but Dorado Gaming said no. They put their foot down, and they are making this a series.
They quite literally said, not today. We'll finish it tomorrow. Because it's 11:55 p.m.
They are indeed finishing it tomorrow. We made a joke about it earlier, and then it turned out to be true. And now we are already into the picks and bans. TA Knight, they said, okay, we let the Wukong free one time, not again, taking it out. Banning Vel'Koz again. Hey, they've had high priority on the Vel'Koz pick. This is the only thing that they haven't stopped banning. Viego goes as well. Dorado Gaming Omega. It seems like they have figured out their bans. Nico, Ari, and the Lissandra. And it looks like we actually got a sneak peek of the Volibear last game. TA Knight picking it first this one.
This is definitely something to pay attention to. I mean, the bear is terrifying. We saw TA Knights play it last week, and was it no? Did TA Knights play it last week? No, honestly, I think Dorado.
It's been too long. This is now our 7th game of Dorado versus TA Knight in the past week. This is a
7 games. You know what? It's going to be 7 games in 8 days.
You're right. It is 7 games in 8 days. You're sure right. It is. But hey, you know what? Dorado, they pick up the Jinx this time. Something that has had high priority throughout this series. They want it in their hands.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen them pick up the Jinx at any point in time, so it's going to be really interesting to see what Muchai can do with this hyper carry and the power pick that Jinx truly is. Very interested to see who they decide to pair this with in the bot lane. A Nocturne picked up as well. The last time that we saw that on TA's side, it underperformed.
Yeah. It wasn't great, but hey, maybe Dorado, they want to make something out of it. I guess, again, this could be potentially top. It is Dorado, could be in the hands of Moonshot. Then again, it could also go into the hands of Reggie, potentially in the jungle. I wonder, I don't really know if Nocturne's like a Volibear counter pick, but I
No.
know she's not going to pan out on the top side of the map. But TA Knight, it looks like we were talking about how this matchup was good but earlier we wanted Dorado to pick it, but now TA Knight, they pick up the Xayah into the Jinx lane.
Yeah, this is a very big script flip here presently. I'm pretty sure if we had Aatrox top lane, this would be exactly what we saw in game 2, opposite wise though. Going to be really interesting to see how this plays out. Xayah's ultimate very, very simply counters Nocturne's engage on his own ultimate, and the Zilean comes out.
You were talking about it earlier, even though it was the Ziggs. You predicted the future. Perfect for Zilean. The time mage picked all, you know what? And here's the thing. This could go with the Xayah. Could also go Hadio in the mid lane.
And on top of that, you're playing a time mage across 2 different days. That's got to be some kind of luck, I suppose. It's all you got to have going for you. Sometimes it's all you need, man. He's looking to turn the clocks back.
Oh, but looks like
okay.
Dorado. I will say the Renata, the hostile takeover, looked like it performed really well last game. Trundle took some chunks out of his teammates. Looks like they want to go for it again this time around.
Yeah, we've seen it 2 times now, and it has been powerful and incredible both times. I like that they picked it up before the second wave of bans because it definitely would have been taken away otherwise. Let's see what we get ban-wise. Okay, yep. Yes.
Jack's taken away again. And TA Knight, they do not want to face that Gwen. So that last game, they don't want anything to do with it, at least not on the top side of the map.
So I very much appreciate TA Knight respecting the power picks that have come out in this series. Obviously, I mean, the Vel'Koz is history. That's been shown throughout the season. They know better. Respecting the Wukong pick, respecting the Viego pick, respecting the Gwen pick.
Ooh, the Karma ban.
Getting rid of a flex.
That is very interesting. I guess maybe they, I honestly, you know what? I don't know what the read is, but they must have some secret tech that they know of that TA Knight didn't realize. I don't think Karma's like a counter pick on anything, but they must know something about TA Knight that we don't.
I think it's that in tandem with the fact that Karma's a 3-lane flex, right? So Karma can be played support incredibly well, is a very strong mid laner, and can be played top lane even, and has shown, I don't think LCS this season, but prior seasons in top lane. And then the Cassio ban, again, another respect ban for those power picks. So I think ultimately, just because the Zilean is a flex pick, they're kind of putting the same thing. Xerath.
That's the Xerath. That's 100% going into the hands of Sev in the mid lane.
So I like this pick because it's a lot of damage from far away, carries a lot of CC with it, and as it stands, TA Knight don't have a lot of engage, which is not like them, but there's still 2 major champions to be picked, jungle and probably mid lane. So there's still a lot of engage that can be picked up. I mean, something like a Gragas could really throw Dorado Gaming to pieces. Fizz is such a good counter.
That is a Fizz!
The #1 counter to Xerath is Fizz.
They just went on op.gg, looked up Xerath counters and picked it, and there is the Mundo in the top lane. No. The 2 games that they have won have
Irelia or Jax. Irelia, Jax, Aatrox. I don't think Aatrox is the right pick. I think Irelia or Jax is the pick that we have to see come out here. We need that hyper carry true.
No way. Ooh,
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Like, Vayne would work. Sure, Vayne gets sat on by Fizz and by Zilean and by Volibear. But yeah, this is the right pick. A lot of CC, a lot of damage, the true damage to deal with the tanks.
Yep.
And tanky in her own right as well. A whole lot of sustain. Yes, Irelia is the exact champion that you want to have going into the matchup. I think both teams drafted incredibly. I think TA Knight has drafted out of their comfort compared to what we've seen previously. Your turning point in this match is going to be the Mundo and the Fizz. Can the Mundo stand up to the Irelia? Can the Xerath stand up to the Fizz? Those are the 2 focal points, in my opinion.
Indeed. And I mean, to be fair, I think that that has been the two focal points throughout this series. I'm excited to see which way it goes. I mean, again, it feels like Ulvarik every time he's in like a matchup that is like actively very bad, except for maybe the last one. He's just been able to turn it around. We'll have to see though. The sustain has been looking much better for the side of Moonshot, as you've been saying. But I will say, I'm excited to see Snow Life on this Zillion. It's something he's played a lot that we haven't seen yet in these 7 games, or well, what 6 games? Math on camera. It's terrible. In the 6 games prior to this, this is our 7th game, and we are just now seeing him pull it out. I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see some of those Zillion mechanics. But again, I'm very interested. So I guess this is Nocturne versus Volibear jungle. I wonder who is going to be the most proactive.
Yeah, Volibear doesn't have a bad jungle. Like, the jungle clear is decent. The extra shielding that you get from your E, that's also AoE damage, is good. On top of the chain lightning that comes up after you auto a couple of times is great. As you start to level up, you get the bite that helps to execute and heal you. Should you choose to use your Q for movement, I suppose you can. I don't know. It's there. The biggest things is flank ganks. You can hop a wall with your ult. You want a tower dive? It doesn't matter if you're top or bottom. You can hop the wall with your ult, shut that tower down, be right in their face. You can get right behind a team. You, again, hop over the wall, shut the tower down, and run down their lane, straight at them from behind, things like that. There's a lot of strengths that come with it. The weaknesses, I would say, in comparison to Nocturne, is you are going to be a little slower, ultimately, on your wave clear. Or your wave clear, sorry, your camp clear.
Jungle clear, camp clear, indeed. And of course, I mean, Nocturne, you know, is the quintessential dive champion. Has at least one dive buddy in the Aurelia, but they kind of have this combination comp of the Xerath and the Jinx, which can just shoot from like 10 miles away, and the Nocturne and Aurelia that can be right up in your face. I guess it's going to kind of be on Sevronger to balance where exactly he wants to be in those fights.
Yeah, Sevronger is definitely going to be a linchpin in these fights as to whether he's going to be in the front line or supporting the back line. I definitely think he's going to have to pay more attention to supporting the back line. Ultimately, if this Jinx gets going, they can fight back to front, no big problem. Or sorry, front to back, no big problem. Ultimately, what it will come down to, once this Jinx gets rolling and once the Irelia builds themselves up, it is going to be about killing the Fizz. You kill the Fizz, nobody else stands in the way of Jinx because she will just shred them down without much concern. Yeah. At that point, you use the Nocturne ult to keep everybody away from you. You use the hostile takeover to just make things as chaotic as possible. You use the big AoE stun that Irelia has to lock down an entire section. They get locked down in there. Xerath is free firing. Jinx is rocket free firing. You're guaranteed your hostile takeover ults. What are they going to do? All TA Knights can do is walk at you 99% of the time if you kill Fizz.
Yeah, exactly. But that said, TA Knight this time they're the ones that looks like with a lot of disengage. Mundo can literally just walk away. Volibear can jump away if he has to. Fizz can get away. Xayah with the literal just get out of jail free card. Although I honestly don't know if that will outlast the Xerath ultimate. And then Zillion, of course, being able to just bring a teammate back and then speed everybody out. So honestly, it seems a little bit like the tides have turned. Dorado, they're the ones that are looking a little bit more proactive, a little bit more aggressive in their draft. And TA Knight are going to have to be the ones to try to be patient and not just win the game at 22 minutes.
Exactly. And now here's the big thing. The funny thing for me, rather, is the Renata revive versus the Zillion revive, right?
That is true.
Where it's
One's
Zillion
an ultimate.
and Zillion requires you to die. Renata requires you to kill.
Yeah.
So you look at the AoE that comes from the team that has Renata on it, and the odds of them picking up a single kill after that gets used on someone through the roof. Through the roof. So
So I mean, hey, it's a matchup of the old Revive champion versus the new Revive champion. It's game number 5, TA Knight versus Dorado Gaming Omega for who gets the honor to move on and face DNX next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes to finish this one out. Hello everybody and welcome back. This is the final game of the first round of the Wednesday side of the bracket for CCS playoffs. My name is Thunder. I am joined by Oshi. This is game number 5, the all-important game number 5. It comes down to a best of 1 to see who will move on.
Boom, ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-boom, boom. Sorry, it was jams in that session, man. Chat knows, you guys know. Yeah, you know what? At this point in time, we have said probably everything that we need to say, right? We've talked about everything that they were doing right, everything that they've done wrong, everything that they have subsequently fixed. We've talked about the team comps, we've talked about the players, talked about the sub-in-4 players, the return back to the original team comp. This is it. This is the epitome of these two teams playing against each other. This is game 7 in 7, I guess in 8 now, as we joked about. Thanks, Reedy. I'm glad you thought it was funny. And this is it. It's all or nothing for both teams here. Everybody's life is on the line tournament-wise. Winner goes on to face either DXG or Hard Hat, depending on who gets chosen. Which, as you were speculating in the break, will depend on who wins. Yeah. Here we go. You know, both bot starts this time. Leashes from both sides. Nothing funky as of yet, aside from Bantastic's music choice. But anyways,
hey man, everyone was moving and grooving here, so it's a pretty good choice. But that being said, we are now fully into the game. We're seeing this bot lane. This was an explosive bot lane last time around. I'm interested to see if they will go for those 2v2 kills again. The early aggression paid off in the favor of Dorado. We will see if TA Knight want to try to match it this time.
Yeah, I was incredibly proud of Dorado Gaming's bot lane in that last game compared to, I don't want to say compared to other games, but I mean, you look at how devastating Snow Life is and how incredibly controlling Dallas is, and the you know, Muchai and Svrunger has just, I mean, they've come so far, right? Like, yes, think about it. They've come so far.
It's been really cool to see them, the kind of the strategies evolve as we have progressed throughout what is really, I mean, it feels like a 7-game series at this point, because I mean, it was just so, you know, we talk about, there is the preseason versus postseason matchups, and when you're playing, there's always a rematch at some point, but having it be just back to back is crazy. Olvark and Moonshot are going at it. Olvark fairly low here on the Mundo. This Irelia pick already providing a lot of pressure in the top lane.
Sev knows this matchup. Just a couple of times that we've flipped camera to the mid lane, you can see that Sev knows this matchup. He is playing back. Oh no, Moonshot getting caught out in the aggressive state that he is known for.
Stun comes through, trying to get a trade, trying to get those Qs out. We see a lot of the damage negation coming through. Olvark flashes, Moonshot flashes, Reggie is on the way. I think Moonshot's gonna get this kill first. Olvark falls first blood to the Irelia, and now it's the Volibear and the Nocturne duking it out, but Reggie, he has the level advantage. Reedy is low. Reggie gets the kill, 2 for 1 in the top lane.
Oh my. And now we've got some violence in mid lane.
They're fine.
Let's take a look at this.
Where it is.
Look at the movement on this Irelia to get around, using all of the damage reduction of the abilities, using all of the mobility of the Qs. Reggie, perfect timing to show up, making sure that first blood goes over to them correctly, get that little bit of extra gold. And then able to clean up after that as well, and picking up some lane experience following that as well. I mean, look at the CS in jungle. Look at the CS in top lane.
It's starting to balloon, but elsewhere CS is also ballooning, and it is going in the favor of TA Knight. Dallas already 32 CS, a 14 CS lead over Muchai. I mean, Muchai only was able to get, I don't even know how much he was able to get there. You know, I don't know if it's that my graphics aren't updating, or if Dallas is just, no, it is. The mid laner in the ADC, they just have so much more CS. Olvark about to get caught out again, though. Reggie and Moonshot are here. There is no flash on Olvark, but he's able to get under the turret. I mean, hey, you know, this Mundo, if he can be left alone, if he doesn't get too aggressive, seems to be doing all right. Reedy going in, you said it, movement speed with the Q, the stun comes through, Sev shields up just a little bit, Hadio flashes the turret shot, but it does not quite work. Hadio very, very low here. Speaking of low, so is Muchai, has to be careful.
Sev actually got out of that gank using only his barrier. He did not flash. He didn't flash. No, he just took
plenty of HP.
Yeah, so Hadio popped flash. Sev did not, and like you said, got out with tons of health still. Oh my goodness. Sev played that perfectly. Like, he got the stun under tower to force the flash out of Hadio, who used his E to engage. Yes, I said it briefly, that Sev looked like he knew this matchup. Yes, Sev definitely knows this matchup.
It is looking good for Sev Diff in the mid lane so far. Dallas is still here in the lane. His support has backed, though. Volibear down here to try to make sure nothing too crazy happens. And it looks like people are coalescing around this bottom lane. Reggie is here, but hold on, so is Reedy. If Reedy wants to stop his recall, maybe he can help out his ADC. Stops the recall, thinks better of it, is hovering around here. Everybody is currently at about equal level, and Snow Life arrives. Reggie and Sevronger push back. Dallas very, very low, though.
Yeah, that's, you know what, that was a great play overall by everybody in that situation. Moonshot going in again. I don't think he'll get the kill on Uvarik here. Obviously, Uvarik is incredibly tanky, but Moonshot just wants to delay him getting level 6 as long as possible. It just lets him continue to have that upper hand. I mean, we've seen how terrifying Uvarik is when he gets that concoction under his belt, right? Like, it's not okay. But in that bot lane, it was just an overall good play by everyone. I think bot lane, Dorado Gaming had to push in bot lane there, because if they didn't, Dallas would have healed up just a little bit on the mini wave, been able to freeze it in an incredible situation, and then go to Dragon, right? Yep. In this situation, it got pushed in all the way. They forced Reedy to stick around longer than he wanted to. He got in, I think he got the Gromp, which isn't too much to lose ultimately for Reggie, but they couldn't get the Dragon. So just a good play all around. Like you said, Reedy stopped his recall to make sure that his ADC stayed alive under tower, and nothing significant happened. This is so much slower than what we've seen out of these two teams.
Yeah, we had over a 50 kill game. I don't even remember if it got up to like 60 kills at some point. I stopped keeping track after a little while. But, you know, we are nice and slow and steady here. Reedy pulling back on the early aggression from last game. But that being said, Reedy has almost entirely caught up on CS for the Nocturne, on the Nocturne at least, and is making his way through his jungle to the Gromp. Rift Herald has spawned both junglers. Actually, no, only one jungler is up there for the time being. And Dallas and Snow Life, they're continuing to have the push in this bottom lane. Hadio continuing to push in the mid lane aggressively. Both junglers, they are collapsing on said mid lane. We'll see who wants to try to make the first play. Everybody is pinching. Sev, the counter is going. The Nocturne turns off the lights, but Volibear turns off the turret. Reggie, he has so much damage, though, and still takes out Reedy. The long range right of the Arcane gets a little bit more onto Hadio, but Reggie cannot finish the kill. Reedy, again, not winning out in the battle of the junglers.
That was definitely a great setup by Knight in that situation. Couldn't pull it off because of Reggie's perfect positioning at the right time. You mentioned everybody was collapsing there. Wow, what an aggressive ult by Dallas. I mean, I'm here for it, but oh.
Snow Life's bombs, they put Sevronger low. Dallas really wanting to clean up the kill. Commits the ultimate. That might mean for Reggie, it's time for him to start making his way down there.
The big thing to take away here is that 2 kills on Nocturne means that he's going to be doing damage. Moonshot again caught out. Can he turn this around?
Gets the stun onto Reedy. Ovarik's passive does pop. Moonshot with the Q gets on back to the wave. He's trying to get as much damage as possible, but he cannot get the kill. Ovarik gets it onto the Irelia.
Yeah, all he could do there was stall just a little bit. Muchai getting down to look like under 100 HP in that situation. I mean, calculated, I guess, question mark. Stays alive. Moonshot is playing as Moonshot does, but without enough vision. That's what's happening right here. You've got that ward in the tri-brush. That's great. You're on red side. That's not enough for you. You need to ward river. Yeah. You know, Noctul was already down. There was no way Reggie could come help. He just picked up his red buff instead. It is what it is. The really unfortunate thing is that Irelia did not have teleport up. So they have to walk up, as you can see right on your screen here. That means Reedy gets to walk in and pick up Rift Herald. I always want to say Shelly, I love the name.
It's a good name.
It is, but then
Say
I'm
it.
like,
Say it. Let the haters get you down. Say it.
It looks like Zeranger wants something out of mid here, but I mean, Fizz is so slippery. Okay, there.
Ooh,
that's what you're looking for.
That's the cooldown.
If he didn't, Sev didn't throw the stun out.
Go in. Nope. And
oh my god, stacks in mid.
Reedy wants to go. He doesn't get onto the turret, but the hostile takeover comes through. Reedy's damage is going to get turned onto his teammates. Hadio is under damage from the right of the Arcane. He is resurrecting from Snowlife's ultimate. Snowlife flashes in aggressively, pushes the other two away, manages to save the kill. That looks dangerous for TA Knight.
The thing I'm the saddest about in that whole fight was that the rocket missed.
Yeah.
Muchai launched rocket, it came up, but he expected more of a tower dive than what actually came out, and ultimately that resulted in rocket not hitting. And this is Moonshot again, facing the wrath of the Mundo.
Some dosage came through Olvarik. He wants it so bad that he flashed for it, but Moonshot, he is making this happen. He has some fancy feet, but he is running the wrong way. Hadio was thinking about coming up here. Comes up now, but Moonshot a little bit too early for the execute.
Yeah, buying time to let his team set up this bot lane fight that we see coming on. Reggie getting in on Dallas.
He commits the Feather Storm, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get the kill. No, Muchai is the one that takes it.
I'm pretty sure the fear delayed how long, or sorry, increased how long the Feather Storm lasted.
Yeah.
Did you see that? It certainly looked like it.
He was up there for a while, I will say that. But that thing, Feather Storm stays in the sky for a hot minute. But off of that kill, Red Team, Dorado Gaming, Omega get the first Drake.
Yeah, and that's this is the game plan that we see Dorado Gaming like to focus on. They've been putting a lot more pressure in that bot lane. Moonshot's struggling right now. Yeah, definitely. Moonshot needs to go back to playing the game that Moonshot has played in the 2 games that they won, which is chill, bro. Oh, no.
That being said, this isn't really chill. I mean, he played as chill as he can. He couldn't even get it, but he might be able to get the trade. He gets one. Hadio's trying to get out of there. Minions might take him down, but he even has to burn the stopwatch just to stay alive. And the Sarah's with the right of the Arcane takes down the Fizz. Call him Kobe or actually Steph Curry more like, because he's cooking it up.
Moonshot, you absolute monster. Oh my god. I take back everything. Play the game you want to play. Don't let your memes be dreams.
That was phenomenal. That was phenomenal. Now Olvarik is teleporting in. He's popped the maximum dosage just to chase people off the turret. Reedy wants to go in as well. He turns off the turret now. I like this play. He waited just a little bit on it. Sevdif and Reggie, they have to get out of there. Sev commits the flash. The right of the Arcane won't be up for a little while longer, but Reedy, he keeps going into these ganks, keeps trying to make it happen, but they are not paying off.
And yet his team's still up 800 gold. Right? Like, sure, he's not getting the kills, but he's getting so much pressure.
Oh, Moonshot wants to go in. Nocturne turns off the lights, but a good Zillion ult will bring him back. Reggie, he is getting weak. Dallas goes up into the sky, but he goes berserk from the hostile takeover. Those are key seconds of damage that are lost. Mundo takes down the Aurelia, but the exhaust comes down onto him. Reggie gets one. The gets 2. Sevronger has slain Reedy, and that is the mid-tier 1 that falls. The first turret of the game going over to Dorado, and they are feasting for a second.
That was incredible by Reggie. The goal of Reggie's initial ult, the dive in onto the Zillion, is not to kill the Zillion. The goal is to make Zillion waste his ultimate, and then as soon as that ultimate gets dropped down, I mean, yeah, he gets popped and it gets used, sure. As soon as it gets dropped, though, they turn their attention over to Dallas, and they push him down, they outweight his ult, and then they kill him. That was incredible. That is calculated to a T and 100% what you want to see coming out of Dorado Gaming for the future.
Yeah, and it's every single game. It seems like Dorado have been getting better somewhere. It seems like they've taken lessons from the last game, figured it out from game to game. Even in the ones that they won, they learned something to try to adapt for the second one. Hadio does see a couple of recalls here, but can't get too close. Chum in the water just for a little bit of harassment. Cooldown doesn't look too long on that, but Dorado, I mean, it feels like they are in firm control of this game. As I say that, Moonshot does have to commit the ultimate onto Ulvarik, but the Mundo gets the solo kill, and I provide, what, my 5th or 6th caster curse of the night?
You have to take a look at the items. I'm gonna keep saying this every time. I feel like Moonshot does not pay attention to the items that Ulvarik builds on this Mundo. He already has a Bramble. He already has the Sunfire. There goes your healing. There goes half your damage. Now you're hurting yourself. It's okay to just farm. You don't have to try and kill him every single time. It's fine. Mundo is disgusting. He's an absolutely incredible champion with the rework, and Ulvarik utilizes every ounce of him so well. The team, however, that has been built against the Mundo will do incredible when they group together. You just have to get there. Just relax. Just relax. It's a new day.
Yeah, you know, take a step back. You know, we're in a new one. You can stay refreshed. You can be a new man now that we have crossed the hour of midnight. Cinderella stories maybe come to an end after midnight, but we'll have to see if Dorado can keep this one alive still. The gold has swung briefly back into the favor of TA Knight, but Dorado are the ones with priority over the Rift Herald. They pick it up. That will even up the gold just a little bit. But take a look at the gold again really quick. Ulvarik has a 1,400 gold lead over Moonshot in the top lane, but Reggie currently has a 2,000 gold lead over Reedy in the jungle.
And I mean, your mid laners are dead even. There's about 1,000 in your ADC, not really much in your supports and that. The biggest thing I'm looking at is vision, though. 100% bot lane dominated.
We have a team fight. Reggie goes in. He gets a pretty important stun onto Steph, but again, the hostile takeover. Not only does it force damage on the enemy team, but it takes it away. Hadio goes in and cuts off Sev from being able to put in too much more damage, and Ulvarik, he is on the back line. Hadio comes in for a double. He comes in for a triple. The Renata Glask is on the run. Hadio wants the quadra. This is only the Renata. He will surely take it. That will be 4 kills for TA Knight and a dragon in their pocket.
That fight was devastating for Dorado.
And no, Reggie's gonna
and
fall
now
as
Reggie
well.
gets cleaned up too.
Oh,
No, okay.
Never mind. Just barely makes it out. The fear coming in clutch.
Yeah, Dallas just with a little off on the feather angle there. You see right here, everything gets burned super, super early from Dorado Gaming on Reedy. You know, there was nothing left to go anywhere else. Dallas had full health almost that entire fight. And ultimately, for everything that you burn on the Big Bear, he just got Zillion ulted. Comes right back, walks away. It was an incredible engage onto Sevdiv, as you mentioned. He was forced into a very bad situation, had to back up and use his ult with less than 100 health. Easy cleanup for Hadio. What a fight for TA Knight. That's all you can say. They were in the right spots at the right time, used the abilities correctly, and Dorado Gaming did not.
Yeah, and you know, the gold lead is starting to reflect that. But again, you know, last game, Dorado, TA Knight, team fights went back and forth. Dorado could still very well win the next team fight. It is getting late. Stamina is getting tested, mental stamina as well as physical stamina. So it could, you know, that makes things a lot swingier. But again, as has been the case throughout the series, dragons are tied, kills are pretty much tied. Turrets and CS are not, and that is giving TA Knight currently about a 3,000 gold lead overall.
And this is something that we have seen in every single game and that we talk about in every single game. Dorado Gaming does not properly capitalize on the kills that they get. There is occasion, we talked about it a lot last game, where they strictly capitalize on kills that they get because the game state allows for it. Most of the time, they are unable to push properly, and a lot of that has to do with what we're seeing right here. Moonshot, it will end up in an unfortunate situation against Ulvarik, so that the lanes are too pushed in, and then, you know, a fight happens somewhere else. They're sitting on a ward. Did they not sweep
They
this?
haven't cleared it out. They did not sweep it. The hostile takeover comes through and the Nocturne goes in. That's so much damage along with the Ride of the Arcane. Reggie goes unstoppable, and it doesn't matter that the revive comes through. The Xayah falls again. Reedy trying to make something happen, but he is feared up. He's trying to run away. A triple kill for the Nocturne. Hadio and Reedy, all they can do is run away. Not sweeping that ward cost them so much. Moonshot on the chase. Hadio does his best to be the slippery fish that he is, but Moonshot takes him down and is on the chase. The Q through the minion wave. Reedy, he ults just to survive and chases Moonshot away, but that is a one team fight for Dorado.
Let that be a lesson to every single person out there that does not pick up a pink ward. If you're going to sit in a bush, and you've seen bush camping work dozens of times between these two teams, but if you're going to do it, sweep it, pink it. No other questions. If you don't, you deserve to have that happen to you. I'm sorry, TA Knight, but quite frankly, if you're going to sit one of your biggest carries on your entire team in a bush without sweeping it, and you don't move for more than 10 seconds, that's going to happen to you. Every single time that should happen to you.
Yep. And speaking of what just happened there too was Dorado using perfect communication, the hostile takeover, the paranoia, the Rite of the Arcane, all layered immediately on top of each other with the collapse from the rest of the team. Talk about perfect communication. Talk about an evolution from that first game where everything seems so disjointed.
So Snowlife just immediately respawned, went straight up to cross the river and kill that ward. He felt betrayed.
Not again. Not another one. Reedy goes right in. He doesn't even have the ultimate charged up yet. The paranoia, though, is certainly back. The Zillion ult comes through one more time to bring back the powerful Snowlife. But, oh no, the Ride of the Arcane takes down Reedy. Hadio is weak as well. He has to run away. That's a kill for a kill, a jungler for a jungler. Important ults burned for everybody, but Vanguard's Edge and Hostile Takeover are still very much alive, and it is hard to run away from a Jinx, but it looks like TA Knight do so successfully.
A lot of respect coming out of both teams after that fight. Yeah, I mean, neither team wanted to keep fighting per se. Both of them just kind of went to the minions, cleared the wave out, and ultimately, in my opinion, that is a huge victory for TA Knight. Why? Baron buff. That's it. They just completely stalled any Baron push whatsoever off that fight. That's it. Baron is half over at this point. Great. Perfect. What did they get out of it? They got a bunch of kills. They went and got Baron. They're going to get some gold out of it. Can they turn it into a Drake? We're about to find out.
Indeed, and they weren't able to turn any turrets either, which again is one of probably the weaknesses of Dorado that Tia can maybe take advantage of. This Drake is going down fast. Sevronger is the one that's heading towards the pit. The Drake.
Where's Reggie?
Hold on, Reggie is on the way. He has to flash. The Chum the Waters misses just barely, but Reggie is below half HP. That is a lot of damage on this jungler. There's no fruits for him to eat up. He's going to have to go heal up off the minion wave here. Dorado Gaming, they are currently in a 4v5 if TA Knight want to try to take it, but no, it actually looks like the Nocturne has come back. Reggie is still here. The Rite of the Arcane comes through after the hostile takeover. These layered ultimates are proving so deadly. Moonshot takes down Reedy. Another one goes down. It's the Xayah. Moonshot with the hostile takeover finally falls to the Fizz. Hadio trying to make it happen, but Jinx is starting to get the resets. She is excited. That's a double kill. Olvara can only run away. This is a Mundo commits the flash. Moonshot with the zap doesn't get him, but that is 4 for Dorado Gaming Omega. They still have the Baron buff. They're going to start running it down the mid lane.
100% what we called happening in every team fight so far. If they control TA Knight into a choke point, I mean, this Renata Glisk ultimate is absurd. It is unquestionably turning the tide of every single fight. Sevronger's placement on it is impeccable every single fight, to the point that Muchai is safe to just rip and tear every single fight. It's beautiful. Sev gets to free fire, Muchai gets to free fire, Moonshot's having a bloody party in the back line. And why? Sevronger.
Yep. I mean, we're seeing it time and time again. You said this during the draft. All that TA Knight can really do, other than the Fizz, is walk at Dorado. the problem with Renato Glass's ultimate has been that it's slow. You have to be basically on top of the enemy in order to use it, to get it to work. But guess what? The enemy is the one that has to walk towards you, and when that happens, that is when that hostile takeover is at its absolute best. We're seeing Reedy and Ulvarek, like, not only are they doing damage to their team, they aren't doing damage to Dorado, and that is arguably much more important right now.
And on top of that, it is a massive stall on everything. It's not just damage not happening, it's not controlling your champion, right? Think about that. You have a Mundo whose survivability is tied directly to his ultimate in those fights. He pops ultimate, hostile takeover, there goes 3 seconds of your ultimate. Okay. We just don't shoot you for those 3 seconds. We go ahead and attack someone else. Probably the person you're also attacking.
Yes.
And then when they do finally decide to start killing Ulvarek, his ultimate wears out those 3 seconds serum. What an incredible ability, and the way that they have put it to use Hadio, don't you dare.
Ooh. He managed to get out of their smart foresight to just turn tail and run.
Yeah, I mean, slippery fish, right? Unquestionably slippery fish, but still. You don't want to get caught up in this, because look at the CC that comes with this, right? If they get on you, a Xerath stun hits you, a Renata snare hits you, a Nocturne Fear hits you, and you're probably dead, if not by the third one, or the second one by the third one.
Yeah, and it's working out. It's continuing to work out. Ulvarek, Hadio, Dallas, they are down here. We do see the chum in the waters. Muchai gets chunked out considerably, but the hostile takeover again. Dallas manages to get one in return, but it's still a 3v2 down here in the bottom side of the map, the right of the Arcane. It's doing a lot of damage, but it doesn't do enough. Dallas still survives. It is a 1-for-1 trade for the time being, but Aurelia is on the top side of the map, pushing in the wave. The bottom tier 1 and the top tier 1 are going to fall at about the same time.
It's a 1-for-1 with the wave state incredibly in Dorado's advantage. And this is something we do not see frequently. This is a huge part of why they have not been able to turn kills like that into tower takes. That was incredible. They finally got a wonderful pick at the perfect timing. And I love hearing you scream it out in every fight, because it's so true. The hostile takeover. It's the turnkey of every single fight. Sevranger is using it flawlessly in every single fight. And if, heaven help them, if TA Knights manages to pick Sevranger off before that gets used, that fight will be theirs.
Yeah, it will look much, much better. They'll be able to actually use all of their abilities when they want to. They'll be able to do the damage that they need to. Baron has spawned. It is back on the map. The next dragon is going to be spawning here in just about 30 seconds. I am sure both teams want to scrap for that. This is a fairly late Dragon Soul, so we'll have to see who wants to aggress for it. TA Knight look to turn towards the Baron first, at least check in on the pit, see that no major action is happening for the time being. But we are seeing already Dorado ping around the dragon.
Moonshot, you need to get out of there, because if you get caught here, it is not going to go well for your team. Just incredible vision control overall for TA at all turns. I mean, I look at the vision scores on each team. You've got 70 to 50 for the supports alone in vision scores. I mean, that's a huge chunk of change, considering the ADCs only have 16. That basically puts Snowlife at 2 players worth of vision.
Ooh, that is the paranoia comes through. It's very early, but finally follows up on the right. The Arcane takes down Reedy. The Zillion ultimate does not bring him back. Moonshot goes golden and survives just long enough to get out of there. Hadio is going invulnerable, but it doesn't matter. He walks right into the waiting arms of Jinx. The Xayah manages to get 1 kill, but here comes a resurrection, a shutdown from the Xayah. Does not matter when the Renata Glass takes the kill. That is the team fight ace, a quadra kill from Moonshot. That is Dorado Gaming Omega going in, eviscerating the base. If they can make this quick, this could be the game and the match.
They have 10 seconds to end this and absolutely blow every single analyst out of the water right here and right now. What a phenomenal fight, a phenomenal cleanup, and a phenomenal series coming out of Dorado Gaming, actually managing to bring back the unbelievable series after absolutely fearsome sweep that we saw last week. Oh
Dorado.
my God.
They take the and then start getting good. No, they have been back and forth this entire series. After game one, I was thinking, oh my gosh, their mental is going to be boomed. It was just like last week. And then they turned it around. Props to the players, props to the staff at Dorado, talking to these players. This was a phenomenal series. Dorado, congratulations for proving all the doubters and all the haters wrong and moving on in the CCS playoffs.
Muchai, you and Savranger, talk your smack.
Yes.
Talk it. We saw it. We saw it before the games. We saw it earlier today. Talk your smack. Do it. Savranger, you were a god with those Renato ults. Unquestionable carry, MVP, VIP, SMH. You know, like I cannot praise your gameplay enough with those ultimates. It was definitely the Ty Turner. You know what? I'll use every cliche term that there is for what it was. It was phenomenal. Ulvarik, also incredibly well played. Hadio, your Fizz 8-5, phenomenal. What we saw across these 7 games was growth. In a single word, we saw growth. We saw Dorado Gaming have a top laner that couldn't transfer his leads down, and a bot lane that was just outclassed, to a top laner that played with his team incredibly well, and a bot lane that learned how to capitalize on opportunities to the greatest degree.
Yeah, it was. I mean, especially that game 5. That was Dorado's most dominant game, most certainly. Like and to be fair, that's not like it was an absolute stomp, but they felt so much more in control on that 5th game, and so I'm excited now for whoever they're gonna face. I mean, if you're Hard Hat Zone, first seed in the Wednesday split, I'm almost wondering, Dorado was probably pegged as the weakest team coming into playoffs, at least on the Wednesday side of the bracket. Do you want to face them now after seeing what they can do in a best of 5, turning it around like that?
Yeah. You know what? The improvements, the growth, and the overall team coordination that we ended up seeing from them definitely makes me wonder if you want to put yourself through that, right? Like that's a lot of mental damage to fight against. And on top of that, these guys are going to be going into any next set that they play with the biggest spiritual buff. Like, think about that. They didn't just come into this game as underdogs. They stumbled into playoffs as underdogs. They didn't, and this is going to sound rude, they didn't earn it themselves, right? They had 4 separate sets that they could have won that would have clinched playoffs for them guaranteed, and they lost every single one of them. They got in on a default because somebody else lost.
Yeah. But hey, they have turned it around. They are starting to prove themselves here in this matchup. But we will be back in just a moment. We do have an interview with one of the members of Dorado from the winning team. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment as we get that pulled in and set up. Hello, we are back. My name is Thunder. I'm joined by Oshi, and this time we are also joined by support of the winning team, Savranger from Dorado Gaming. First off, congratulations on a banger Game 5 series, especially on that Renata Glass pick. How are you and your team feeling? What are the comms like after you can make, not a comeback, but an upset according to pretty much everybody?
Yeah, thanks. Comms are like we were going pretty hype game 5. We felt that we threw so the game I played Leona. Yeah, I think so, it was like game 3 or something. So we actually, like, after we won game 4, like, I actually told the team, like, yo, it should be 3-1 right now. We should already be done. Like, we just end this right here, game 5, no big deal. Yeah. And that was by far our cleanest game too. So I think we were just riding the momentum and the hype. Comms were pretty nuts. So
I would imagine the way that you guys played kind of reflects that as well. I have to ask. I spent a lot of time, especially post game 5, talking about how linchpin Renata was as a pick for you. Am I blowing smoke, or did you guys feel the same way?
Yeah, I felt the same way. Like, I told our coach Hoshi, like, it just felt like they always wanted to team fight and would just funnel into these chokes, and it was working so well. And I knew if I didn't pick a game 5, they were gonna ban it on the second rotation, so we just really picked it, and it kind of just shit on what they wanted to do, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it performed super, super well. I mean, I was literally every single team fight. It turned the tides of the battle. But I mean, speaking of drafting and kind of adapting as the series went on, after that game 1, we don't have to talk about it too long, but it was a stomp for TA Knight. But y'all still were able to come back. Game 2 it was a slog, but y'all still won. When you make those draft adaptations, is it your coach calling in saying like, hey, let's change these up, or are the players, are you and the rest of the team saying, all right, maybe these are the things that we need to adjust to grow throughout this series?
Yeah, it's a mix of I would say it's a collective effort, but I mean, Dorado is like a really great org. Like, we have a lot of people watching the games. Hoshi's really invested. I wouldn't say I'm like the team captain, but I'm definitely like the biggest voice in the team. So he comes in, we talk about draft, what went wrong, what went right, and we just kind of go from there. Their mid laner has like a really, really small pool, and like can only really play with Sandra, so that was like a big focus in draft. And then once we found out that they had no answers to Renata, like as the series went on, we were just getting in our groove. So yeah.
I mean, an 8-kill Fizz has something to say about only being able to play Lissandra, but I'm gonna let that one go.
No. He's like a one trick for sure. I was just unlucky. That's whatever.
Just a little unlucky.
Okay. Hearing that. One of my favorite things in League is support players that do a lot of IGL and take a lot of the front in draft. I was very much the same way when I played as a support main myself.
Mm-hmm.
You say that it's a lot of a collective effort, but what about between games? I mean, obviously in the draft, it's heat of the moment, a lot of stuff. Between games, you have a great support staff, but of the 5 players, who would you say puts the most time into prep, into like, and I don't mean like practice in terms of playing, I mean prep into looking at what the enemy team, like your upcoming opponent plays, seeing if you play any counter picks, figuring out bans? Is that all support staff that does that, or of the 5 of you, who does it the most?
Yeah, it's a good chunk of it is the support staff. Obviously, like Hoshi, the coach, if we say something, he trusts us to say something. Sev does a lot of like champion pool prep, and then I've like ran teams myself and stuff, so it's just like the 3 of us bouncing off of them.
Nice.
That is great to hear. Now, I do want to ask you, so you're now moving on, of course, through into the second round of the CCS playoffs. You have to face either DNX or Hard Hat Zone. It's up to Hard Hat Zone to choose. Who would you rather play against, and who do you think you will be playing against?
Let's see. I guess so. I joined like almost halfway through the split or something like that, so I didn't get a chance to play DNX, I think.
Oh.
So I guess I would like to play DNX personally. I have a lot of experience facing Hard Hat Zone. If they, I don't know who they'll choose. I think we showed a lot of grit this series, and I don't know what happened in the other series at all. But I mean, Hard Hat Zone's a really good team. Obviously, if they choose us, they choose us. We'll be ready. But just personally, I'd like to play DNX.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Indeed. Well, and I needed this update as well, thanks to Zernian in chat. TA Light did win in the other side of the bracket, so I'm interested to see. I am interested to see who will get picked there, but I don't know. It's exciting, man. I mean, do y'all do a lot of prep for, again, you talked about your coaching staff. Obviously you can't reveal like all of your secrets, but do y'all do a lot of prep going into matches?
Yeah,
scouting and whatnot?
Yeah, for sure.
I gotta say, the word you used for this series that you had grit is yes, that is entirely correct. I can do nothing but speak very, very highly of your growth between, obviously, as you know, Thunder and I got to do the commentary for last week's games as well as this week's games, and the difference that we have seen in your entire team, especially the two of you bot lane, dealing with Dallas and Snow Life. Dallas and Snow Life were an absolute steamroll in last week's games. They were a powerhouse, and you guys grew and adjusted and became so much more and so overbearing for them this series. That, I mean, I'm an old man, so take this the way that it sounds, but I'm really proud of you guys.
Yeah, thanks. No, I appreciate that. I'm really proud of Muchai. Game one obviously was not good at all, and just as a series, like I said, as a series got, kept going, we just knew. Like I said, like I literally told the guys, like, we should be 3-1 and done right now. So, everyone kept their composure. Game one, our mentals were a little bad, and we kind of pep talked one another. So yeah, I'm super proud of Muchai, especially and the team as a whole. So yeah.
Phenomenal. We love to hear it. Well, that being said, it is getting late for everybody involved, so I'll go ahead and start getting us sent home. So, Ronger, is there any last words you would like to say before you all and the rest of your team go off to start prepping for next week?
Yeah, they said it was going to be an easy 3-0, and the Orga Dorado's been winning a lot, so thankfully they can pay my child support bills that I'm going to get because I just made them all my sons. So, pretty easy. Ben Renata, I don't know. So, yeah, that's all I got to say. Muchai Gavin.
Ban Renata. Well, sounds good. Once again, congratulations to Sevronger. Congratulations to Dorado Gaming for coming in with the stunning upset and giving us a 5-game absolute banger. That will be it for us from tonight. Thank you all so much for watching. We will be playing again tomorrow on the CCS1 and CCS2 for the Thursday side of the playoffs brackets. Make sure you don't miss it. Until then, be safe, be smart, make wise decisions, and farewell. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CCS. My name is Thunder. I am joined by Orion today. A little bit of an invasion from the CCS2 crew from me, myself, and I, and also Dorado, who's been on CCS2 for like 4 or 5 weeks in a row. We're coming over here. We're hanging out. And no, the analyst desk was canceled, but Orion, we've got some graphics pulled up. This is a hype match, and there's some stats to talk about.
Yeah, thankfully for those that did put the time in and work on that stat sheet, we were able to pull together some graphics. Obviously, we don't have like super concrete stats that can like really kind of show just how good these players are actually performing in some of these games. But the first graphic we kind of want to talk about in this one is definitely the top lane. In this one, we had the matchup between Panzora and Moonshot. In this one, obviously, Panzora is one of, if not the clear favorites, I think, for MVP. For Wednesday's group, I don't think that's been completely announced yet, but he's definitely one of the ones in the running for that one. So definitely, yeah, basically, I'm pretty sure it is going to be announced. Some is that Panzora is probably going to be the MVP of this one. And if you just look at his stats, like the guy's performing day in and day out, he's a pretty solid KDA, also like some very solid CS numbers. And especially for a top laner, like his average deaths only being 3 deaths a game is definitely a number that kind of stands out to me.
Yeah, and having a 31% damage share as a top laner, that is approaching a third of all of your team's damage. He plays, he plays GP, but he also plays the Mordekaiser a lot. He's putting out just a ton of damage for something that we've considered very, very isolated. And his CS a minute, as you said, his gold a minute is through the roof. He's very good at just taking plates and making a bit of a lane kingdom. But his opponent today, Moonshot, Pepecito, both teams, I think, kind of have a similar style of playing around their top laners or hoping that their top laners might be able to 1v9 later in the game. That being said, Moonshot stats, they aren't quite as reflective of that, but that can almost be chalked up a little bit to Moonshot, aka Pepecito, and Dorado as a whole having kind of that 4-game slide towards the end of the regular season.
Yeah, and also like KDA is a number that's usually attributed. Like if you're winning games, you'll typically have higher KDAs, and if you're losing games, you're always going to have lower KDAs in that standpoint. But also like I think Moonshot definitely does have like the capabilities of playing at these very high intense mechanical champions. I think we saw him on the Irelia where the guy was like straight like smurfing on the champions. Very clean mechanics when he does get the opportunity to play those kinds of champions. But that also plays directly into Panzora's style. So I'm sure DNX is going to very likely choosing that kind of stuff. Okay, like, yes, they have a carry top laner, but so do we. And we think that our carry top laner is better. But Moonshot has also defaulted sometimes to playing some of the more tankier options. Like we've seen him play Ornn. We've seen him play, I think, maybe even some Gragas games. And, Ornn is a champion that can very much be that tanky top laner, just nullifying champion that we've kind of see that strategy being built against Panzora. You nullify him enough in the top lane where he doesn't have a solid amount of impact. And then the rest, as long as the rest of the game doesn't particularly go super favored to everyone else, DNX hasn't always looked the strongest when Panzora doesn't get a really big lead.
Yeah, exactly. And, we've kind of seen that blueprint develop. We were talking about it a little bit before the show, mainly with kind of when TA Knight really took it to DNX, and then when Hard Hat Zone DNX went at it. But Orion, what do you think really that focus is going to be if we kind of get that neutralizing top lane? Are we going to see it mid lane? Are we going to see it jungle? Are we going to see it in the bot lane, the ADC perhaps? Is the support going to be the carry here?
So I think one thing that, especially for DNX, that we've seen in terms of their overall, like when all their top laner doesn't get super far ahead, we've seen a lot of the focus go down to the bot half of the map with Mori and Exernian is when I think we have a couple graphics here, like we said, but for Mori and Muchai up and available. And we see that Mori actually does have some very solid KDA numbers, but for an 80 carry, I would say typically low on the damage percentage. Like low below 20% is what I would consider pretty low for an 80 carry's typical numbers. But if you've watched Mori play this split, he's definitely been the weak side carry. He's played the Ezreal, he's played the Ziggs. Those are probably his two most played champions. So we'll have to see what that style, if that style has evolved for DNX. I doubt the style has evolved particularly much for them going into this one. But we'll have to wait and see if he does end up pulling out a different style for this one. But Muchai definitely has been the one to kind of put on his carry pants more often for the side of Dorado.
Right, exactly. And, to that point a little bit, in the best of 5 series that Dorado won against TA Knight. Speaking of, we haven't even had a chance to talk about that, by the way. Dorado has moved on now to the second round of playoffs. They're in conference semifinals, and everybody predicted that they would just get knocked out 3-0 by TA Knight. And so they are now they're here. They're ready to scrap. They're kind of playing with house money at this point. They're beyond what anybody expected. And I will say, in that last series, again, these are regular season stats. In the last series, Muchai and Sevronga down on the bottom side of the map, they really took it to TA Knight. They took it to, the Snow Life down there in Dallas. And so you said exactly, they're kind of putting their carry pants on, and if things are going to get decided down in the spot lane, I know, again, they do have fairly similar stats here, but a little bit lower. But I think that Muchai having similar stats to Mori, despite having a considerably more losing record, kind of says, pretty good things about the Dorado ADC.
Yeah, and also like we've seen DNX's bot lane have their struggles. Like we saw their struggles against TA Knight and against Hard Hat Zone, just like pretty recently, I would say. So it's kind of like the blueprint for beating the second C team, and also just kind of going back on Dorado winning their last set against TA Knight. Hard Hat Zone chose the 4th seed in TA Light to play their match tonight over the 6th seed in Dorado. So typically, like a lot of people would say that you want to choose a lower seed, it's obviously going to be an easier game. But Hard Hat seems to think a little bit differently going into this one. So have to wait and see if Dorado is able to kind of keep playing up to that level.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see that. And also, I think Dorado have been really good at, especially again, over that last series. I'm going to keep talking about it because, I watched it, I was casting it. It was a banger series, and it was really cool to see Dorado go from losing 3 games in a row to TA Knight, all in, I think, under 24 minutes, to making it a 5-game series in their second round, in their second bout, and adapting and growing throughout the series to a really impressive point. And one of the key members, I really do think, was Sevronga, and the Renata Glass pick up in the really 2 of the key games that they won was absolutely huge. But that being said, Exernian on the other side, personally one of my favorites for the best support in CCS.
Yeah, no, I do think that These supports are pretty influential within their teams. I think Exernian has the more capabilities of being more of the playmaker for this team. She definitely likes the Rakan, but at the same time, I do feel like she is limited a little bit by kind of how their overall 2v2 lane has played out through the series. I definitely think she is much better as like the later stage of the game goes. Typically, vision score is always pretty good, and they end up just overall just having more of like a overall impact than Sevronger has throughout the regular season. But Sevronger definitely has played more of, I think, the quote unquote carrier supports. I think you mentioned played some Ziggs, played some Senna, which is why we see that CS share a little bit more up. It's the only reason that stat is even there for supports. And to be honest, like these supports are like not super concrete in terms of like what actually makes a support. Like typically it's like what type of jungle proximity do you have, and overall it's like the impact that you can have on the game. So obviously in terms of the limited amount of stats that we have for the supports and also for jungle as well, typically that's why we don't have a jungle stat pulled up for these guys. So unfortunately there, but I do think that this series could very well be decided by this bot lane. Will DNX be able to sharpen up their overall 2v2 in that lane, or will Dorado be able to take their momentum and continue to push forward and potentially even take down our second seed in Wednesday's group?
Yeah, which again, I think anything could happen now that Dorado has beaten TA Knight. I even saw some people predicting TA Knight to just win the whole thing that weren't even like just TA Knight players. So I'm very interested to see that. And one other thing is we don't have a stat sheet for it. I'm sorry, I was not able to make it in time. But also the mid lane, notably, is the largest gap in terms of solo queue level. We have Sev Diff, the soldiering through our gold 2 warrior in the CCS that has had some crazy damage numbers of his own. I think he had highest damage out of anybody in CCS in one of his games on Vel'Koz, and that's been permabanned. And then Catasol on the other side, aka Vier, used to be Vier, currently sitting at Diamond 3. So again, we don't have the stats for this. I honestly didn't want to do that because I think the stats would have been wild. It would have just really, really hurt Sev. But I will say, Sev was widely considered probably the worst mid laner in CCS, or at least in CCS Wednesday. And I want to say he has performed really, really well over the past couple of weeks. And I think if he can keep that lane, from snowballing, there's probably a realistic chance that, things might go more towards Dorado's way.
Yeah, and I also think Vier or Catasol now, as at this point due to the name change, I do think that Catasol is the type of mid laner that kind of just plays for the team. He very often picks his mid laner quite early in draft, and he kind of just ends up just playing whatever the best available mid laner is. And he's very much a strong neutralizing mid laner, but at the same time, I wouldn't necessarily call him a very lane dominant or like a very lane assertive, like push and roam type thing that we've seen out of like maybe alternative for Hardhead Zone.
Right.
So a bit of a different style though. So that could actually play a little bit to Sev here in this matchup, to where yes, I do think Catasol is the better player, and while Sev definitely has had his struggles, I do think Sev definitely has some pocket picks underneath his belt to kind of like be able to you kind of have to either ban those champions away from him, or you kind of have to have picks ready to play against him. Because I wouldn't necessarily consider like the Vel'Koz, for example, like as a very meta mid laner, but when he gets his hands on it, he definitely does perform very, very well. But most likely, I would like for Catasol, and especially the jungler for DNX, Shady Gecko, to be able to have a very strong series in this one, because I do think their mid jungle duo is definitely way stronger than Dorado's is, and transition that power, particularly into the bot half of the map, because I think Panzora and Moonshot is going to be a relatively even game. But I would like to see them alter how that bot matchup is going to go and translate that lead into the rest of the map.
Right. And one thing to note in our I believe we had a recap of teams going into this week written up earlier, and one thing mentioned was that kind of maybe the combination of Moonshot and Reggie in the top lane might change that from a neutralizing matchup or even a winning matchup for Panzora into maybe a big problem for DNX, where Reggie can really affect the map and get Moonshot really far ahead. Do you think that might come into play here? Is that a strategy that Dorado, maybe they're not going to slam it every single game, but but that maybe they try to pull that out to just slam top lane really hard just one of the games to get Herald and start getting those objective advantages?
Yeah, I think it really just depends on how draft goes, which we are kind of getting pretty close to draft. Just for reference, Dorado Gaming is on the blue side game one. DNX did choose red side, which you typically choose red side if you have a very if you want the counter pick in mind, which typically goes to your top laner and your mid laner, which I definitely do like for this DNX team. But at the same time, DNX has been the team where if one of Panzora's main champions is up, mostly being the GP, they will very early rotation that
Right.
GP away and just be very, very confident in Panzora's overall abilities to play the game on that specific champion. If GP does remain to be banned, we'll have to see kind of what Dorado wants to play around that kind of pick, or what their draft is, because like we mentioned
Right.
earlier, Moonshot being a very strong Irelia player, and Irelia can play particularly well into GP. So I would be doubtful if DNX leaves that up and they very early pick GP, because I think Moonshot would like that Irelia matchup in that top lane.
Right.
But it really just depends on how both these teams treat the draft going into this one. Would you rather give Panzora his kind of earlier champions, but potentially get counterpicked, or would you rather just save his counterpick for the last one, but you kind of particularly get yourself a worser bot lane matchup, in my opinion? Because I think if Dorado gets a strong 2v2 matchup, you can potentially look to punish DNX in that bot half of the map. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like a pick or poison, which obviously is every single draft. But I think both teams have pretty clear weaknesses. I think for Dorado, I would say their very clear weaknesses, their mid lane, maybe even their mid jungle for this 2v2 matchup. I think
Right.
DNX's mid jungle duo is very, very strong. And then for DNX, I definitely think it's their bot half of the map. So we'll have to wait and we'll have to see which one or which team values the other in this pick and ban, and which one just kind of gets thrown to the dust.
Yeah, indeed. And we will be getting into the draft here in just a moment once the teams get readied up and get us all into the lobby. But I do want to stick on the top lane for just a moment longer. One interesting solo queue stat for Moonshot is that Moonshot actually has 102 games on Gangplank this season. 70 more than Irelia. And so Moonshot is really good on Irelia. That's, the Moonshot, the picture is Irelia for Moonshot. But I do want to say, you mentioned that if the GP is not banned out, I mean, maybe Dorado, do they first pick the GP? Or is that you don't want to play GP into the guy that has been stomping on GP because he knows the matchup that well?
I mean, it's always a possibility. And also, we're on 12.7. So GP is the champion that is very, very strong on this patch. He definitely received some buffs. And we've seen Panzora perform game in and game out on this champion. So maybe Dorado, like you mentioned, just straight up says, hey, we're blue side. We can just take away the GP.
Yep.
And obviously DNX has done a lot of their homework, and they're going to see that Moonshot has a lot of GP games. So, it kind of just comes down to okay, do we want to leave it up in terms of they picking it and we have the counter pick capabilities? Because I don't necessarily know if Panzora plays the Irelia or plays champions that can really kind of stuff it to the GP early on in the laning phase, which you kind of need to do. GP is if you handshake with GP will just have so much more value than you, depending on most top lanes that you pick. Obviously, there's Ornn, and there's other top lane tankier champions that you can just really handshake and just kind of play for the 5v5 team fight. So, but I don't think that's DNX's style, in my opinion. At least I don't think I'd like to see them play that kind of style in this series. I would like to see the carry pants onto Panzora and just kind of keep their bot lane all as their weak side in this one. So I kind of have to wait and see how it plays out. But I definitely wouldn't. I honestly wouldn't mind the takeaway at GP in game one just to see how DNX reacts.
Exactly. I would love to see it too. And one other thing I want to bring up now, moving a little bit towards the jungle, we talked about GP getting a little bit of a buff this patch. Also, one other thing this patch was something that Reggie pulled out last week is the Wukong jungle. Now, I will say I was a hater of Wukong jungle. It got the buffs. I'm less of a hater of Wukong jungle. I stand corrected. But I do want to know do you think that Wukong jungle could be a high priority here? There's not been a lot of practice in the solo queue games, but, I will say Panzora's played it in the top lane, its potential top lane pick.
Yeah.
Do you think that could have a presence here in this best of 5?
Yeah, I think so. I've played a little bit of Wukong since the patch, and the quality of life changes actually do feel pretty good on him. And he Wukong is kind of the champion that you can be a pretty strong duelist in laning phase, and you actually have a lot of impact with your 2 Cyclones through some of these late game team fights. And we also saw, like you said, Panzora pull it out as well. So both teams kind of have like this ability to play it, whether or not they're going to choose to play it or not. And the one thing that's very exciting about this series is I think Dorado and DNX played their match like in the beginning of the season.
It was week 1, actually.
Yeah,
it was
week
I will
1.
say it was a stomp. It was a bit of a stomp.
Yeah, it was, and DNX proved that hey, like we're a really good team, and you guys just aren't quite good yet. Like that's perfectly fine. But now we're in playoffs. Now we are many patches down the line, and we're also a brand new patch going into this one as well. So it's like both teams don't necessarily have the most experience in this patch. So yes, DNX did basically like have a very strong run, almost undefeated up until the very last week when they dropped a hard hat zone. But if DNX has the better if Dorado has the better read on the patch going into this week, then things can quite literally just take a turn.
Yeah, I would be very excited to see that. I mean, look, do I want to be in bed at 2 a.m. versus 10 or 11 p.m.? That's a fair question. But I will say, if this is a 5-game series, I think that's going to push beyond everybody's expectations again, and it would be an absolute banger. I don't think we're going to get another easy win for Dorado, despite all of the potential dog and car memes. But yeah, I think it very well could happen. And you know what? All right, this is a bit of a curveball for you, Orion.
Okay,
it's you're the dog. It's Dorado. Dorado's playing. Where's the Nasus been?
Well, we saw it played against DNX actually by Bennett and Hard Hat Zone. So, maybe Dorado being the year of the dog, maybe they pull out the Nasus against Panzora because like we saw like they kind of punished it early on in the game, but all of a sudden, like Nasus just kept doing his thing over and over again, and eventually, he just became unstoppable. So we'll have to wait and see what ends up happening in this one if they do end up going with the dog for the year of the dog.
Okay, but now I have to ask this. Sevronger has played some carry champions, has put on the Ziggs carry pants, had an absolutely phenomenal performance on it. The dude's terrifying. Dude can be terrifying. Actually, I might be imagining Snow Life here. They both start with S's. Sevronger has put on some of the carry pants sometimes in whatever. You know what I'm going to ask.
Yeah.
Are we going to see maybe a support Nasus? Maybe, just maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. It looks like we are getting almost some ready checks here. I think we have a couple coming through from both teams. So it does mean we are potentially getting into draft here for game 1. I am super excited for this one. I would be pretty surprised if we do end up seeing Nasus support unless the enemy team locks Zuri. We saw the LS talk with the movement speed Wither coming through onto that champion, but we don't. Beside the Nasus talk, we are getting some bans. We're seeing some respect bans here for both teams. The Vex was a very strong pick for Catasol throughout the entire split. We mentioned Vel'Koz for Sev being that champion that you kind of have to have a pick for, or he is going to perform on that champion. And already the GP ban coming through here as well does mean that we're not going to see that first pick coming through. But instant respect ban here again to Sevronger here on the bot side. And honestly, across the board, major respect bans for both teams, just kind of singling out champions that these guys have continuously performed on game in and game out. But this does leave the Graves open, which is a top jungle flex for Dorado Gaming. So it's not necessarily locked into that top lane, but it's still a strong champion in the top lane that kind of plays into a lot of Panzora's champions in the top half.
Yeah, especially with that range, with the grass proc, that could be very interesting. But it looks like DNX, they are considering picking up the Jinx here, and they do lock it in. All right, what's your opinion on this one? You seem excited.
Yeah, I am excited because this is a different style than what we've seen from DNX. DNX is used to the team. They put Mori on the Ezreal, on the Ziggs, and just says, hey, farm it out, play safe, just don't let your bot tower die. And you basically open up Xernean to play on the rest of the map. Now, this is a lane that you play for your AD carry. Like you play for Jinx. Obviously Mori, like we kind of talked about a little bit, how his damage numbers are particularly low for an AD carry, and Jinx is all about the damage, all about popping off in team fights, getting that movement speed, getting that lethal tempo procced. And if you're able to, you can really do a lot. And that's a very quick card that's lock in. They're going for the global composition. They want to play for the bot half of the map.
Absolutely. This draft is already exciting. And speaking of, there were, of the champions that we talked about, 4 of them have been banned. 3 were banned by DNX, and the Gangplank was banned by Dorado. DNX have now picked up the Jinx, which goes against kind of what we're talking about, and they've also picked up the Ahri, which is a little bit of a difference for Catasol in the mid lane. Normally playing stuff like the control, as you were saying, Catasol doesn't normally try to like clear the wave and roam. That seems exactly what Ahri is there for. And then they also pick up the Jarvan as their response to Nocturne in the jungle.
Yeah, well, Ahri's actually been one of the champions along with Vex that Catasol has basically been like, hey, I can very early rotation this champion and not be a particular big deal. I also think Ahri is a very strong mid lane champion just in general at the current meta. So I do really like this pick. It also kind of plays a little bit into kind of survivability. Like you have the Nocturne and the cart that's kind of crashing down on top of you, and if you're able to use your Spirit Rush to kind of get out of those situations, you can particularly survive them. But now we're gonna have to look and see, because right now the DNX's composition is very much kind of about the team fighting and playing for Mori down here in the bot half. So what does that mean for Panzora?
And it looks like Dorado have been asking the same thing. They've banned away the Ornn, assuming that this is going to be weak side. DNX has banned away the Leona, but yeah, exactly what you're saying.
But yeah, the Ornn ban makes a lot of sense if the top winner wasn't Panzora, because the situation that I'm seeing is like, are we gonna see Panzora on a weak side champion just playing for team fight and playing for his team, or are we gonna see more of just another carry top laner, but I would say a weaker 5v5? I do like the Mordekaiser to ban a champion that Panzora does play a lot, so we potentially might see just a brand new style that we've like never particularly seen out of Panzora here in the top half, I would say. Yeah, and just DNX in general. DNX isn't the team that has traditionally played for objectives and just straight up 5v5 fights. They like to play very skirmishy. They like to play for Panzora in the top half, and they kind of just leave more on an island. You can't leave more on an island here. They're actually going to go more for that split push on the sideline still with Panzora a little bit with this Trinity locked in here. So we'll have to look and see just kind of how the rest of the map plays out, because Shady Gecko now kind of has, yes, you do want to play for that bot half of the map, but you also want to make sure your Trinity is able to still have a lot of impact on the game, because he most likely will just kind of be in the top half of the map. He probably won't play much for his team. So we are going to see Mucha and Sevronger lock in their bot lane here. So we are going to get to see just what exactly they are going to be playing. They're going to look to play very heavy dive. That's a knockshot.
I am very interested in what they're actually going to pick, because the thing is that Graves, Nocturne, Karthus, I don't know about you, but Karthus mid sounds like something Sev would play. It seems like we still have a lot of flexibility here, actually. I'm wondering, of those kind of the Nocturne and the Graves, or I mean even the Auction now, I guess at this point, what would you prefer into this Tryndamere?
I'm trying to decide where this Auction is going. Is this Auction any carry?
It must be.
I feel like it has to be.
Or is it Karthus ADC?
Oh, wait a minute.
And then we got a Taric lock in. But hold on, it might be Karthus ADC, but this is a huge global comp. This is 3 massive global ultimates here for the side of Dorado. But then the Taric lock in for DNX Xernean on the Omega Chad himself.
Yeah, and I don't think we've seen the Taric gameplay here from DNX's side. I'd have to look back on some of the stats here, but I don't actually think Taric has been locked in here. Well, not necessarily locked in, but like I don't think Xernean has played it so far in the split of CCS. Had to look that one up in a minute.
I do not see it unless they played it against Hard Hat Zone in week 9.
Yeah, so and I don't think they did. But going into this one, Dorado, it does look like they kind of had a plan. They realized kind of like the style of what DNX typically likes to play with, and like what they like to do. The curveball, in my opinion, is the Karthus, because the Karthus is most likely, in terms of just kind of looking at it, is going to be in the hands of Muchai, and it's gonna have a Karthus Galio bot lane, which not a very traditional bot lane, but can potentially have some kill threat, I believe, in the bot half of the map, because you can have taunt landing, and you can have just overall just solid damage come through for Karthus. Karthus's early game damage, if you do land some solid CC, is there with the Skittles coming through, which you kind of have to like. I would say most likely DNX doesn't have a great laning knowledge between Karthus and Galio. Like that's not a very atypical lane, so kind of have to wait and see how that one does play out. Akshan should have the push mid against Ari, especially early. The Q base damage from that boomerang is extremely strong. And also, I do kind of like the Graves Tryndamere matchup because when Tryndamere spins, you can typically just dash with Graves and just kind of keep him at distance with fleet footwork. The matchup becomes a little harder to play when Tryndamere hits level 6 because even after he spins, he can just kind of run you down with Undying Rage. So we'll kind of have to wait and see how that one plays out. But you have Nocturne, you have Karthus, you have Galio. So you have 4 champions that can come at a side lane and basically stop. Because like Panzora is gonna not be able to push in the side lane at all. Like even if he has Undying Rage, like you can't survive Graves, Nocturne, Galio, Karthus.
No way.
I just don't see it unless obviously he is just very, very ahead. But we'll have to wait and see how that one ends up playing out.
Exactly. The question is kind of Reggie, Shady Gecko in the jungle. We haven't talked about them that much compared to everybody else, but I think exactly the same. It's gonna come down maybe to them if Moonshot can just neutralize and the Tryndamere's not getting ahead. But we are starting to see the lock-ins. It is going to be the Graves, the Nocturne, and the Akshan. And so I mean that pretty much guarantees that we have the Karthus ADC. I don't think we're gonna see. I don't think that we're gonna see Muchai on the Galio. So then we have that. I mean, I'm very excited for this. This draft, we took some curveballs. This was a winding road to get to this, but I feel like Dorado they like even with just the first 3 rotated through, they were able to counter the split push build that DNX came up with before they even picked the Tryndamere.
Yeah, and also like very similar to what we talked about. We talked about how DNX they like to play through Panzora on a carry type champion, and if this was any other team, we most likely see a weak side top laner here for DNX. And all of a sudden, like just something to play for the team. But Panzora playing more for himself in this one, which is what we've seen time and time again from DNX. But at the same time, you have Mori on Jinx in this game. You don't just have Mori on Ziggs, Mori on Ezreal. So it's going to be a different style from Mori here in game 1. And honestly, I like to see it. Game 1, obviously, it's kind of like you're setting the tone for the series. If Mori pops off on the Jinx and just has a fantastic game, all of a sudden,
that
DNX
changes the calculus.
Yeah. DNX just has like multiple like ways to play the game. They're not just playing through Panzora, playing through very skirmishing style. But also at the same time, if Catasol in the mid lane just dominates Sevdiff in the mid lane, there's just a very clear gap. And then all of a sudden, like you kind of have to play more for like a safer mid lane option, or just ban away the 2 safe mid laners that Catasol does have in the Vex and the Ari, but then you potentially leave up the GP and the Karma. So I do think both teams had a pretty similar, not necessarily similar, but a pretty strong idea or like a game plan of what they really wanted to do here in this game 1 matchup. And I think this game in particular will very much alter this series for the rest of the games.
Yeah, that's what can be so exciting about these these best of 5s is that there is it's this own internal meta. We'll start seeing takeaways of things that aren't normally top tier. Who knows? Maybe the Akshan gets taken away for some reason because they don't want to waste a ban on it. I don't know, but it's very interesting. And I think one thing that I think might come up, maybe it's a bit of a corner case, but honestly, I think this could impact team fights is if Savronger and Reggie go in, they're dive buddies. They dive in, don't commit their ultimates, but they die, and then Sev gets a kill and they come back, then they can just ult back to the team fight, which I actually think like that might come up here.
Potentially, and like we also kind of have like this situation with Karthus as well, where like that champion is meant to die, right?
Yeah.
Like you want to get in team fights and you want to have your passive coming through, your constant AoE damage. And, no one besides maybe Shady Gecko in this matchup is particularly tanky. And Karthus being the only AP champion, obviously, besides Galio, which Galio is not going to be building AP, I hope, in the support position. But, Karthus is going to, do basically, he's going to start half-healthing people with some of the ultimates coming through for him. So, I'm really excited for game 1, though.
Yeah, we have just a couple minutes until we dive into it. Don't go anywhere. This is going to be a banger. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are diving right into game number 1. Summoners are running out onto the Rift into a 5-point fan. Nothing too exciting, but we do have some interesting stuff for the Summoners in the top lane. Ghost on Panzora, and no Ignite on the Moonshot.
Yeah, I mean, Ghost makes a lot of sense for Panzora, and particularly the lane. Like, Moonshot will be able to kind of keep distance from Panzora, but anytime Panzora actually opts into using the Ghost, he will basically be able to just run down Moonshot, and there's not really much Moonshot can do about it. But as the game, as we've seen this from the CCS time and time again, top laners will opt in for something other than TP, and then when the 10, 15, 20 minute marker happens, they really struggle to kind of play out the rest of the map effectively. And when you're playing against a global composition so far, like Dorado does have in this one, it's going to be pretty scary for Panzora to ever want to be on a side. And, that's Trinimir's whole game. Trinimir is not the champion that you want to be your frontline tank or just your main consistent defense in these fights. Like, he can get taunted up by Galio fairly easily and just, like, basically controlled. And then the rest of the members, like Muchai, Reggie, like, they'll be able to do, like, very consistent backline damage. And there's nothing Panzora can really do to stop them. So we'll have to wait and see how this one does play out as we're going to see this top lane matchup be pretty back and forth, constant autoing from both of these champions. So have to pay attention to those health bars a little bit closer just to see, okay, what's actually going to happen here. But I really want to see what happens in this bot side, though, because, we mentioned Muchai on the Karthus in this one, so definitely a different dynamic for this team. The only AP champion so far on the squad, so have to wait and see if they actually are able to, be the main AP carry for this team, as level 2 does hit, though.
Yeah, and the Galio goes in, Sevronger gets stunned up, but they are playing aggressively here. They're starting to get chunked out. Mori takes quite a bit of damage, but they are pushed out. Muchai and Sevronger with control over the lane. One thing that I did want to note is I believe Mori and Exernian actually faked a leash for the Jarvan, and they hung back under their turret, although they didn't actually take any damage. So Muchai and Sevronger, if they were aware, they would know it wasn't a real leash, but they might not actually know where Shady Gecko's pathing.
Yeah, and we see a pretty clever ward, though, placed by Sevronger to where, like, if Jarvan does kind of come through river, it will be seen out. Right. So I will, like, good awareness, I would say, even if they didn't necessarily know, they're probably just playing it a little bit safer. But DNX does have complete vision here of this Nocturne. I think it was a ward placed by maybe Panzora or maybe Catasol, because Shady Gecko started with Sweeper in this matchup, so he did actually opt into playing a little bit more for trying to deny some of that vision early on in the game. But so far, Jarvan hasn't actually made any impact so far. Potentially, we could look to see him make a play mid lane, actually wrapping around this bot side. They have wards in river, no wards behind them. This could be very scary.
Mushao is pushing the top lane. Has a current 2 level lead on Panzora. Okay, Panzora level's up right there, but they don't know. They don't know. Shady Gecko with the creative pathing. That's going to be a stud. The taunt comes through, but it doesn't matter. First blood over to Mori. Sevronger trying to get out of there. Manages to defend it, making it only 1. But Shady Gecko, how intelligent was that?
Yeah, and honestly, really nice setup there by Exernian there. Really nice flash, extending that range just enough because the initial flag and drag actually missed from Shady Gecko, and Muchai was about to flash over the wall. I'm surprised she actually didn't end up flashing that wall to be able to live, but not expecting Exernian to flash to get the first blood. Shady Gecko is looking in the mid lane.
Ready to make another play. The flag and drag hits this time, forcing the flash out of Sev, but no kills this time around. But Shady Gecko, he is having an impact on this map early.
Yeah, and it's what you really want to see in this Jarvan Nocturne matchup, because Nocturne is the champion that wants to be level 6 before he really wants to get going. So if you're able to have a much higher impact before Nocturne can get 6, you can potentially set your lanes up for success regardless of Nocturne hitting that level 6 ability. So we'll have to kind of wait and see. But yeah, really good stuff here from Shady Gecko. Definitely having a lot of impact, but we want to keep seeing it, right? We want to keep seeing the continuous plays because, yeah, you made a couple plays. Great job, but you have to keep going because Nocturne will eventually hit 6, and eventually will just have a lot more presence in terms of where he can actually be than what he can do.
Exactly, because if you were wondering where Reggie is power farming, has the pickaxe. To be fair, Shady Gecko has already picked up the Bommy's Cinder, but this Nocturne is going to be trying to get ahead on CS fast. Meanwhile, the two top laners are duking it out. They are both level 5. The Tryndamere has to dash away, spin through the minion wave, but they are trading evenly, and I do think that Moonshot, opting for the fleet footwork to run away, but doesn't get the grasp. That's a little less sustain in lane that Panzora can take advantage of.
Yeah, and not only that, but Panzora does have his Q coming through, so basically any trade is almost always going to be favored to Moonshot in this, Panzora in this top half, as long as Panzora doesn't actually end up dying. Moonshot actually was able to get the early serrated Dirk, so he is much more powerful than Panzora is, but level 6 is actually coming through for both top laners here very, very quickly. Moonshot is already level 6, Panzora not quite there yet. It was actually taking right now.
Ooh.
Deciding not to go aggressive, probably thinking that his jungler's on the bot half of the map. Oh, actually, Septiv.
Oh, Cadisol wants to go in, though. The Akshan is not quite doing enough damage to clear out the wave. Oh. Cadisol flashes for it, doesn't get the kill, but Sev walks just a little bit farther after the charm and still gets it. 1-for-1 in the mid lane. Sevdiv says, hey, I see your diamond 3 and I raise you a gold 2.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm surprised Cadisol actually ended up going for that. You were gonna push Sevdiv out of lane regardless, so ended up just going very, very aggressive there in that mid lane. But it trades 1-for-1, so overall the value just isn't quite there in that mid lane trade. Off screen, we did see Moonshot and Panzora go for a pretty hefty trade. I think Panzora used Ghost, but not Undying Rage, and Moonshot had to use Flash. So definitely very, I would say, advantageous there for Panzora. Trading Ghost for Flash will always be very, very good in your hands, especially in the Tryndamere matchup. But so far, we're only seeing a 400 gold lead here. Nothing really crazy happening. But we have seen a bit of a different style. Panzora completely on an island in the top half of the map. He's kind of playing for himself. And Mori has actually been getting, I would say, most of the attention here from Shady Gecko.
And it's it's paid off. It's gotten it's gotten 1 kill down on the bottom side of the map down there. Xernean now thinking about a little bit of a gank in the mid lane, but Nocturne is here to answer. It'll be a 2v2 if that happens. Meanwhile, Mucha and Savarunger, they are pushing this wave in. Nothing happens in the mid lane. We just move on to clear out some wards, but one thing to note for Panzora, did just immediately rush the Berserker. Greaves has those already ready to go. That movement speed is gonna be pretty nice. Just checking in. Currently, we are at no mythic items, but I don't think we're going to be seeing anything anytime soon. It is only 8 minutes. There hasn't been any, steamrolling, stomping anywhere. And there is currently a 10 CS lead in the top lane and about a 10 CS lead in the bot lane. But overall, there is a 400 gold lead. Panzora wants to go in, gets between Moonshot and the turret. The smoke screen comes down. Panzora, he wants to go in. The Undying Rage is going to get popped. Here comes the Nocturne. The Paranoia comes
he's not in range.
He is not in range. The Karthus ultimate is not going to do enough. Panzora with the solo kill despite the multiple burned ultimates.
Oh, that's so bad for Reggie, too, because, on Nocturne, your whole thing is, okay, how effective can you be with your ultimate when you get it? Because you want to get those ultimate hunter stacks coming through. You just want to have as much pressure as possible. Reggie is trying to catch this top wave here because, Moonshot's like an entire screen away, so trying to make sure he's able to pick that one up here. So trying to sustain a little bit here as Reggie, so he is able to pick up some of the CS, some of the gold back up. But you really hate to see that ultimate being put on cooldown there, especially for the type of, and also the Karthus ultimate as well. Yes, you do have on Muchai as Reggie's potentially face checking here.
He does face check into the river. Shady Gecko goes in, gets the flag and drag, commits the Cataclysm. Cadisol is the one that picks it up. Another kill for the side of DNX.
Yeah, and that's, once again, another really big feels bad situation here for Reggie. Not only did you use Paranoia, but you got your blue buff stolen away, and you also got your life taken away as well. Septiv going very aggressive.
Go in. Knows Cadisol burnt a lot of cooldowns, but Cadisol is able to get out of there despite taking a big chunk. Will have to back, but Sev trying to make a little bit of something happen, even burns the Ignite.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he also used the ultimate there too to try to chunk out Cadisol even more, which is going to delay Kind of so the RA trying to get back in this mid lane. Overall, you know, kind of looking at some CS advantages coming through. No real major leads. You know, the only one that's probably, I would say, substantial is the bot half of the map, with Mori actually being up like 12 CS over Muchai with this cannon wave crashing together. So, you know, the bot half of the map's actually particularly playing well. We haven't actually seen them punished, but we also haven't seen any real coordinated plays coming through with this bot half of the map. You know, we saw Xernian try to make an attempt in the mid lane, and she was on Vision as well. I'm surprised they actually didn't try to go a little bit more aggressive onto Mori, with the Nocturne ultimate being up and available. But right now, it's pretty even. Panzora once again going has the Ghost, actually.
And the Undying Rage is up. Moonshot able to get a lot of damage down, but Panzora, the Undying Rage, is just too powerful. A second kill on Moonshot underneath his own turret. I mean, this is just... It's not looking good to be a neutralizing lane, and oh no, Shady Gecko is on the way to visit the bot lane once more.
Yeah, and it's like, you don't really have to ever visit top lane when your top laner is just naturally winning the 1v1 up there, and he's doing a fantastic job in the top half of the map. Not only is he picking up kills right here, but he's also picking up like a decent amount of turret plating here. Probably going to get maybe 2, maybe even this 3rd plating as well. Rift Herald is currently in the hands of Shady Gecko, so if he wanted to potentially make the visit up here in the top lane, he could just place the Herald, and all of a sudden your top tower is gone, and your Tryndamere is basically off to the races in this one.
Yeah, and a fed Tryndamere is scary. Oh, Reggie and Moonshot are here. The Undying Rage is down, but Panzora just goes over the wall in Qs, and that is the Paranoia burned. It's now a 3v2 on the bottom side of the map. Sevronger is here, gets the taunt through. He's trying to run, but they are right on him. He flashes out of the Cataclysm, and the Super Mega Death Rocket does not connect, barely surviving there for Sevronger.
Yeah, but this is going to be a bot tower here, with the Rift Herald most likely being used in this bot half of the map, just trying to get as much gold onto your main carry in a lot of these team fights as you possibly can. So not even opting, I would say, to using it in the top half, because Panzora is just already dominating in this top half of the map. You don't even have to use the Rift Herald out there. And since you were able to push away Muchai and Sevronger here, you're able to just pick up the entire bot tower for free. And we're only 12 minutes in, and we're already seeing a 4K gold lead here in the hands of DNX.
Yeah, they are really proving that, you know, they aren't just a Panzora 1v9 one-trick team, although, you know, Panzora is doing well in the top lane. They're getting Mori ahead. Catasol has 2 kills in the mid lane. They're performing well just overall as a team. Shady Gecko even completed the first mythic item a couple minutes ago, around the 10-minute mark, with that Turbo Chem tank. Now, one thing I do want to talk about Moonshot real briefly. In the last series, Moonshot was, I'm going to say this just bluntly here, was getting stomped by Olvarik in the first like 10-15 minutes. Like, it was not pretty. Was going down 0-4-0, get solo killed a bunch of times. But in the wins that Dorado had, the rest of the team, the rest of the map stayed pretty stable. The rest of the map didn't fall apart. In fact, Muchai and Sevronger were able to win the bot lane considerably in a couple of their wins. And that was what allowed then Moonshot to come in and get some crazy scorelines on like the Aatrox and stuff. That's not happening right now. The only lane that hasn't just been like really hard lost is Sev in the mid lane.
Yeah, and especially for the composition that Dorado has kind of picked for themselves. They're a composition that wants to go in particularly aggressive. They want to dive in onto the Jinx, and they kind of want to blow all of their tools very, very early in some of these fights and try to basically just eliminate the Jinx as early as possible and then kill the rest of the members. But when you're down this much gold as you are, it can be very hard. You just won't have the items necessary to actually want to fulfill that kind of thought process, or that like what your gameplay pattern should be here for Dorado Gaming. And Shady Gecko is going particularly aggressive here. They do have the numbers, but they're actually just kind of conceding the top lane push here from Panzora, opting into saying, hey, we're going to lose this top tower regardless. They have the members up here, so they don't want to lose too much of their overall jungle. But still, the map is slowly starting to concave in, especially around this mid tower. You already have the both outer towers of top and bot down, and when you have those down, the avenue into the mid lane section just becomes that much easier.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of having those outer turrets down, Every neutral objective has also gone over to DNX. It's now going to be their second Rift Herald. They got 2 Drakes. Panzora, though, wants to go in again, gets nearsighted, is underneath the turret. Moonshot is trying to survive. The flash comes through, but Panzora goes on a killing spree, and Sevronger is getting caught out in the southern jungle. Sevronger gets stunned up. Catasol gets the kill, 3-1-0 on the Ahri.
Yeah, and this Trinamir is just basically dominating the top half of the map. Catasol still has the ulti charge up, trying to go very aggressive here. Wasn't quite able to land the charm, but still got the flash out of Muchai. So if you're Catasol on this one, you're saying, hey, that's a trade that I'm going to take. My ultimate was going to basically go away eventually regardless. So you like to see that one in the mid lane, and, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if this mid tower ends up falling, because they don't really have a good way of wave clearing this situation away. It's only Sepdef, and even though there's a couple of minions left remaining, as Reggie's going in.
Oh, he wants to go when the paranoia comes through. Now we're starting to see the layered ultimates, the team fight, but Xernean pops the Taric ultimate. Nobody is dead yet. The teleport comes in from Moonshot. Panzora is not here, but he is running quickly. That is a lot of ultimates burned for absolutely nothing. While I say that, a few flashes and priority over the Drake pit.
Yeah, but we see the reason this Taric pick came through, right? You have a bunch of very deliberate ultimates coming through, and Taric ultimate is basically all about timing. You want to use the Cosmic Radiance a little bit early because it's a 2.5 second channel, and then you get 2.5 seconds of actual vulnerability. And if you time it correctly enough, like we saw, Karthus ultimate did no damage. Galio ultimate basically did no damage. It was mostly just the initial paranoia coming through from Reggie, and Reggie is not strong. He's 0-1-0 at 17 minutes basically. And he's got good farm, but Nocturne is not a champion. Like he wants to kind of pick up the pace here as this game goes on, or else he is just not gonna have the damage in a lot of these team fights. And we just kind of saw it there, and I don't think it's going to get any easier for them. Like the Taric ultimate is going to get lower and lower in cooldown, and you know, I gotta say the ultimates of Dorado here are basically the same like length and duration as Panzora is going particularly aggressive, but it has multiple members here.
They're trying to go in, but it is very difficult to chase down a Tryndamere, and Panzora doesn't even need the flash, doesn't need the ghost, just needs those Greaves and walks away. In the meantime, the rest of DNX, they are playing this 4-1 immaculately. They get the bottom tier 2 with absolutely no resistance to speak of.
Yeah, and you know, when you have to have so many members go up to that top half of the map, there's not really much you can do when the enemy team like just sends 4 members down there, and especially when you're down like, you know, 6k gold. Like, you know, you kind of had at this point, it's basically for Dorado, you had to pick your poison. You have to say, okay, we have to do something. But when we do anything, we have to send multiple people. It can't just be a one-on-one.
Charm comes through, but the tether does not quite finish. Catasol gets off pretty much scot-free. Now Shady Gecko, Xernean, and Catasol, this 3-man squad is here in the mid lane. They drop the Herald. That's tier 2 in the mid lane at 18 minutes. And they are continuing to fight just a little bit. Xernean and Catasol, they are protected by the Taric ultimate, but no other damage comes over the top. Now that it has faded away, Dorado, maybe they're going to want to think about an engage.
Yeah, and this would be the time, right? Cosmic Radiance is down. They use Spirit Rush as well on Catasol. But you don't necessarily have anything to fight for, I would say. Dragon's not alive for another, like, basically 3 minutes. Baron's not alive for a minute, so you would kind of just be fighting to fighting. And when you're fighting just for the fun of it, when you're down 7k, it's the odds of you winning that fight just aren't particularly good there, even with Xernean not having that Cosmic Radius coming through. But the resets have come through for DNX. Multiple items. We see 2 items on Jinx. We see close to 2 items here for Catasol here. And a lot of the members of, you know, Dorado are just trying to reach that second item mark. And, you know, DNX is off to the races here in game 1. They showed really solid stuff here, especially from, you know, I would say Panzora being completely left on an island, and, you know, just also Shady Gecko completely opening up the rest of the map so far, and for all of his team. And so far, everyone else has been playing particularly well in this one. And, you know, Dorado, they had a pretty good plan. Reggie has the paranoia.
He's popping it, he's going in, but there are multiple people here. The Karthus ultimate comes through, the Galio over the top, but he is still in there alone. Reggie goes gold, the stasis comes through. We saw the comeuppance on the back of the fight, but this is just too much damage. Mori gets excited, gets 2 kills, a double kill comes through, but Sev, he's coming. Catasol will fall. Mori will fall as well. Shady Gecko, he is still here. It's up to Sev, but Muchai manages to take one more down, but Sev falls as well. 3 are still alive for the side of DNX.
Yeah, and there it was. Once again, we see, but this time, Cosmic Radiance was on cooldown, so we saw like the potential of this composition, but it's honestly a little too late, right? Like you're 20 minutes in and you're down 9,000 gold. Like we see like just the overall, like I said, potential that this composition can have here for Dorado. We saw the multiple layerings of Karthus ultimate. We saw Hero's Entrance, Paranoia. They all came crashing down on the Jinx, but Jinx survived for a very long time. And if Jinx is surviving for a very long time, like the rest of the fight's gonna go really, really rough, because next time Cosmic Radiance is up on cooldown. Like you can't just go super ham onto the Jinx like anytime you want, as we're seeing a bit of a maybe a desperation Baron here, but we're seeing a lot of the members here of DNX are responding very, very quickly. They understand that that would probably be the one way that they would potentially get back in this game, but so far game 1 is looking pretty much in wraps here, I would say, for DNX.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're DNX as well, if Dorado start trying to take Baron, I think you just rush down the mid lane and say, come on, try to keep up with us destroying your base. We'll take the Baron for base trade any day of the week. And now Dorado, they've realized they can't even do the Baron. They back off, and the second Hextech Drake has now spawned, and it looks like Shady Gecko is just going to be able to solo it. There's absolutely no setup around the Drake for the side of Dorado. And Dorado, they are relegated to only the western quadrant of the map. There is a vision for the side of DNX pretty much everywhere else that is relevant. They don't even need vision in their own jungle. They have vision all in Dorado's jungle. I mean, it's not even Dorado's jungle anymore at this point.
Yeah, for sure. It's never probably going to be Penzora. It's kind of down here by himself. Multiple members are coming through, but you know they don't really have a way of stopping him from just sliding away. But he is this strong in the game. So at this point, if you're Dorado, like you had a pretty solid plan, I would say. It just didn't come to fruition, probably as much as they would wanted to in this one. So you know, at this point, you're probably thinking about game 2 straps. You're thinking, okay, you know, I think you had a pretty solid plan, but at the same time, like you kind of have to find ways around giving Penzora a blindable option in the top lane that he can just dominate the top half of the map with, right? Like you got the Graves in a Trinity matchup, and you probably felt like, okay, like you know he's gonna play some off-tank champion, but ended up playing the carry kind of style, the solo like play for an island type of play. So you know, if he's still willing to play this style, even though the composition would argue differently.
Seth trying to make something happen, goes in, is charging up the comeuppance. Oh, we see the ultimate come through from Karthus. That's a shutdown. That's quite a lot of gold going over to Sev. This might just be the start of a swing, but that is still asking a lot when you're still about, what, 9k gold down? Hey, it's something.
Yeah, but it does slow down momentum here a little bit for DNX. Like, you don't want to play the rest of the map in a 5v4 with a global composition, right? Because multiple members can join at any time. Yes, Karthus' ultimate was used, and Akshan's ultimate was used as well, so you had to use 2 of your resources out of the 5 to make sure that kill did come through, but in order to stop momentum, like, that's a necessary play here for Dorado. So I do like that kill a lot on the Catasol. It's a nice little bit of chunk change, I would say, at this state of the game. Like, that one kill is certainly not going to bring you back into it, as we do see a bit of a cheeky blast cone there from Mori, blasting away Xernean there. But, you know, this game is still completely in DNX's hands. It's basically up to, like, the control that they want to play at, because, you know, this Baron's been alive for about 4 minutes now, and they haven't really been super interested in starting this one up yet, even though they're up 9k gold. They're willing to play it slow. They're willing to play the pace at the pace that they want to play at. They want to stay in control of this entire game.
Yeah, and you know they've done a good job of it. So far, Penzora is going in. That is just a dead Karthus, but a dead Karthus is still a useful Karthus if the rest of Dorado want to try for the collapse. The Undying Rage is committed. He is flashed away. He's gone over the wall. The comeuppance is coming through, though, as is the Paranoia. But the team is blocking Xernean with the Cosmic Radiance. As you said, saves the rest of the team. Shady Gecko has gone in deep, but falls to the Galio. The teams are scrapping, the teams are fighting, and when the team fight happens, DNX slap them with the wallet. That is the team fight ace. They have some minions in the mid lane. They're going to start charging down this first inhibitor.
Yeah, the only member up is Muchai, actually, for the next 15 seconds, so I wouldn't be surprised if they potentially push for an end here. Panzora is really, really strong here on this Tryndamere, but they don't actually have that many minions here. Muchai should be able to actually clear away some of these minions. Oh, actually, a bit of a panic flash there from Muchai, not wanting to be the reason why this game ends at the 25-minute mark here. But it looks like some resets are coming through for DNX, but, you know, it's just continuation of what we've seen for the past fights over and over and over again. We see the dive attempts come through from Reggie, from Sevronger on these champions, but Taric just completely stops that in its tracks from ever really gaining any traction here. And even though we haven't actually seen the Taric pick being picked here by Exardian so far in the CCS, definitely doing a solid job on the pick so far, timing the ultimates appropriately, team fight after team fight, and there's not much that you can do as Dorado when you're down 12k, and the only thing your composition knows how to do is go forward.
Yeah, because this is very much like the bongo comp we saw from last year from CLG, but Smoochai, oh no, he's getting caught out. That is a dead card. But again, still useful. Can the team try to capitalize on it? Reggie's getting chased down. The Nocturne falls after popping the Paranoia. Comeuppance comes through for some ship damage. Mori goes low, but not low enough, even as the Ignite ticks down. DNX, they turn to the Baron.
Yep, and, you know, this game is just, you know, I would say this game is basically over. You know, it's probably been over for a bit while, but DNX is just choosing to play it out very controlled. They don't want to make any mistakes. They don't want to give, you know, Dorado basically any chance to come back in this one. Moonshot trying to, you know, do a cheeky steal there, but just ends up blowing his flash for fun there a little bit there in that situation. But, you know, Hextech Soul spawning here for DNX. DNX is just playing this one out by the book. You know, they're not being reckless. They're not making really any major mistakes, I would say, and they're trying to be as clean as possible here. Shady Gecko is trying to go a little bit aggressive. Does have a lot of people around him, though.
Indeed. Hold on. The Cosmic Radiance comes through. Shady Gecko is just given all the invulnerability that he can possibly need. That's 2 quick kills. Sev Diff will fall as well. That's 3 down. Muchai and Reggie are on the run back to the base. Muchai has arrived. The Nocturne is not here yet. This is a Baron buff against 2. 1 falls, and the second will shortly as well. The Resurrection is coming through, but it doesn't matter. The GA is just going to add to the KDA. DNX in 27 minutes win the first game 23-5.
Yeah, and one thing we talked about in terms of like this series and how this series is going to develop was the impact that Game 1 had in this series. Dorado had a plan. They banned out very specific champions. They knew what they wanted to play, and DNX said, I don't care. Yep. We were going to pick Tryndamere for top lane. We're going to 1v1 dominate you in that side lane. We're going to give Mori the capability of being on a carry champion, and there's really nothing you can do about it. Like, you know, just DNX played that game out so well, and Dorado has to figure something out because, not gonna lie, that game was a stomp from DNX.
Yeah, it was. Now, again, I will say I'll defend Dorado a little bit. One, I really did like the draft. I think the execution was a little because they just got so far behind, exactly as you said. Panzora up in the top lane. Panzora proved why he is such a monster and why the stats that we showed at the beginning of the show were so, you know, comparatively high. The dude's crazy. He went 9-0-3. He didn't die one time. Talk about undying rage. Like, he's a beast. But I will say, you know, Dorado, they lost hard the first game in their last match. They lose hard this one. I'm interested to see them grow and kind of adapt. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't, you know, the draft was good, but I didn't really like the Karthus on Muchai. I think honestly I would like to see Muchai put Muchai on something like a carry. Zeri's not good anymore, but maybe take away the Jinx or something.
Yeah, and you know, we'll probably get some form of update. I do believe Dorado gets to choose side for game 2, so maybe they're gonna go up for red side, potentially taking away that counter pick option from Panzora, but you know, just basically counter pick them. And that side, that's what we saw a lot out of, I believe, Hardhead Zone. They preferred to kind of have that red side, I believe, which was only a best of 3, so it's like you kind of don't necessarily have much of a choice. The sides are already predetermined. But yeah, I also think that DNX, especially Xernian in this game was like really, really stellar on the Taric. Obviously,
Yes.
when it comes down to these ultimates coming through, I do think that overall, like the timing isn't necessarily that super hard part, but the ability to say, "Hey, I haven't played this champion all split long, but it's such a good pick here. It's gonna basically win us every single one of these team fights," and
Yeah.
we saw it every single one. Anytime we saw Nocturne, Galio, Karthus, they all press their ulti at the same time. And when the enemy team has one champion that stops all three ultimates, there's not really much you can do about it.
Exactly. Yeah. Xernian, all Xernian had to do was pick somebody to make sure that they didn't die and she didn't die. Panzora wasn't going to die, and that just left you had two potential targets. That was it. And if you picked the 40%, if you picked the 40% chance, good on you. But 60% chance you just weren't going to kill anybody. So it's going to be very interesting to see. We will have a game to let's see if Dorado can bring it back, if they can improvise, adapt, and overcome. We'll see you in just a bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Dorado Gaming Omega versus DNX. DNX are on the blue side, Dorado are on the red. We might see a little bit of a difference in the picks and bans here, but to start us off, DNX are keeping the Vel'Koz out of Sev's hand, and to be fair, Sev, compared to the rest of the team, had a pretty good game on the auction last time.
Yeah, I would say so. Definitely was one that was able to kind of hold a zone there in the mid lane with the Akshan into the Ahri matchup. But this game, like we kind of talked about here, Dorado is on, the red side, so they do have the option of potentially doing some counter picks here. We'll have to wait and see if there is any adjustment. So far, none to be heard of, at least in terms of the bans. We'll have to wait and see what DNX's first pick is. Are they gonna just run back the Jinx here for the Mori, or are they gonna give their mid laner another prio champion there that they typically do here on the blue half of the map? So already a bit here respect towards the Jinx. They don't kind of want to deal with that champion. So this does leave the Ahri open here for Catasol if he so chooses to take that matchup, which oftentimes this is where their mid lane gets picked for DNX here, as they're already hovering the Ahri. Catasol definitely, this is just kind of his style, right? Like he's the rock of this team. This guy he rarely ever loses, but he oftentimes picks his mid laner. And also, I do think Ahri as a champion is just one of those champions that you can first pick blindable champion. It's pretty hard to punish, I would say. And you have natural healing with Q. You have a speed up to get away from ganks. And also, like when you hit level 6, your champion's very hard to gank in general. But Dorado's already switching things up here. With the Diana locked in here for red side, does mean it's going to be a little bit more of it's still going to be that aggressive dive in composition, but a little bit less mint around like very long range global ultimates.
Yeah. And one thing I do want to say is that I believe we saw this last week or we saw it recently, but this, could go into the jungle. It's, a bit more, it's also kind of the wombo combo type deal with all the burst damage at once if it's picked with something like a Yasuo or just anything that can get a good stun. But we could see this in the hands of Sev. Dorado, they also pick up the Xayah as well, a safe, very high potential for a carry in the bot laner. But I am interested to see where they're going to put this Diana because they've had some interesting drafts with it as a potential flex pick.
Yeah, and Diana definitely does have that capability. I would say the champion fits a little bit better into the jungle right now because it has really high clear speed. You're able just to chew through camps. But, if Sev likes the Diana Ahri matchup in the mid lane, you can just send it there and you could potentially have a counter pick for jungle. It looks like if this Ezreal is locked in, so it kind of looks like DNX is going to go back to more of their, I would say, traditional style, basically putting Mori on a bit of the bottom half of the map, just kind of playing for himself down there, and then just letting Panzora and the rest of the map basically have so much impact. But with this Karma pick locked in here, you will have a lot of push here in this bot lane. Ezreal Karma definitely is very, very strong 2v2 duo. But at the same time, Karma has the ability to go mid here as well for kind of, actually, no, Panzora already locked in, sorry. Karma
Ahri
is
top, wouldn't you? Don't you know?
Karma is a very flexible champion. I guess that's what I was trying to say. Most likely just going to go into the hands of Xernian here. It doesn't really feel like a Panzora champion. So they're probably not going to be in his hands, unfortunately. But we are seeing a very early Yasuo pick here.
Yes.
Definitely looking for that very quick, snappy engage that you like to see out of this mid jungle duo.
Yeah, the wind wall also, quite good, can block those monster Qs, can block the mystic shots if needed. The Tryndamere is now taken away by Dorado, now banning 2 of the champions from the last game. They just don't want to see him. And I will say, this is something that I believe they did in their previous series where they played game 1, they lost to something game 1, and they said, okay, let's just not play against that again and see if we can win with our new draft. And so far, they've picked up some stuff. It looks like DNX, they're hovering a Maokai ban, which honestly, I'm a little surprised by. I'm not exactly, I didn't exactly think that Savronger was going to be much of a Maokai player.
Yeah, I guess maybe it's the point and click CC coming through from Maokai's roots coming as like an option. Also, the Q from Maokai is also considered a knockback, which is a knock up essentially, but like position your champion backwards. So like it gives Yasuo multiple options to do. But at the same time, I think if you're Savronger, you're just likely to pick Yasuo here. Not Yasuo, Nautilus on R4. Which is it's a very strong support champion out of the meta. It's very strong into Ezreal. And it gives you the lockdown potential onto Ahri and like on Ezreal, who are 2 very mobile champions that you kind of you don't necessarily want to be dealing with those champions in some of those fights. And with the point and click CC and another point and click ultimate from Yasuo, it kind of just like it's that freebie type of thing. Instead, they're gonna ban the Malphite here, so I would be very surprised if Nautilus is not locked in on R4 or R5.
That is so interesting that it's Malphite and Malk. Well, all right, you know what? Hey, maybe DNX knows something we don't. Maybe there's some scrim data that's leaked that maybe they just have the read that the Maokai is super busted and they want to take the Malphite away from. I don't think Moonshot would play Malphite top, but hey, came through. Maybe they know something we don't. Dorado, they do have to get a pick, and it's exactly as you said, Orion. Hopefully they're not listening and getting any coaching. But I mean, the Nautilus is just the Nautilus. I would have been able to tell you that Nautilus was a good pick here.
Yeah, it just makes so much sense, right? Like you have Ezreal and Ahri, 2 of probably the most mobile champions in the meta right now. Mm-hmm. And when you have a champion that just kind of goes point and click, it's the reason why Maokai was potentially banned, right? It's the point and click CC coming through that just basically doesn't allow for those members to basically play the game. And the rest of the follow-up is very easy. Yasuo ultimate coming through, and then even Diana coming through, hitting multiple members as well. That chain CC layering can be pretty massive, and most of it is knockups. Knockups is not tenacity-based. Like, you cannot get rid of those whatsoever. The only thing you can do with a knockup is QSS it and flash out of it. That's the only thing. Knockups are definitely the most broken form of CC, and they have multiple forms of that coming through. Poppy pick would make a lot of sense for a lot of these dashes coming through, but Yasuo's ultimate is unstoppable. Very key points, because like when he initially goes flying towards his target, you can't actually stop that, but you can stop Yasuo's E. You can stop Diana from dashing through. So I do like the Poppy pick, but I would say DNX very lacking in damage this game, I would say, for the most part.
Yeah, they have picked up the Darius, which, with the Noxian Guillotine can start doing quite a bit of damage. And one thing actually that I do want to come in and take a look at is Sejuani picked up. Okay, before we talk about Sejuani, I do want to say that actually what I think might have happened is they took a look at what Dorado plays in the top lane, what Moonshot plays in the top lane. Moonshot is the one that has played Malphite and the Maokai. So maybe they were thinking, okay, let's get rid of those as potential bad matchups for Darius. But now Dorado, they have also picked up the Sejuani.
Yeah, and the Malphite ban made sense, right? Like you have Yasuo, you have like the chain rolling CC bans, but this Sejuani pick, I have a feeling is gonna end up being the Frostfire Gauntlet Demonic Embrace Sejuani, a build that has been gaining some traction in terms of actually a lot of AP tank champions here, where you actually gain a lot of HP and you're still surprisingly tanky. And also, I don't necessarily see a world where Darius can potentially just run down a Sejuani unless you unless you stop the initial bristle charge of Sejuani's Q, like going for, like, you can use it to get away, but Sejuani has multiple forms of CC, slows that, Darius most likely going to be taking Ghost in this one, so it is going to be a bit of a Panzora special here, and this one in terms of actually stopping, Moonshot from getting very just like staying even in this one, because Darius wants to be ahead. If Darius falls behind, he's laning against a tank that's probably going to be doing some decent amount of damage in these team fights. So it can cause some problems.
This is what I wanted to say, though. We're getting the lock-ins, and it is actually Yasuo in the top lane and Sejuani in the jungle. We are going to get Diana mid.
As of now. Once we get to 20 seconds, then we can start talking about where these champions are actually going. But yeah, you made the point, right? Sevdiff does play Diana, and this is where the curveball and some of these champions can start coming through. Is all of a sudden like, okay, Moonshot is on a carry, kind of like I would say very similar in terms of like how I really can play some of these matchups where like a very highly mechanically intensive champion that if he does kind of get rolling, he can be very, very aggressive. Sejuani has multiple melee auto-attacking champions that you can get multiple stun procs off of as well. So we will have to see where these champions actually do end up going. But yeah, right now the locks are Moonshot top lane with Yasuo, Sejuani in the jungle, Reggie, and Sevdiff is currently hovering Diana being locked in. So once 20 seconds gets locked in, teams are no longer allowed to change. If you change at that point, it's basically like bad manner, and you can be sent to flay in terms of like
competitive rulings.
Yeah,
in the Discord.
So
one thing, to
your point,
to your point about lock-ins not happening until that final 20 second, there's going to be like a minute where final lock-ins be shifted around. Is that Dorado actually lost to a Sejuani top lane. It might have even been I think it was either into an Irelia or something, where Olvark on TA Knight played the Sejuani top, got put super far behind, but it just didn't matter because Sejuani's usefulness is in her ultimate, and that was a mistake.
Yes. I guess Sevronger was not here. Because like when you aren't unfortunately it was a client bug, so it was not Sevronger's fault here. So we don't get to flame him completely. But we kind of do get to talk about these teams coming through, and we also don't get to know where these champions are going still, which is kind of the unfortunate part here in this one. I will say the Yasuo Darius matchup is what I would consider very Darius favored. Because even though Yasuo is this very mobility based champion, Darius is a champion that's based around his like immediate circle. If you enter the immediate circle, you die. And Yasuo has to be in that immediate circle basically at all times to be completely useful. Sejuani has her W to like manipulate waves and just be able to like just basically control the lane state at all times, basically like for the most part. Yasuo has to enter that circle to even hit the wave, and Darius can just sit on the outside of it and say, "Hey, you want to touch the wave? Oh, no, well, too bad.
No, you don't. Not anymore."
So
yeah, it could definitely be scary, but I mean, we won't know the lock-ins for a while, but the Moonshot again, I guess is choosing this. The Darius was locked in after the Yasuo action, so I guess this was not only a counter pick, but I mean, that's the thing. Would you expect that it is a Yasuo top lane? Do you think DNX did their scouting and knew that this would probably be a Diana mid and that the Yasuo would have to go elsewhere?
See, I don't know, because like we mentioned Sevdiff being able to play the Diana, and when you see these two champions paired up, you immediately think mid jungle.
Yes,
because you have the most access to the map, you have the most access to the ability to basically just have so much impacts. Like you can affect top lane, you can affect bot lane, and you can just push waves together constantly and just move around the map so well. But when you throw Yasuo in the top lane into a matchup where he's most likely going to lose lane in itself, yes, you do have Diana that can come up there, but if you're not level 6, it can be hard. Sejuani does actually keep Darius in place very, very well with Yasuo in terms of the auto attack passive from Sejuani coming through, so you do have the capabilities of potentially shutting down that champion if it were to kind of go into that situation. Sevronger has rejoined the lobby, so we are getting back into the client starting up here. So we will have to wait and see where these champions are going to be locked in, I'm very curious to see if Moonshot is going to be taking the Yasuo, because I honestly wouldn't mind it being a potential for Sejuani top, but
Yeah.
that also puts the Yasuo mid. And I don't know if Sev plays Yasuo.
Yeah, does he have the hands? I'll go and check real quick, but that is, that is the question. It's like, do you really want to rely on that? You know what? All right, I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna give you this one just to see if this changes your calculus at all. Sev has 9 games of Sejuani as well.
I mean, I guess it's a possibility. I mean, you're landing against the Ari. I guess at this point, anything's possible here. For the top half of the map, I can almost guarantee you Zaya is going to be the AD carry and Nautilus is going to be the support here.
Nautilus jungle, let's go! Clear is bad, but he can get ganks.
But at the end of the day, I do think that I would, in terms of like being able to pilot the champion at the highest level, I would say Yasuo Yasuo would probably be the best into Moonshot's hands instead of Seth's hands. Personally, nothing against Seth, but I do think Moonshot is the more of a capable player of playing this type of champion that does require very high intensive mechanics. But this initial lane will be rough. If Darius just kind of starts W and just takes Ghost, and he's able to land that W auto attack off that slow, you can potentially just pop Ghost and just run it.
Yeah.
And what can he do?
He's got one dash in the kit. He can, go for that, and then I guess we're also gonna have to see the flash out of Moonshot. I was trying in my head. Oh look, I'm huffing the copium today. All right, I'm huffing the copium. I was trying to think of some world in which, this would probably not be very good, but you put Moonshot on the Yasuo, you put Sev on the Sejuani, and you put Reggie on the Diana, but you swap Sev to top lane and you put Moonshot mid. Anything? I don't think that's what they're going to do, but
yeah.
No, again, we're huffing the copium, but I think we still have some time until these get locked in. We'll have to see, but I have a feeling that this will be the final lock-in.
Yeah, and it does look, obviously 10 seconds is a pretty decent long time, but once we get past the 20-second marker, it does look like Moonshot is going to actually be piloting the Yasuo into this Darius, as we have now officially creased past the 20-second marker here. This Poppy will be a very interesting champion kind of coming through, because yes, you do stop a lot of the initial dashes that Sejuani and Diana have. Pretty similar, I would say, to kind of like what the Tark main goal was of that composition. You want to stop the initial engage, and then your team is able just to pile on so much extra damage afterwards that there's not really much the enemy team's composition can kind of do about it. But as Poppy, you can't stop Glacial Prism. You can't stop Nautilus' Death Charge coming through with Yasuo on top of that. And if your Yasuo's ahead, your Ezreal or your Ahri can basically just get one tap through your W. So we'll have to wait and see how these compositions end up being played out. And my eyes are immediately going straight to the top lane in this one.
Oh yeah. I mean, we got 2 very safe bot laners, and we have 2 very explosive top laners, as has been the case for both of these teams throughout Wednesday CCS. We will be into game number 2 in just a couple of minutes. Let's see if we can take this one home. Hello everybody, and welcome back. We are running into game number 2, and both teams are running 5 men to the top side of the map. Let's go, baby.
And this is a situation where both teams understand top lane that this game is going to be the main central here. So far, it looks like a bit of a preparation was probably done in a sense that it's kind of the path that they wanted to take, but so far, not a lot of information has been gained. Shady Gecko. And...
They did. I think DNX did actually spot Dorado coming down into the river here, but Dorado, they're the ones that get vision on that side of the map, and DNX, they don't actually get anything for it. They have to recall. We all move back, and it looks like Shady Gecko pops over to the sweeper, as the teams head out back onto the Rift.
Yeah, and not only that, but the ward barely got placed to see the base come through. One of the members, I don't quite remember which member it was, but they saw the base come through of Dorado there, so they know that some attempt was made at top half of the map. But so far, like, there's potential for some crazy stuff to happen there. Unfortunately, nothing quite happened here at the level 1 stage, but, you know, like I said, immediately both junglers are pathing towards the top lane. They know that this top lane is going to be extremely volatile in this one.
Oh yeah, I'm interested to see if we're going to see full clears or if we're going to try to see a race to that top side of the map. We'll have to see. Sejuani's going for blue into Gromp. Poppy, red, Raptors, and continuing to clear. Panzora and Moonshot, they are scrapping it out. Panzora looks ready to take this one down, but we see an engage from Savronger getting the root onto Mori. Zernian trying to get some trading through, but overall it's going to be a race to level 2 down to the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and you know, we see a little bit of advantage of Panzora actually opting in the queue. I was a little surprised he ended up going for that one. But so far, you know, everyone's just kind of chilling. Luchai's actually level 2.
That's a huge hook, and the Ignite gets Savronger first blood onto Mori, even committed the flash.
Yeah, and also a heal from Xerny in there too. I don't know if it was a little late or if just the Ignite was already proctored from Savronger, but you know, we already see Shady Gecko's already making his way up here in the top half of the map, but the wave is pushing too. Moonshot here, there's actually no real reason for him to step up, but he flashes.
Ooh, he gets apprehended, he dashes, flashes, he's getting under his turret, and he survives. Pops the Poppy passive. Reggie is up here as well, but top jungle duo, they are lower on HP.
Oh, actually, look at Sav. Savronger has actually made the way up here too.
Yeah,
he has
they're
Sweeper.
up here. There is no ward in this bottom side brush. Panzora is in the middle of the wave, but Moonshot can get forward. He can push forward. He's low HP. He goes airborne. Panzora, he's gonna fall. Moonshot with the kill. 2 early KOs for the side of Dorado.
Oh man, Savronger already making such a huge impact on this one, on the Nautilus, picking up the 2v2 kill in bot lane, and he realizes there's no reason for him to be on the bot half of the map because the wave is pushing to his AD carry, and he's looking to make a play in the mid lane here as well.
Shady Gecko knows that something's gonna happen. He gets the hook flash, but hold on, Shady Gecko gets the charge, tries to peel for his mid laner, but Sev gets a kill as well. Kills all over the map. Reggie and Savronger, the 2-man gank squad, aren't here to mess around.
And that's just the power of the early game Nautilus and Sejuani. You know, Sejuani has her E passive that any melee auto attack coming through stacks that up even faster for her, and Reggie is just sprinting to these lanes already.
He is indeed. Now, despite the kill, Moonshot is still down a level. He has not been able to farm as much as he would like, though he did get the kill. He's going to be able to pick up some CS here, but Panzora, despite the kill, remaining about even on the CS department.
Yeah, actually, you know, Moonshot is, you know, playing this lane out, I would say, pretty well in this top half of the map. You know, he's able to just kind of farm from distance a little bit with his Q, respecting that early Darius damage. And, you know, this game 2 is looking a lot different here for Dorado in this one. Sav has actually been very active on the map as we are seeing this trading pattern here that's going to happen in this matchup. You know, Darius has a 1-2-3 combo that Yasuo just cannot answer up here in this top half. But with that early kill already achieved, it's going to kind of slow down the pace that Panzora is able to play at up here in this top lane. And, you know, this wave has basically been pushing constantly into Moonshot here, which is what you really like to see if you are the Yasuo in this position. So overall, like, Darius just hasn't been able to have the impact that you'd like to see out of him.
Yeah, these apprehends do keep coming through for chip damage on the Moonshot, but he is sustaining perfectly fine here. And Shady Gecko, they want to jump onto Sev. Sev does have the flash, managed to get out of the steadfast presence, does have to commit the flash, but comes out alive.
Yeah, and it was a nice attempt. You know, you get the flash off of Sev. You know, Sev wasn't in a great position there. He didn't want to get charmed up. He didn't necessarily probably know if the kill threat was going to be able to come through onto him. So flashes for safety instead of actually just flashing just purely for his life there. But Savronger is back in the mid lane, but Catapult does have Spirit Rush, so this gank is not particularly easy. So more or less just wants to push the wave out here for his mid laner. And You know, the one thing that is a little different about this Xayah pick is Xayah is able to farm pretty efficiently by herself, and Ezreal Karma isn't necessarily a duo that can like punish you. They can push you in, they can chunk you out, but Xayah is able just to stay pretty far away. You can farm up with your feathers, and ultimately Nautilus just kind of has a bit of a free roam. He's already built the mobility boost as well. You know that this guy wants to be very active on the map. And Zora's level 5 here to Moonshot.
Looks like nothing too crazy. They're thinking about it. Action, all chip damage, small skirmishes all across the map. One in the mid lane as well. Catasol going down low, but nobody overcommits. Nobody goes for any of the tower dives. They do not have Reggie or Sevronger to support them. Sevronger is, walking forward, thinking about it, but alas, nothing too crazy happens. Sev, though, a little bit down on CS, will gain some back with this mid wave and deny a little bit from Catasol as well. That being said, 2K gold lead for the side of Dorado right now. CS relatively even. I will say, though, Reggie has 2 assists, has had a great impact on the map, and is still out farming Shady Gecko.
Yeah, and that's the point that's like really important here, because typically like when you kind of sprint to your lanes, you end up typically losing out on farming up your camps because you're spending your time elsewhere. But he's done a really good job of continuously being on his camps. I also feel like, he's picked up multiple scuttle crabs here coming through. As we are seeing Shady Gecko trying to make a play from top pad is, work. So not quite able to have a strong impact here, which does mean that since he is spotted on top half, Dragon is going to be going the way of Dorado Gaming here for the first. It is a Cloud Dragon, so it's not the most impactful drag, I would say, in terms of like early stats or early pressure that you can get from the Dragon. But so far, like this game is going much better for Dorado here. They definitely have, I would say, a lot more tools in terms of like very quick, very like snappy engages coming through from multiple members. And when you have a gold lead like this, it can be very easy to just kind of layer all those buttons together. And there's not really much of a response to come through from DNX here. Like they don't really have, like they do have a couple of Keeper's Verdict. They have Mantra shielding coming through from Karma, but it's going to be pretty hard to actually layer some of that abilities coming through when you actually are getting continuously knocked up over and over again.
Yeah, and the layered damage, people getting knocked up, that burst damage, and it also seems like Dorado are doing a pretty good job of getting a little bit of chip damage in. They're constantly pushing these lanes, and it feels like they have constant priority pretty much everywhere. Even with Panzora pushing in the top lane, it's moving back and forth, and it feels like both of these teams, the root comes down onto Mori, but Muchai does not pursue it. It feels like both of these teams have decided, all right, you know what, let's sit back and scale a little bit. And if we get into a scaling game, I'm leaning kind of towards Dorado's team composition here.
Well, I also just think that, Dorado's composition, I would say, is a little bit easier to pull off, right? You have very clear go buttons. You have very clear champions that have like basically an order of operations, kind of. You have Nautilus and Sejuani and Diana basically going first. Actually, Mori's by himself. Sevronger is only level 5. Doesn't have the point.
He predicts the flash. It's huge, and Sevdiv picks up the kill. Panzora tries to go in on the top side of the map, noting that the support and the jungler are down on the bottom side. The Noxian Guillotine comes through. Panzora has to use the Q to get the kill, 1-for-1, but Sevronger, a nasty hook on the Nautilus.
Yeah, that was actually humongous there from Sav. Great play there, actually realizing that Ezreal does have that E, and he also still has Flash. Not opting into Flash, he thought the E was gonna be enough there, but still picks up the kill in that bot lane, further extending their lead. But we talked about this top lane matchup being as volatile as it is and how explosive this Darius can be if you enter that range that he has within his own circle. And Yasuo basically has to play in that circle constantly, and he used Flash and Ignite there, basically trying to stop Panzora, but Panzora just did not care. Solo kill onto him, also a turret plating coming through, so is able to he can kind of say, hey, I'm going to put my team on their back in this one, potentially, if he kind of keeps this one going.
Yeah, and now we're back in the position again of Panzora. He's putting his carry pants on, he's strapping on his backpack, telling everybody to hop in. All right, he's going to carry up the mountain, both, in the snow, both ways, uphill. But again, praise a little bit, turning to Dorado's last series. Even if Moonshot falls behind on the top side of the map, the rest of the map, if they perform well. They showed they were still able to carry, and Sevronger and Reggie, they are now here. This jungle support duo is absolutely nasty. The last breath comes through. Panzora's trying to get a kill, trying to get a trade, but it doesn't happen. Sev commits the flash. Shady Gecko trying to go through, commits the keeper's verdict. There goes the Moonfall. Sev is still alive. Turret shots are coming through. Cadisol, this is a lot of damage, just barely manages to get out of there.
Yeah, but look at Reggie though. Reggie has the copper on Cadisol. That's flash.
Flashes in, he dives forward. This is a 3v1. The stun comes through. Reggie solo. Shady Gecko picks up the kill. I don't think Reggie was expecting all of them there still.
Yeah, Reggie just a little bit too far. He wanted to pick up the kill on the Cadisol, just didn't quite have enough damage there to pick up that kill. So we are seeing some pretty good trades here happening after the kill onto Panzora there, but we see the reason why I said this Nautilus pick was going to be so huge. The point and click ultimate, that's a knockup into Yasuo, into just the layering of CC here for Dorado's composition just makes the game so easy to play. And yeah, you're a Darius, you're a very big beefy meatball, but if you just get layered to CC where you actually just can't play the game, it doesn't even matter in the top half of the map.
Yeah, and that was, we're seeing Reggie and Sevronger just make such good use of these two very strong CC ultimates. Wherever they go, somebody is going to die. Sevronger now in the mid lane. Sevronger chilling out in this bush. Shady Gecko is here. The ward over the wall will give him away just a little bit. Sev's Crescent Strike does not hit, but Sevronger is here, commits the hook. The Glacial Augment comes through. Cadisol trying to get away, but Sev with another kill. Reggie goes over the wall. I don't think he expected two there, but Shady Gecko keeps them away. And now Panzora trying to get another trade on the top side, just pushes the wave in.
Yeah, and once again, another kill set up basically by Sevronger. This guy's been having a monster game on the Nautilus, and this is what you want to see out of this pick. This champion is the champion that is enabling all of his teammates to perfection in this one, as we are seeing Shady Gecko trying to stop Sevdiff from potentially taking too much of this mid lane tower, but he can't actually do too much here in the top half of the map. But Sevronger back on the top, and that does have Death Charge available. Here it goes.
He tosses it out. The last breath comes through, but Panzora is still quite healthy. He has the ultimate. It goes off, and Moonshot does fall. The 1-for-1 trade comes through, but the kill goes on to the Nautilus.
Yes, but actually, that's a pretty good trade there for Panzora. Actually, Shady Gecko's wrapping around. No flash.
Sav just tries to make something happen here. The Moonfall comes through. Cadisol has to dash out of there. The charm. Shady Gecko goes with the dash. The Q2 doesn't hit. Sev survived for a while, but not long enough.
Yeah, once again, Sev being punished here in the mid lane. That's been like several times this game where he's basically got wrapped around by that same corridor. So you would think at some point you had to like maybe make some form of adaptation here in the mid lane, saying, hey, this is the only way I've been getting ganked this entire game. I have to be able to play around it. But so far hasn't made that adjustment here in this one. And you know, while DNX has been like, you know, slowly losing this game a little bit, they're not stopping on their retroactive plays. They're still being proactive. They still want to be the ones to make sure that they're trying to keep themselves in this game, because they realize that the composition of Dorado definitely is a little bit more simpler to play in a lot of these team fights, especially when you start grouping around these objectives.
Yeah, and speaking of objectives, they had great objective control last time. DNX, they do lose 2 dragons, but they are only down now 1,000 gold. The gold lead had ballooned beyond that earlier in the game, and now we are getting a little bit of an engage. Shady Gecko goes in on Reggie. Sevronger gets the passive hook down. They go on to Panzora. They try to turn. Can they turn fast enough, though, is the question. Panzora doesn't have the ultimate. The Nautilus ultimate is committed. It knocks off Cadisol for just long enough. Moonshot with the double kill, the last breath, spelling the doom of this fight over the rift. Herald Pit, and meanwhile, the bottom laners are farming.
Yeah, and there we see, once again, the easy composition here. Multiple layerings of CC. That fight looked very grim when you looked at it in a vacuum, but all of a sudden, 3 members go immediately onto Panzora, chunking him out as soon as the fight was starting. And Panzora didn't do anything in that fight because he got layered by the Death Charge, the initial Yasuo knockup into ultimate, and I think even Diana's Moonfall ultimate, I'm pretty sure it hit no one.
Yeah.
So it basically had 0 effect, and they still won the fight just because of how the CC layering comes through on a Panzora, and they were able just to chase the rest of the members down there, as Moonshot is actually winning out on this 1v1 here against Mori.
Yeah, quite well. And we're actually saying, you know, Panzora didn't have the Noxian Guillotine that time. There were several low members of Dorado Gaming during that fight, but Panzora's ultimate cooldown was just a little bit too long, and if he gets one kill there, he just goes to Reset City and kills everybody. But he, you know, they turned on him. He got like 2 auto attacks off. He couldn't charge up any of his abilities, and then he was just dead. Now, let's check in on the items very briefly because we do have some important spikes. Dorado, 4 members with mythic items. Darius just now picked up the Trinity Force. Poppy still only has the Bombies. We see that the Essence Reaver is on the Ezreal and the Everfrost is on the Ahri. So the first item spikes are coming through for pretty much everybody across the board. But Sevronger, with those 2 kills and 7 assists, has a very fast Locket of the Iron Solar.
Yeah, and that Locket's actually going to be pretty huge in some of these fights. You know, that AoE shielding coming through, also the extra armor stats that you give to your teammates around you. It's just very nice. Like, obviously, it's not something that's going to appear on a stat sheet very, very easily, but in terms of just, like, a small damage of increments coming through can very easily change the fight. Sav is actually looking at mid lane, but he's getting wrapped around.
Oh, he tries to go for the Hex Flash, but Shady Gecko is there. I don't know if they saw it. It was a prediction. The kill comes through, and now Sev, if he goes over the wall to try to put his support, a huge just a breath. Reggie gets one, and all of a sudden, that fight turns for Dorado. Moonshot picks up the second. What was that? Rift Herald dropped in the mid lane.
Yes, Sev with a huge Moonfall, and it's the combination of Last Breath there from Moonshot as well. It does like the Rift Herald that's going to crash into the mid lane tower, but I'm not going to lie, that was probably the most obvious Diana ultimate I've ever seen in my life. He was just waiting and waiting for them to turn around that corner, and as soon as they did, he goes immediately on all 3 members, landing the key ultimate there. But I gotta say, DNX has to be able to see that and know that that was coming. That was the most obvious Diana ulti I've seen in my life.
But it came through, and I mean the cooldowns are already resetting. Last Breath from Moonshot's coming through. His ultimate's coming through quickly. Panzora, he face checks the bush, and he gets punished for it. Sev with the kill. Dorado, they are trying to steamroll this game. They're trying to get to this will be Soul Point already at 18 minutes. DNX, they throw as much over the wall as they can, but they hit nobody. They're gonna maybe try to steal this dragon, maybe try to jump over the wall. There's 3 members here. They try to burst it down, but it doesn't matter. Shady Gecko commits as far as he can. They are still fighting with the wall. Stronger is here. Diana goes. The Moonfall comes through. Moonshot with the Last Breath. That is 3 kills and 2 members on almost no HP for DNX. Dorado, they are rolling the second game.
Oh, DNX is falling apart in this one. Just multiple, I would say just really rough decisions here. There's no real reason to contest that dragon. You already lost multiple members. You lost Panzora, and all of a sudden they flash for it, and they still try to stay near the area. Now, if you want to send your jungler over the wall, that's fine. But you don't, not everyone else does not have to die for it. You're just putting yourself further and further behind a composition that wants to really steamroll these fights. You know, I gotta give it to Sev Diff in this one and Sevronger. These guys are landing huge ultimates on the backline, and Moonshot is just doing the rest.
Yeah, massive props to these 2 solo lane players. They're doing so well. We'll get these replays at some point. Don't worry about it. But one thing I want to know, Moonshot has already, I respect the heck out of Moonshot for doing this. Skips going straight to the second item to go for the Mortal Reminder. Commits to the heal cut early against the Darius, against the Ahri, against the Karma. I love seeing this out of the top lane.
Yeah, you know, I gotta admit, like, they're in a really strong position here. You know, this composition, like, it likes to burn out very, very quickly, but when you have the gold that you do, like, you can just go forward on basically anyone, and you can just layer the CC, and no one is tanky enough to survive that initial engage. Like, even Panzora, like, if you have Last Breath, Glacial Prison, Moonfall, all on the same target, or even multiple members, like, there's just nothing you can do about it, I guess, as it's gonna be composition, so... But I have to wait to see how it does have...
Moonshot! A great flash just dodges right past Shady Gecko.
Yeah, honestly, Flash was kind of unnecessary. You have Featherstorm available, which is what makes Saya such a strong self-healing champion in this meta, but wanted to be safe here in the mid lane. Didn't want to lose out on too much of the HP there, so opting into using the flash instead. So, you know, obviously it's like it is a use summoner spell, and it does kind of keep the Xayah a little bit healthier in this lane, but I will say a little bit of a panic there. So, you know, if you are Dorado, it's important to take a deep breath here. Yes, you're winning this game. You are in full control of this one, but at the same time, we've seen them go just a little bit too far in some of these situations and give away kills over to DNX. So we have to see them be cool and calm and collected, controlling these fights, and then when they get an opportunity, they need to be very explosive. No hesitation from Dorado in this one.
And we've seen, you know, they've been pressing their go buttons really, really well so far in this game. They're hovering around the Baron pit, but they're not going to do it. They're just getting vision. Dragon is spawning in 2 minutes. We'll have to see if there are any
Mori. Oh, there it is.
Mori commits the flash, but the Nautilus ultimate will follow you. He gets stunned up. The Glacial Prison comes through. Mori gets hooked again, but Panzora is here. Sevdiv with the Moonfall. Reggie with the Glacial Prison. This is so much damage. Panzora falls. Sev is gone. Golden Shady. Gecko. Oh no, he will fall to Moonshine. This is a phenomenal play for the side of Dorado Gaming. I said they weren't going to the Baron. They're going now.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I talked about with this Nautilus pick. Ezreal used E, flash, and gained so much distance, and it just did not matter as he was just chased to oblivion. And he couldn't have played that situation any better than what he did. He could have he got over walls, he gained a lot of distance, but the chase down effects coming through of Dorado just made it. And also that entire fight, Moonshot wasn't even there. It was a 4 versus 5. That just shows the power of this composition when you get that strongly ahead.
Yeah, this is, I mean, and now, you know, the next dragon spawns in about 45 seconds. You know, thinking some cooldowns are still burned. Flash on the Diana is gone. Ignite on Nautilus, Ignite on Diana, those are still coming up. But Panzora's flash is gone. Mori's flash is gone. Zernian's flash will be coming up here soon, but the heal is gone. These are key summoner spells that DNX is not going to have for Soul Fight.
Yeah, and this fight is just not going to be easy. Like, you can't approach this Dorado Gaming team. You just can't. And this is Soul Point, and this Soul is Mountain Soul. So your team is already lacking damage, and the team is potentially going to get a shield on top of that for free? How do you expect to kill any of these members on Dorado if they get this Mountain Soul? So you have to play for this dragon, but you put yourself so far behind before it. Here goes Shady.
Shady Gecko, he goes in with the flash. He tries to get the heroic charge down, but there's the Keeper's Verdict. That sends Nautilus flying, or actually sends Moonshot flying. My bad, they're trying to go in, but he's already back. Sev Ronger goes in with the hook. Reggie gets a lot of damage. Sevdiv is on a rampage. That's 3 kills. Xernian and Panzora can do nothing. That is the ace. Dorado Gaming, they have the Baron. They have a minion wave. These respawn timers are short. They're going to pick apart the base and get the Drake at the same time. Mountain Soul for them.
Yeah, 20-second death timers is going to result in an inhib at the bare minimum here for Dorado Gaming, and a 12k gold lead on top of that with a Mountain Soul. Dorado is in complete control of this one, and like I mentioned earlier, like, all these fights that DNX have been opting into taking has just been making their game so much harder. Yes, that third dragon, you were down 4k gold. Fourth dragon, you're down 12k gold. This gold lead is insurmountable at this point in the game, just due to the fact that you don't really have the best of scaling. Your comp is already lacking damage, and Dorado's comp is just so easy to play. Like, we've seen it time and time again. Sev is just waiting and waiting to clump together, and the second you do, he is E'ing and he's ulting, and it's the only thing he's done this entire game, and he's doing it to perfection.
Yeah, it's been so phenomenal. He now has the 3 items. Moonshot just bought. He did not have very many items in his kit. He just bought pretty much a full Death's Dance. We have 2 items on Reggie in the jungle. We have the 2 items on Muchai as well, building towards what I believe will be that Lord Dominic's Regard. Power spikes are coming through for the side of Dorado. And I mean, if you watched last game and then watched this game with the nameplates off, you would not think that Dorado was the ones in the lead. You would think that it is just, oh, DNX was just on red side again, because this is almost an exact mirror of the last game.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and you know it's definitely what you want to see out of a best of 5, right? Like obviously, like one game does not decide your series. Moonshot is actually face taking Panzora. I think Panzora still wins this.
And Shady Gecko is on the way, as is Xernian. I mean, Moonshot trying to get the last breath through. Maybe if it's 1v1, but it doesn't matter. I mean, hey, you know what? At least get the bottom lane turret.
Yeah, you know, obviously a nice little pickup there for, you know, the top 5 kill. Kind of like, pretty similar to last game. It's going to stop the momentum here for Dorado of actually making any further plays happening here. So, really nice pickup there. And also, Moonshot is a lot of your consistent damage. So, if they were to look for a fight, it would be pretty hard to actually play this game out. So, they're playing it safe. They don't want to make any more mistakes. They want to make sure that this game is secured and in the bag. That way, they're able to tie up the series, which they should be looking to do here. Obviously, Baron is not up for another 2 minutes, so they're probably just going to play more for the side lanes. They have mid lane automatically pushing with that inhib being down already, so it's mostly up to these members on the side lanes to not get caught out in these sides, because once that one member goes down, your momentum is just completely gone, and the rest of your team has to back off because of your mistake.
Yeah, and you know, Moonshot also did get over a shutdown. I'm not exactly certain how big it was, but that did go over. There are still shutdowns remaining on 3 members of Dorado, but they're looking pretty strong here. Again, the item spike, no other big item spikes came through this time around, other than the Abyssal Mask on the Nautilus, which, hey, you know, that could be pretty relevant. This Nautilus, I mean, Sevronga has just been an absolute menace on this thing. It's as a Nautilus fan myself, this is always so fun to see. It's not just a Jerry counter, folks. It's just a mobility counter.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, like I said, I love this pick on R4. It just made so much sense, and I'm really surprised DNX did not end up banning this one out. This champion has been having such a strong impact, as well as the Diana. Just, you know, it looks like Dorado has had actually some really solid plans going into both Game 1 and Game 2. DNX Game 1 did a really good job countering that one out, mostly just through Panzora dominating the 1v1. But so far, like, this game has just been complete domination from both Sevronga and Sevdiff, really. Also, Reggie had a really strong early impact in this one. And it's basically just up to everyone else just kind of setting up Moonshot to kind of take over a lot of these fights. And, you know, there's not really much they can do to stop this push. Like, if you're not going to fight for the tower, you're certainly not going to fight for the inhibitor. That's going to be, because it's just dead. It's basically just dead up. I mean, Hook does miss there. Kind of so actually playing fairly aggressive.
A huge chunk from the Crescent Strike there, but Dorado, they want the move towards the Baron. They're going to be clearing out quite a few wards along the way. But, I mean, honestly, I think that's the first hook that Sevronga has missed this entire game. It was just barely out of reach. They have priority over this Baron pit. DNX, they are moving so slow through this jungle. They're waiting for the TP to come through. Baron is almost down. Shady Gecko and Panzora are here. Shady Gecko steals the Baron. He gets the smite steal. It comes through. The Keeper's Verdict sends a Sejuani out. The team fight is an absolute mess, but Sev gets one. Reggie gets a second. Panzora, Mori, Castle, they're the only ones still surviving. They have the Baron buff. This might just be enough to save the game, but if they go down, it certainly won't be. Mori has to commit the flash. A heroic play from Shady Gecko, but a lost team fight for DNX.
Yeah, but is it going to matter, though? They have super minis in the mid and the bot lane here. They have to clear these waves out. Hook lands!
Goes through.
Last breath.
Oh, the Glacial Augment does not quite do it enough. These are buffed up Baron. These are buffed up minions, so it will be a lot harder to kill. It will give DNX just a little bit more time. The inhibitor respawns. They decide to take it down. They just decide they're going to try to eliminate this base as much as they can before they back off as the respawns come through. Muchai does not get caught out, and it looks like DNX, they don't want to go on the chase just yet.
Yeah, but so that Baron steal means that Elder will spawn in this game, and yes, your composition is down 9,000 gold. But if you pick up that Elder Dragon, there is potential to actually just straight up win this game. Elder buff is huge for this composition. Obviously, I don't think they need it on the side. Oh, actually, Charm lands. Reggie's really low.
He might go down here. Castle, they're gonna commit to it. Oh, Reggie manages to pop.
Oh, Reggie.
No, the blast plant. Reggie, he has some fancy footwork, but he runs into the rest of the team. DNX, they are starting to pop off. The resets are coming through. That's 2 down. Key members. The Elder is spawning in 5 seconds. Dorado, I think they might have just thrown this away.
Not quite though. We have super minions in the bot lane, so Catasol is actually basing for that. They know that those minions will wreak havoc in their base. So this dragon is gonna be a 4 versus 3 fight. Savronger still does not have Death Charge, but Moonshot has Last Breath. Hook can cause Last Breath to come through, but this is a 4v3. Dorado has to play the fight out very carefully. He was
Ari's on the way. It's gone, it's out of there, but Ari is here now. This is a full 5 members with a jungler. They are running, but there are super minions in the base. Unfortunately, there are no TPs on the side of Dorado. DNX, from a Baron steal to getting the Elder without a fight, they are right back into this game.
And with the power of the Elder, Dorado basically has to concede all push, no matter that you have two inhibitors down and a 6k gold lead. But it was just 12k a minute ago. All of a sudden, DNX is in a position to win this game. This is DNX's time to shine. A lot of standing gold is up and available. All 3 outer towers. Actually, every single tower is up in the game for the taking of DNX. We're going to have to watch and see just how closely this gold alley actually balloons to in terms of like what it was to what it will be when the Elder Dragon does go away.
Yeah, the Baron just timed out. DNX, they have gotten their first turret of the game. We will see. Looks like they're trying to rotate down towards the bottom tier 1, but we are getting some recalls coming through. I mean, hey, first turret of the game, you absolutely take that. That cuts the gold lead down to about 4,500. Dorado, you said it before, they just need to take a breath, relax, recharge. There's, the gold lead has shrunk. They are fighting against an Elder buff. It still seems that they are in pretty good control of the game, though. They still have the Mountain Soul.
Yeah, they will be in control the second Elder goes down, but with Elder still up and available for DNX, these fights will be hard. So, and it's also just very risky. You don't want to play for this. Actually, Catasol is like pretty far out, but none of the actual members are around him, so no prison to be used there. But Reggie could look to be pretty aggressive, but a lot of the members from DNX are starting to come up here. They're making their way. Actually, Catasol is looking.
Wants to commit to it. They still have the Elder buff, but there is a lot of HP on Reggie as well as the Mountain Soul Shield. They've chewed through that. DNX, they are posturing to play aggressively. The Elder buff, it's only going to be on for a little bit longer. They don't have much time left. If they want to fight, they're going to have to force it.
Yep, and Baron will be back spawned when the Elder Dragon is gone. So so Dorado will not have to worry about that coming through, but the Elder Dragon probably has about another 20 seconds or so of availability time, which is why we're seeing Dorado still posturing forward. They know that this Elder Dragon is going to be despawning, and they know that they have the advantage in this game when it does go away. Panzora is looking. He wants to start this fight before Elder goes away.
Yeah, they are playing aggressively. It's a constant back and forth. This is a game of footsies, but the Elder Dragon is gone. The buff is out of there. We did see, we haven't seen DNX win a team fight, right? Not a full team fight. They've gotten some picks, but they have not won an outright 5v5. The Hook just barely misses a pixel away. Ooh, the True Shot Barrage, it takes off the Mountain Soul shields. That could be big. The Wind Wall is there, but it doesn't block anything. The turret does fall. That is what Dorado were after. They want to go for the inhibitor next. DNX, you said it before, they didn't fight for the turret. Why are they going to fight for the inhibitor? The Hook comes through, but Mori with a fantastic Mystic Push, a shift. Oh, the Keeper's Verdict gets two. Reggie and Seth wrong. They flash out there. Panzora wants to go for the resets. He gets hooked in, but the Moonfall comes through. Moonshot has slain Mori. Panzora is still alive. Gets one. Did the resets come through? No, the ultimate was already used. A huge... Oh my goodness, a huge kill coming through for Panzora. Double kill. He wants to keep going. The chase is coming through. Sevronger and Moochai, they are falling apart. Sevronger tries to save his ADC, but it doesn't matter. That is the ace. That is 5 kills for DNX. The Baron has spawned. They are going to grab it.
And that's going to be the Baron here of DNX as well. Like you said, 2k gold lead is going to be completely erased here by Dorado, and we're seeing a complete throw here from Dorado Gaming. They were up 12k gold around the 24-25 minute marker, and it's been 10 minutes, and that gold lead has completely erased off of Summoner's Rift here, as we are seeing the Baron has now been slain. All 5 members of DNX actually received this Baron, and they want to win this one. They don't want this series to be tied out. We saw that fight how we talked about order of operations has to happen. Huge ultimates have to come through for Dorado, and it just didn't happen. But also in that fight, huge keepers for Shady Gecko, and just everyone was able to initially kite away from the initial attempts. Like Death Charge was used early, Glacial Prison not quite hitting the mark as well, and Panzora was so beefy in this front line. He actually took up so much damage, and all of a sudden, this is DNX's game potentially.
Yeah, oh, that is a huge triple root. Muchai and Seventh in the mid lane. They're trying to run. Muchai goes for the Feather Storm, manages to get out of there. And it looks like DNX, they get control over the Elder Pit. It doesn't spawn for another minute, but I mean, I think you're more than happy to just sit here and wait. Dorado, they have to walk by you in order to get to your base. Sevronga gets charmed. Damage comes through. Teams are posturing for a 5v5 in the river. Panzora with the apprehend pulls Reggie over the wall, gets a Q off, but he is a little bit isolated. The keeper's verdict gets popped as well. Reggie is so low, and Panzora starts to get the resets. The first one comes through. Shady Gecko with a second, Mori with a third, a fourth, a fifth, maybe the resurrection coming through from the GA. Yasuo will fall. Muchai is the only one to escape. 4 more kills to DNX.
Yeah, and Elder Dragon spawns in 15 seconds as well. Push is happening here in the mid lane by DNX. And this game is completely flip-flopped here. It is like basically the entire momentum of this game has been completely taken out of the hands of Dorado Gaming here in this one, and we're seeing 2 members of DNX go over to the Elder Dragon, and we're seeing just how these fights are developing. They're not able to one-shot any of these members anymore. Death Charge is being used so early by Savronger, and every single time it's been used, they've just been able to kite it away. They've been able to just say, hey, it doesn't matter. Like, we're just going to walk away. Like, you can't use your last breath on a target that's completely off the screen.
Yeah.
So, we're going to have to see a lot better execution here from Dorado, and all of a sudden, this is, right like I said a minute ago, this is DNX's game to lose.
Yeah, I mean, Dorado, it looked so strong early. It looked so good. Then there were 2 picks that happened that led to, I mean, well, actually, you know what? This is all off the back of Shady Gecko's Baron steal. Shady Gecko gets the Baron steal, and it gets the ball rolling. And what you said about these depth charges from Nautilus, they were doing really, like, Sevronga was getting awesome depth charges in the early, was getting phenomenal engages. But now DNX, they're just balling up. They're getting 4, 5 members together, and they're making sure that even if the depth charge comes through, that Panzora or Shady Gecko or somebody is just in the way to block off that key target so that they can't get immediately burst down. And now this team fight is starting to come together. There is a 3K, almost 4K gold lead for the side of DNX. It doesn't matter too much now that we were approaching like the 70,000 mark, but it is still notable considering that we were at a 12,000 gold deficit.
Yeah, and also, like I said earlier, momentum is huge in this game for this one. DNX is still opting to kind of play it slow, even though they have the Elder buff. They know the quick and snappy engage can still happen from Dorado, even though they have the Elder buff up and available. But so far, it looks like they're just trying to play for more gold.
Pulls Reggie over the wall, gets a Q off, but he is a little bit isolated. The keeper's verdict gets popped as well. Reggie is so low, and Panzora starts to get the resets. The first one comes through. Shady Gecko with a second, Mori with a third, a fourth, a fifth, maybe the resurrection coming through from the GA. Yasuo and pulls Reggie
in the game, and how can we do that again? Like, that's all you need to be talking about here if you're Dorado. You have to figure out a way to basically snap out of the recent struggles you've been having in this fight and turn around. And if you're DNX, you have to say, okay, what have we been doing that's right? We have to keep doing these things. We have to keep having Panzora and Shady Gecko in the front, soaking up so much damage coming through, and making sure our initial carries don't just get initially engaged upon here, as we are seeing Inhibitor going the way of DNX here. The push is continuing to happen, and they still have Elder for about another... let's see. How long do they have this for? They have the Elder for... Actually, it looks like it's going to expire any second now, so they no longer have the Elder buff coming through. So, most likely going to be a reset here for DNX. There's nothing really to take up here for the rest of the map. Baron does not spawn for another minute, so... Yes, Dorado, you're still in this one, but you have to find a way to get those...
Reggie over the wall, gets a Q. I mean, this this game has been absolute whiplash. Dorado, I mean, you said it. It was like it looked like Dorado was just gonna have this game in the bag at like the 20-minute mark, and now we're at 40 minutes. DNX feel in control, but if I'm being entirely honest, it feels like it might even still be able to go either way.
Yeah.
That said, DNX still has more standing gold that can be, be injected in burst. Darius is at 5 items now. Poppy is at 4. Has bought an elixir as well. Ari is at 4, along with boots, along with a 10-stack dark seal. Ezreal is at 5 items. Karma is at Karma's at 3.5 items, but it's a support. And on the other side, Moonshot is at 3.5. Has a stopwatch. Reggie at 3. Sevdiv at, well, has 4 plus boots, pretty good. Muchai at 4 items. Broken stopwatch. I mean, the item differential, Darius with 5 items is just terrifying.
Yeah, and it's what happens when you are able to pick up a lot of this gold from like just winning straight up fights. You know, it's very, very beneficial to, because you know, earlier in the game, Panzora just wasn't tanky enough to absorb like the initial the layering of CC. He has 4k HP now. Like, it's, you can't just drain through him like you were the rest of the game. And DNX is wanting to start this fight off. They want to start this Baron. They want to try to get in the thick of things. So far, Soul is trying to wrap around Savage way forward.
Forcing Dorado to enter. Sevronger tries to be the Keeper's verdict. These ultimates out of the Poppy have been huge. Sevronger tries to go in, but Panzora goes godlike. There comes the Noxian Guillotine. Chop! Reggie will fall on the back. The Darius just keeps chugging. Triple kill. A quadra kill. Sev is on the run. Kata just misses the charm. DNX, they get 4. They're going for the base.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the game here for DNX. It's gonna be a 2-0 series lead. And if you're Dorado Gaming, you have to be kicking yourself for this one. You had a 12,000 gold lead at the 25-minute marker, and you end up dropping the game. Go forward and all the rest of it, especially this next game, because you don't want to give Dorado the chance to swing the momentum back in their favor. They've just won a best-of-5 series against TA Knight. They know what it takes. They know what it takes to take this series into 5 games. So they've been here before. They can potentially do it again, but you have to stop it here. You can't let it go to 5. You want to take it a quick and easy 3-0, especially kind of after how this one went, because that game should have been DNX's.
Should have been Dorado's.
Sorry,
yeah, but no, I know what you're saying, because I mean, it's completely fair, because it was so far in favor of Dorado, and then so far in favor of DNX. If like for either one of these teams, if you just like split the game in half, if you're Dorado, you're like, okay, and you were saying this exactly. Whatever we were doing the first half, let's remember that and just do that for the rest of the series. And if you're DNX, you're like, okay, let's forget that first half happened. Just blank it from our minds until we go to VOD review. We can talk about it then. It didn't happen. The second half, no, that was some spice. That was some pretty good stuff. Great macro play, all of that. And so, I mean, now if you're Dorado, you weren't in this position last week. Last week it was back and forth games. Now you have to pull off the reverse sweep.
Yeah, and like I said, you know, they've been here before. They've done it. They've won a 5-game series, and unfortunately, you know, this one is looking a little bit rougher. Like you said, they had to win 3 straight games, and especially when you just played a game that probably mentally in your head you're like, okay, like we should have won that game. Like that game was ours. We lost the Baron on a flip because it got down to like, for some reason it got down to 20 HP, I think. And overall, like it just wasn't like Shady Gecko was able to get into that Baron pit and somehow take it away from them when he probably should have never been allowed to get in that pit in general. So a couple of different decisions happened in that game, and all of a sudden you probably win that game if that Baron goes over to Dorado there. Unfortunately, they ended up taking the Baron. They ended up also losing Elder, and the game is just so hard to play when the enemy team has Baron and Elder in their back pocket, even though they're down like 9,000 gold.
Those buffs provide plenty of stats on their own. If you are Dorado, you go back to your coach, you go back, you reset, and you say, all right,
yeah,
try this again. let's do a new one. The draft was good. The gameplay was good until one moment. And one moment is all it takes. We will be back in just a moment to see if Dorado can complete the reverse sweep with a message from our sponsor. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CCS match between Dorado Gaming Omega and DNX. Dorado, 6th seed, coming into playoffs. DNX, the 2nd seed. DNX, they've taken the first 2 games in 2-0 fashion. First one felt a little bit like a stomp. Second one, I mean, if you're Dorado, you just don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, and it was looking like a stomp, right? For the first 25 minutes, like you had like a 12k gold lead, and all of a sudden you lose Baron off of a steal, and then you ended up getting caught out before the Dragon Pit with Reggie, so you're not able to even contest with the Elder Dragon. And all of a sudden, when you pick up those major objectives that late in the game, that much power, even though you're down significant amounts of gold, was able to propel them to pick up that victory there for DNX. So, we'll have to wait and see how this one ends up playing out. But we're back on the same sides that we saw in game 1, that we saw DNX basically stomp out Dorado Gaming in game 1.
Yeah, and we saw in game 2 Dorado adapt their draft to what DNX had played in game 1. I'm very interested to see how Dorado is going to approach this draft in their previous matchups. They've definitely looked to try to adapt over the course of their 5-game series to try to make a good comp or come up with new ideas to combat whatever DNX or whatever their opponent is running. In this case, it is DNX. But I mean, honestly, if I'm Dorado, I'm thinking in my head like, okay, literally the way we win that, just don't let Shady Gecko in to make the hero play, and then we win the game. And so if you're DNX, I think at the same time, you're probably thinking, if Shady Gecko doesn't make the hero play there, we're in a little bit of a pickle. So I'm interested if DNX are going to ban out some of the champions that Dorado picked out, or if they're going to stick to banning the Vel'Koz and banning the Wukong and the like, the Renata Glass, because their first 3, just to keep some type of control. But we are into the draft, and it looks like Dorado, they start with the ban on the Vex. DNX, they're going through their ban hovers, and they start with the Vel'Koz again.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume both teams are going to have relatively the same bans that we've seen so far. Jinx is back on the ban table here for Dorado Gaming in game 2 after the game 1 performance. But if you're DNX, I think you've kind of solidified yourself as picking up champions. Actually, that's a Yasuo ban.
That is a Yasuo ban.
Very surprising, I would say. For some reason, like they just want to go ahead and take away that champion in terms of, they just, I don't know. So I'm gonna disregard that ban for a moment.
Yep.
But if you're DNX here, obviously Dorado does have first pick in game 1. I believe first pick was the Graves for Dorado Gaming. It didn't necessarily have the most impact in the world. Actually, GP banned away here by DNX because they thought that the first pick was going to be the GP, leaving up the Wukong here, which, like we talked about in the pre-draft of this series, Wukong is a flex for this team, as actually played by Reggie in last series against TA Knight. So trying to bring that champion back out. So we will have to see whether or not that's going in the top or the jungle positioning, but it does kind of give you some leeway. But it does kind of force DNX to ban away their own GP away, but Catasol being put right back on the Ahri. Like we've talked about many, many times, this guy just will pick his mid laner very early in rotation. And like this guy has just been such a rock for this team the entire split. And he is just continuing to show why he is just very promising mid laner.
Yeah, indeed. And, again, on the Ahri pick, performed well in game 1, even in game 2 when Sev was having a phenomenal game. Part of that was DNX just walking into his ult. Part of that was Sev having good positioning and playing really well in the Diana. Vier, aka Catasol, was still having a very strong game on the Ahri, and a little bit of a visual bug, and it looks like it is a Graves pick out of DNX. So top lane, maybe jungle, a little bit of opposite of what Dorado picked in game 1. I could see it going either way. It doesn't really seem that much like a Panzora champion, though.
Yeah, and Dorado Gaming actually locking in the Diana as well as the Senna, so they have they're very confident that Sev was able to perform on this Diana pick here in this game. Also the Senna coming through kind of does bring a bit of a 2v2 power, like I guess differential in that bot lane. There is no guarantee that Senna is the AD carry. We talked about how the support for Dorado Gaming Omega, Savronger has played these like a kind of non-traditional support champions. And I don't know if you remember this, Thunder, but a long time ago there was a bot duo combination that was Wukong Senna.
Yes.
I don't think it'll be the bot lane duo for this composition here for Dorado Gaming, but there is
Threat is there.
a possibility, right? Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
It's a possibility. You know, it was a combination that was used for a while because like you can't see the Wukong going like with the Senna E, and you can just have that quick snappy engage coming through, and it actually does a lot of damage, and it allows the Wukong and the Senna kind of to farm together. But there's like the whole thing behind them being a duo. So it's like, is it a possibility? Probably not. Or I guess like is it the duo that we're gonna see? Probably not. But with Wukong being picked this early, it kind of gives you like that idea that it could be, right?
Yes.
I like the Poppy Bam. They have a very similar composition what they had last game. Wukong and very reliant on their dashes. Poppy stops those. And we saw the havoc that Poppy was able to create as the game like went on. Obviously, like a very low HP champion as the game was initially being going on. But in this one, it is actually going to be taken away. So we will not be able to see that grounding champion or like that dashing stopping champion in this one. As a reminder, it is Graves here for that second pick for DNX. So most likely going to be Pansora piloting that champion in the top half of the map. So we will have to see. Actually, technically still be a Shady Gecko pick. So both top winners still have their pick kind of not necessarily shown here in terms of what they're actually looking to do. We'll have to wait and see what this pick is, though, because typically you want to give your counter pick to your top laner here in this situation. But if you want to leave the flex open, you pick your support here on R4.
Right.
So this might confirm where the Graves is going here for DNX. I would assume it's Graves top. And with Zach,
that probably confirms it.
Yeah, with Zach most likely being confirmed, is probably going to go in the jungle.
Yes.
Obviously, Zach's support is a thing. It's not a great thing, but it is a thing. But most likely it's going to be Zach jungle, Graves top here, leaving the counter pick for support. I do kind of like this because there's potential for Dorado's Gaming's composition to be pretty wacky.
Yeah.
And obviously it's going to solidify here. If that Trinity gets locked in, Wukong's bottom.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, no, Diana mid still a possibility. Wukong jungle.
True. That is
still
true.
a possibility.
Okay, sorry. I want the Wukong to go in the bot lane. Okay?
Honestly, I agree with you. I just sometimes I have to not be the one on the Kofi.
I know.
Okay?
I know. Okay, so we'll have to wait and see. If this is support locked in, then obviously it's gonna be Wukong jungle.
Right.
Unfortunately,
Set.
Okay. So all right. So Dorado's composition. There are most likely the common support is Set. That's the common. The uncommon one is Senna with a pairing like Set or Wukong. Set can obviously go top lane. Trinity can go top lane. Like Wukong can go top lane.
That is true. And
wow, I mean, this is very spicy.
There's once again, there's kind of all sorts of possibilities, but DNX Xernean pulled out the Taric once and is pulling out the Taric again.
Wow.
Had a great performance on it in game number 1. I'm interested to see Dorado. I mean, they don't really quite have that same kind of just, Unga Bunga comp, just everybody press R at the same time and go in. This is a different style of Unga Bunga comp where you're just trying to punch people in the face really hard.
Yeah, this is a composition that I would consider like an ape composition. You just kind of ape at them and you're like, we hit them very hard, very, very quickly, and you hope like that you're winning. Because if your composition is losing with it, like if your composition is ever losing in this game, if you're Dorado, it just becomes so hard to play. Eventually we will get to know where all of these champions are going. We have Trinamir flex, Wukong flex, Set flex,
Diana flex.
Diana is probably the only champion going mid lane, I would say.
Yeah.
And the 4 other champions for Dorado, like Senna will be in the bot lane, obviously. We don't know if that's the AD carry or support position, because we talked about Savronger playing that type of style before this ever started. So we kind of started that initial plot line here, and I honestly, just for my sake, I hope I spoke existence into the Wukong in the bot lane.
I mean, okay, because the thing is, if you speak Wukong into the bot lane, who's the jungler? I mean, it's Diana, but is it set mid then? I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I would like Sev on a set mid. Maybe
I
the
know.
Tryndamere?
I know. See, that's the thing, right? Like you have multiple options coming through, and if I'm Dorado, I wouldn't necessarily lock my champions in super
Right.
early. Like I would want to move them around, just cause havoc before the
Okay.
20 seconds. You know?
Yeah, why not?
Like because like you have that liberty, right? I mean, obviously, like the champions you're moving around are all AD based champions, so it's not actually gonna matter with the runes because usually like
Right.
you typically want to move stuff around because like if you're moving around an AP and AD champion, obviously like, you kind of have that interaction. You're kind of stopping that.
Yeah.
So far, Tryndamere is locked in for top lane. Wukong is locked in for the jungler here. Sev Diff is actually hovering the sets.
They have
That
to be
is the
listening.
one that is most likely not going to happen.
They had to be listening.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, Sev Diff is locked in to Diana in the mid lane here. So kind of, I would say the expected route, if we were kind of disregarding any craziness happening, would be the current like locked in champion so far here in this top lane. And we saw this exact top lane matchup happen in game 1. It was Tryndamere versus Graves. Tryndamere got pushed up. Wait, Catasol? Okay, that guy waited the last possible second to lock in his champion. Oh my gosh. Okay, but yeah, so game 1. It was actually Panzora that was on the Tryndamere, and he was just running down Moonshot on the Graves and just basically killing him on repeat the second he hit level 6. Like it was literally like he hit level 6, he popped Ghost, and like it was going super, super aggressive. He didn't kill him the first time, but the second and the third and the fourth and the fifth time, he ended up killing him every single time. So
it wasn't really close.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see if Panzora knows this matchup a little bit better than Moonshot did in game 1, or since he played game 1, the opposite side, he's going to say, okay, I know how to not basically die on repeat, and we're going to do a little bit better in this one. So we will have to see, if this one does end up getting, how this one ends up going. I guess there is still slight potential for things to move around. I think with Set being locked in as the support here, though, it is most likely going to end up being this Senna Set lane. And, Senna Set is a lane that actually does have some decent kill pressure, especially into a champion like Tarek, who, yes, he does have his healing. He does have his stun coming through, but he isn't a champion that's going to be the most, aggressive. And Set can just kind of walk at you, stun you into Senna roots. And that additional layering of damage can really come through and actually have a lot of kill threat if they're not careful in that bot side.
Yeah.
20 seconds here until things actually lock in, but it looks like this is going to be the 5 locked in champions.
I believe so. And, one thing to note for Set support, one of Set's strongest time period is like the first 5 levels. Once you hit level 6, you have the showstopper and you get good kill pressure there. But like the first 5 levels is really where Set can shine, and you don't really need any farm for that. And so once you get the E, once you get the Q, then you can just go in and you can win a 2v1 no problem. And so I'm very interested to see, is this going to be support Set, or is this going to be fasting Senna farming Set? Because that could be a difference, and it's locked in. This is the draft. And speaking of we have the bot lane, but for that top lane with Reggie on the Wukong, it's actually, I like this a lot because DNX, the wall to get over, that Wukong has to get over to gank top lane, is actually one that his W can go through to get a lot easier of a pathing to take out, potentially get ganks on Panzora. So I'm very interested to see if Reggie's going to try to make those ganks happen.
Yeah, and I would be very interested to see just exactly what Pro Comps actually thinks about this draft. What do you think, Thunder?
Hey, you know what? I would love to see it as well. Let's toss it over to them before we get into this game number 3 to see if Dorado can stay alive.
Everybody.
Hello, everybody, and we are into the game. Orion and I had a very terse discussion about whether or not Lethality Set was actually viable. Don't listen to him. I'm not going to say who won the argument, though. But Savronger, it does appear, will be playing the farming Set with Muchai on the support of Senna.
Yeah, and, this is a pretty interesting style, I would say. It does allow Muchai to just kind of play a little bit more aggressively with the Senna. You don't have to worry about farming. You can more worry about just picking up as many souls as you can possibly do. One crucial thing. Actually, wait, Muchai is
He
potentially caught
gets
out,
a deep ward. Mori is here. Zernian is on the way as well. But Muchai is just walking out. Savronger joining up with their support, and it was just a trade of some damage.
Yeah, Senna, I think, got her support stack as well, so it's obviously, a good trade for her in that lane. Also, what I was going to mention real quick was, in game 1, we saw Panzora have the Ghost in the Tryndamere, and Moonshot had the either Teleport or Ignite. I think it was Teleport. This game, Panzora has Ghost on the Graves. So, Tryndamere will have a little bit of a harder time of just running down the Graves and the side lane when they both have Ghost. They will both basically be the same movement speed when they press that button.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see if that does alter the matchup at all. Because obviously Tryndamere does have the slow coming through from his shouts. So that is a little different. But still, I do like the adaptation of Ghost though.
Yeah, and I think it shows Panzora does know this matchup maybe a little bit better than Moonshot. I mean, we'll have to see how it pans out, but it does give me that impression that Panzora is well aware. I mean, mainly that he's not running the Ignite Graves. He's not going to be the one that's trying to super smash this top lane. As long as he doesn't get too far behind, I think he's relying probably on the rest of his team to really try to make sure he gets cleaned up, and he'll just come in, maybe build lethality Graves, and just blow up the Senna.
Yeah, and both junglers are doing a pretty. Actually, no, Wukong has already done a 3-camp clear, I believe, into a potential mid or a top gank here at least, or maybe in a potential invade onto Shady Gecko. But Shady Gecko has already done a complete topside full clear here, so won't be doing a engage. But there's pings already coming out that he wants to wrap around onto this Graves.
Yep, and he is dodging the ward set in that bush. The Graves is pushed very, very far in. Moonshot is still under turret. We get briefly sent over to the mid lane. Panzora, though, dashes over. Hold on, the Wukong pops the clone. Panzora commits the flash. That is the flash. That is the ghost. Reggie is low. Moonshot trying to make it happen, but no. It is the summoners gone from Panzora as he chases down the jungle and top.
Yeah, but I would say, overall, I would say it's pretty even. We see Ghost from Moonshot there, but a lot of time investment there by Reggie does result in a lot of pressure being built on Panzora. He used Ghost and Flash, but Zach this entire time he's cleared all 6 of his camps and is making his way over to the Scuttle Crab as well. But Reggie's in the mid lane.
Ooh, he's ready to make this gank happen. Meanwhile, the top laners are duking it out. Catasoul gets laid down. The Ignite is ticking, but will certainly survive. Reggie trying to make action happen, is burning some summoner spells as his impact.
Yeah, and so far, like Reggie's trying to get some high moves. Moonshot actually going very aggressive. Oh,
and Sora trying to back. This is not an ultimate on Moonshot. Moonshot goes too far. Panzora gets the first blood. Meanwhile, the bot lane for Dorado, they are surviving a gank, but that is disaster in the top lane.
Oh, dude, that's so tilting up there in the top half of the map, especially after how game 2 went. You were dominating that game 2, especially even top half of the map. You were controlling Panzora up in the top half of the map. But this one, you had a chance to make a play. You went just a little too deep, and ultimately, it's gonna hurt because not only that, but the wave is pushing against him up in that top half of the map, and Graves has got a very early Warden's Mail.
Yeah, that is a juicy wave for this Graves to collect on. Maybe Moonshot wants to dive again, but I seriously doubt it, especially with that Warden's Mail pickup, providing just a ton of additional resistances, additional armor there. I mean, Panzora now even has the level lead. This Graves is gonna be tough to deal with now that Moonshot is set behind in the range versus melee matchup. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, things remain fairly even. Reggie is down slightly in CS as Shady Gecko comes back out on the map to start their second clear. But, I mean, that is gold in Panzora's pocket, and that is never something you want to have happen.
Yeah, and especially... Oh, actually, very
Oh, Savronger goes in. Mori manages to flash away. Muchai tried to follow, but Savronger on this set, flash, ignite. Muchai used the flash. This bottom lane wants to get frisky.
Yeah, and that was just aggression out of Sevronger, basically like out of like nowhere. Like their jungler was not even anywhere near bot half of the map. He's actually pathing straight to the top half. He wants to kind of help Moonshot in this top half of the map. He knows this top lane is getting quite doomed up here, but Catasol is down here in the bot half of the map trying to, he realizes that the bot half is pushing away from him, so it is an opportunity to make the play, and also Diana doesn't necessarily pushing super hard into him, so had a free roam timer there, but so far, you know, Panzora is level 6 to level 4 in this one. He is just completely dominated the top lane after that one kill.
Yeah, I mean, after that collateral damage, I mean, the collateral damage is live as well, which is providing constant kill threat until Moonshot can hit the level 6. Panzora has just, what is that, like 10 caster minions just chipping away at the turret here. Moonshot can't even approach the caster minions until right now to try to clear these away. A free plate going into Panzora's pocket as Moonshot clears out the wave, and Reggie hasn't even been able to go up and say hello to try to make, you know, get this wave pushed out. He is just going back down to the bottom side of the map to clear out more of his jungle.
Yeah, and until Moonshot, actually, Moonshot just hit level 6. So back, actually, 2v3 down here.
Goes in with the face breaker, commits the W, but now Shady Gecko has arrived. Muchai is slow, trying to walk away, gets the root on a Shady Gecko, is in the mist, is maybe going to be able to get out of there as Reggie comes over, comes in for the gank. Reggie is slain. Mori Xernian is going to fall shortly. Shady Gecko is on the run. Catasol gets here a little too late. The charm goes through. Reggie takes a lot of damage, but Muchai with phenomenal heals to keep the team topped up.
Oh, that was a mechanical disaster there for DNX in the bot half of the map. At first, it was Shady Gecko using Q1 and Q2 on the same target, so not actually keeping the Senna in place. He tried to do the minion, but I think he originally misclicked either the Senna or the minion, and he ended up just queuing Senna both times, so it wasn't actually able to pull the Senna together and actually apply any CC to her. And then Xernian wanting to land the flash stun there like we saw in game 1, but instead misses on to the straight line moving target there. So pretty unfortunate there for the bot lane of DNX, I would say.
Yeah, and they get punished for it. They both die. Shady Gecko manages to get out of there alive, but that is, that's gold into the set's pockets. It's gold into the Senna's pockets, but more importantly, I think that's gold into the Wukong's pocket. We have seen this thing do some crazy carrying, and just because it's in the jungle doesn't mean it can't do it. Already level 6 for Reggie.
Yeah, and we also saw this Wukong being played by Reggie. I believe it was against TA Knight in the jungle, and the guy had a very solid game. So we've definitely seen it before. We've seen this Wukong piloted at a very high level. So as we're seeing, Mori getting caught out once again, the slow landing.
Ooh, Sevronger goes in with the face breaker, and there's the showstopper. Mori gets taken back. The W comes through, and Sevronger takes out Mori with the ignite. Xernian falls as well. A double kill for the set. Sevronger popping off.
Yeah, that was nice job by Sevronger. They're actually just basically disabling the stun coming through from Taric. Actually, a lot of damage coming through from Panzora. Moonshot using his ultimate as a precaution there, so not wanting to take too much damage. Dragon does go down to the bottom half of the map due to the 2 kills being picked up there against Mori and Xernian there, but Panzora continuing to dominate on the top half of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're a Moonshot, the best thing you can do is not die, so the ultimate is great for that. The ultimate is currently down, though. Shady Gecko is on the way. Moonshot does see them on the ward. Zac flies over the wall. The Dawning Shadow comes through for a good shield, and Moonshot remains safe for now.
Yeah, and Moonshot's just being incredibly greedy here. He knows that this lane is basically doomed for him if he keeps losing out on the CS, but it's going to be even more doomed if you die in the process.
Zac gets the goop laid on, and Shady Gecko just takes out Moonshot. Reggie spins to win. Shady Gecko gets taken down by the turret. The passive is going to have to get popped, but Sev is here. The Moonfall comes through. Panzora has to flash to get away. The Crescent Strike goes in. Reggie takes him down. That is a 1 for 2 on the top side of the map. Actually, never mind. Shady Gecko's passive was able to proc. He's able to get out of there.
Yeah, and I was very surprised they didn't just end up opting to go just straight for Shady Gecko, because, we procced his passive, but they wanted to get Panzora and Shady, most likely. They thought that they were able to chain the CC with Cyclone and pick up even more kills there, but a 1 for 1, but still, this top lane matchup is just not going the way that game 1 went here for Moonshot. You know, especially because we kind of saw the blueprint basically laid out by Panzora in this game 1 matchup, but you know, just not quite able to pilot it the same way. Just made that one mistake diving underneath the tower, and it's costed him basically ever since.
Yeah, it's put him behind on CS. Currently 22 CS behind. Does have the completed Berserker Greaves, has a double longsword, so not terrible, but it's not even close to the winning matchup that we saw for Panzora. Now, one thing to note, Reggie has 3 kills. For that, Reggie gets a Gore Drinker at the 11-minute mark, the first mythic item of the game. It's going to help Wukong's survivability quite a bit, especially on these ganks. Mori and Xernean now in the bottom side of the map retreat mostly under their turret, and on the top side of the map, Moonshot is forced under here as well as the Rift Herald gets dropped.
Yeah, that Rift Herald is just going to take the entire tower. Like, it's already gone. And when you have an entire tower down and tower plating as well. Actually, that stun lands on a Mori.
Ooh, a phenomenal face breaker. Mori has to commit the ultimate, just barely gets out of range of the set W. So that is a big cooldown burn.
Yeah, and no one's up here on the top half of the map to actually just help out Moonshot. So he's going to be 1v2, and I would assume this Herald's going to crash again. They're actually going to look to go on him.
Second charge, and Shady Gecko even lands right on top of Moonshot. Moonshot burns the Undying Rages after Shady Gecko can maybe get the kill, but no, Shady Gecko is the one that takes him down. That's 2 turrets up on the top side of the map as well as a kill. Dorado, they're just letting it happen.
Yeah, and not only that, but that's a tier 2 tower at that. And tier 2 towers, like we all know, have extra gold attached to them. So that's actually going to swing the entire gold lead all the way to, you know, a DNX gold lead. And I'm pretty sure if we were to press the gold grab, it's a 3,000 gold lead here for Panzora in the top lane alone.
Goodness gracious. The second lowest gold in the game, Xernean, only has lower. Now, to be fair, the set is farming, but Senna even has 3,500 gold of her own. And I mean, it looked like Dorado were trying to trade on the bottom side of the map, but that's what happens when one team is pushing with Herald and the other team isn't. There is still a tier 1 turret with 2 plates and a tier 2 turret. And meanwhile, we're getting some action in the mid lane. Catosol has to flash out. Panzora is here. Sev and Reggie are quite weak. The Dawning Shadow goes wide. The shutdown comes through from Catosol. Sev is trying to get out of there, but Panzora is on the chase. Xernean has arrived as well. This mid lane tier 1 is under fire.
Yeah, and we saw Reggie, a full commitment there with the Cyclone, wanted to dive forward and just be, let's go super, super aggressive, but Sevdiff not actually using the Moonfall there in terms of trying to layer some of the CC there. I don't think it would have mattered too much because Panzora was able to be in the area, but I'm very surprised Moonfall was not used when Reggie was looking to full commit. But at the same time, Panzora is just transferring his lead everywhere across the map. He is down to the bot lane. He honestly, he's like, okay, Dreamer's gonna split push top, that's fine. I have a 4,000 gold lead basically at the back of my pocket. You know, I don't care if he picks up a little bit of gold.
Yeah, I mean, Panzora's already done the job that he needs to do, which is basically burst wide open the top lane. There is 1 turret left up there. Catosol is now on the way to Moonshot, has the level advantage. Both players still have ult. And there is the first Drake for DNX. It'll take a little while for Soul stacking to come through, but it will be Ocean Soul, which could have a pretty big impact in this game with a lot of tanky members.
Oh yeah, you know, Ocean Soul always has like a lot of impact, and I was the composition of Dorado, I would say, is pretty explosive, but I don't necessarily think the composition of I'm honestly blanking. DNX. Yeah, DNX's composition isn't necessarily super explosive. They have pretty drawn out fights, but they kind of can they can chain people together and kind of like one-shot them if they need to, but they don't necessarily have to be super explosive to win their fights. On the other hand, Dorado does, and Dorado kind of runs out of fuel pretty quickly. Sev's getting caught out though.
Oh my god, Panzora and Catosol, they perform a pincer maneuver. Sev was so close to getting out of there, but Catosol with a phenomenal charm to bring the mid laner back to his demise.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you lose so basically badly in the top half of the map. Like, the rest of your team is playing a 5 versus 4 because, you know, you're Tryndamere. Like, your team cannot cannot like you can't join your team and be a useful champion at this stage of the game. Like you're 15 minutes in, you have Greaves and a Moonquiver, when the enemy top laner has an entire Eclipse and boots as well, and like this guy is just massive. And I'm pretty sure like he hasn't faced for a long time. He has close to 2,000 gold just kind of sitting in his pockets.
Oh, Zach wants to go in with the slingshot, but decides against it at the last second. That would have been a bold maneuver, but they're still going to get this tier 1 turret with just the greatest of ease, unless Muchai and Sev can try to make something happen. Yeah, no, this thing is dead.
But yeah, but there's not really much you can do at this point in the game, because you're basically playing a member down throughout the entire fight. Also, you have Set in the bot half of the map just picking up some waves. You know, your Senna is your support this game, so you can actually move the Senna around, kind of have her like a chess piece, picking up as much soul as you possibly can. And you have Savronger actually kind of playing the side lane champion a little bit here, so we will have to see how that does end up kind of playing out. Sev will actually able to push out some of this mid wave. They're potentially looking. We actually have a lot of members here.
Gecko does get rooted down. The stretching strikes come through. It looks like DNX. Well, I thought maybe there was going to be a fight, but nobody committed all that hard. But I mean, DNX, if you notice now, they're all just grouping up and walking around as soon as they push waves out. Like they are not they're not about to get picked off here. They are playing as a cohesive, very coordinated team. And I mean, if you're Dorado, that is a scary thing to see right now, that they are so cohesive.
Yeah, and you're definitely like, you're in full control here if you are DNX. But at the same time, you know, at some point, you will have to kind of stop sharing some of the CS numbers and some of the XP that's going on, because Panzora is basically like I said, most of your fights are pretty 5v4, I would say, because Trinimir is permanently on the top half, just like he's basically a walking minion compared to the Graves. But you're sending Catasol up there, which is nice if you have that extra member. But most of the time, Graves, like we see right here, we were sending 4 members of the bot half of the map to make things happen. And you're picking up a lot of towers, a lot of objectives, a lot of potentially even a lot of kills. If they decide to end up diving for it instead. They're going to end up using the Herald, but Panzora is just looking to be super aggressive.
Ooh, Shady Gecko wants to go in, but Savronger is here. This is a set. He's quite strong. Shady Gecko is bouncing away. The Rift Herald is continuing to do damage to the turret, but it is a 4v4 on the bottom side of the map. A Moonfall comes through. It's absolutely massive. Panzora manages to get out of there, and Xernian once again with the savior ability, but it doesn't matter. Savronger's W doesn't hit anybody, but Muchai manages to take down Mori. Panzora is so low. He just needs to get tickled. Xernian and Catasol are running for their lives. Panzora and Shady Gecko are so low. DNX, they are winning this team fight. Moonshot is here. He has gone for the Undying Rage. Can he get a kill? He gets one. He is low. The Q comes through. Catasol is going to fall. The charm goes through. Catasol does take out Moonshot. This turret is literally an auto away from death. Shady Gecko falls as well. Catasol just barely makes it out. 4 for 1 for Dorado Gaming Omega.
Yeah, and I gotta say, super disrespectful there from DNX, because the rest of the members of Dorado are actually fairly strong, like we talked about. It's basically just the Tryndamere that's out of this game right now, and he even picked up some kills there towards the end. So that extra gold is gonna feel pretty nice for his back pocket, but at the same time, that was just extremely disrespectful to DNX, just going way too deep there. And we actually saw some pretty major impact there from Savronger and Muchai, and also like a pretty hefty cyclone there from Reggie, the strong members here of Dorado Gaming. But Dragon is already up, and a lot of the members of Dorado just aren't over here at this Dragon, so it's gonna end up being the Dragon picked up here most likely, unless Reggie wants to attempt to steal here for this Dragon, but he has no current knowledge of this actually being done.
I believe there is a ward in the,
yes.
I think there was a ward that spotted them, but he doesn't even want to do it. There were plenty of them there. They just let it happen, but they don't really take the opportunity to get any cross-map plays. They just kind of push out the mid-wave and move on with it. Baron is going to be spawning here shortly. I don't think either team is really going to be going for that too soon, but I mean, hey, if you're DNX, you start this Drake stacking, you're probably feeling pretty good. I mean, you won a game where the opponent had Mountain Soul, and if you can get Soul and it just turns out the same way, it's just going to be even easier to win.
Yeah, and if you're DNX here, you're obviously still in like complete control of this game, but you hit a slight mishap, I would say, in that bot half of the map. But they should still be the ones to actually still be looking plays. Obviously, Panzora, He's already on 2.5 items. Basically, this guy is definitely on a man on a mission here in this game. And he is constantly looking for fights. And Zach is actually looking. He has the angle.
That is a great engage. The root comes through. Muchai is going to fall to Shady Gecko. Sevronger's trying to make something happen. Goes in with the showstopper. That's a lot of grit. The face breaker comes through. So does the W, but it's not enough. Mori takes down the set. They are now moving towards the Baron.
Yeah, we're past 20 minutes, so the Baron is up and available for the taking. Reggie is on his Raptors camp, so he is not actually able to be over near this Baron pit, and they actually do have a lot of damage. Graves and Saya do so much damage to this thing. Saya is basically a second smite with her feather pullback in this situation. Reggie is trying to get in the area. Can he pull a hero moment like Shinigami did in game 2?
No, it doesn't look like he is. Reggie and Sev, they're backing off. They're deciding to instead just go for the turrets. Moonshot is down on the bottom side of the map. Going a little too far. Sev, he might have stayed too long. Overstayed your welcome. The charm comes through. Dawning Shadow to try to top him off, but it doesn't matter. Catasol now wants to go forward, but the root from the Senna saves Moochai's life.
Yeah, and honestly, like that's gonna be a really nice influx of gold here, and all just of the ability to push forward this game and accelerate it to a point where DNX is gonna be basically in full control of this game now. It's gonna be very hard for Dorado to actually play this one out, because like we talked about, if your composition for Dorado falls behind, it's very hard to want to go forward and just kind of push your go buttons, because you're basically going into a fight that you're most likely just gonna lose just due to the fact that you just don't have the gold to support you.
Yeah, and like we're already seeing the items come through. That is 2 items on all of the important members of DNX. Not saying Xernean's not important. Xernean's very important and one of the, one of the best supports we have in the league. But it is a Taric. Taric has the ultimate. That's really all you need. But all the carries, the Zaya, the Ari, the Graves, they have their 2 item spikes. This Zac is super tanky on the front line, and we're just now completing all of those first items for the side of Dorado. DNX, they have the Baron, they're going in with the push. I imagine we're going to start seeing what we saw similarly to game 1, where DNX just slowly and methodically start picking apart Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, and this is what DNX is really good at. They're very methodical with their gameplay. They don't particularly make a whole lot of mistakes at this stage of the game. And this is one of the reasons why they're the second seed out of Wednesday's group. They just don't make mistakes at this stage of the game, like we saw kind of out of Dorado in game 2. Like obviously at this stage of the game, like there's not much Dorado can do, but Moonshot is a little bit overstaying, I would say. Could get caught out.
Everfrost lands, but Moonshot spins on out of there. That is still the tier 2 turret that falls. Oh, Sev does not get hit by Shady Gecko, but Shady Gecko is still here. Wants to try to make something happen. The blast plant gets hit. Shady Gecko finds his way onto Reggie, and there is the Cosmic Radiance once again from Xernean. That is Jungler down, and Shady Gecko once more goes under the turret, takes down the support. The Senna falls. Set tries to make something happen. A big dunk, a lot of damage, a huge W, but Mori takes down one. A double kill for the Graves. Sevronger did his best, but Set doesn't have a big enough backpack.
Yeah, and it's just, there's just so little Dorado can do at this stage of the game when you're down this much gold. These fights are so hard to play out because, like I said, your champions want to go forward into the enemy team champions and try to just brute force your way through them. And when you're down this much gold, yeah, the fight was okay, but it was mostly just due to the fact that Set was able to land such a huge haymaker onto their backline, doing about 600 true damage. And, we're 24 minutes in. I'm going to check Muchai's Senna stacks here if I'm able to click on the token. It's at 75, so Senna does actually have some pretty good soul stacking numbers, but it's potentially getting to the point where it might just be too late, as we are seeing a pause come through. I do believe Reggie's game might have potentially came to a crashing halt, unfortunately.
Sad.
But, this game is looking pretty grim, you're down, like your backs are against the wall here if you are Dorado Gaming, as Castle.
Oh my god.
Fun here. It does have Spirit Rush, so if he wanted to get a little bit frisky here, he technically could.
But there are 3 members here. Muchai is in the mist. Sevronger there as well. Catasol really thinking about it, not scared at all. Now, don't worry, folks. This happens after a pause. Just hold your breath, wait for the excitement that's about to come through. The Charmlands onto the set, a hard one to take down. The W comes out. That was a lot of grit built up. Savronger is A-okay, and everybody disengages, but that is now sole point for DNX.
Yep, and if you're DNX, you're basically just kind of waiting for that Baron to spawn in about 2 minutes time. And if you're Dorado Gaming, you are trying to come up with a plan to figure out how to win that fight at Baron. Because if you take a fight beforehand, you are most likely going to lose it. So the reason why you kind of want to fight around the Baron is because most likely the Baron will be applying it. Obviously, it's like its own damage debuffs that Baron does apply, and the enemy champions are going to be taking some damage from that Baron buff as well. So you do have a slight chance of a fight. And also, like we saw in Game 2, Shady Gecko came up with a huge Baron steal. That is basically completely turning the game over. So we'll have to wait and see if that does happen here. Reggie potentially getting caught out, though.
Ooh, Muchai does get a root. That might just save the Wukong's life. Flashes over the wall. That was a precious couple of seconds bought. But Shady Gecko wants to keep going in. Doesn't quite have the range. That was way too close for comfort.
Yeah, but you know, it's like we're just seeing the amount of control and the amount of pressure that DNX does have to the state of the game, and you know, like I said, Dorado, like they don't really have any disengage in their composition yet. They have sets the showstopper, but if you're using the showstopper to disengage, you're probably not using it to the most effective usage there at this stage of the game. But Zach is potentially looking with Slingshot. I would say probably hold off though. Look for the combo of Exernian and Shady Gecko. You can tether the Zac and the stun can layer through it. Look, here it goes.
Ooh, that is a change of direction at the last moment. The exhaust comes through onto Shady Gecko, but just as you were saying, Exernian is the combo piece. Savronger tries to take Mori out of the fight, but Panzora takes him down. Moonshot tries to go in, tries to spin. We got double spinning. Can they make it happen? Mori falls. Sevdip is low. Panzora falls as well. Seven, Reggie, can they make it happen? They're still alive. Shady Gecko goes in and chases him down. Reggie, can he get to the fountain to try to make something happen? He is slowly gonna heal back up. Catacol, Exernian goes low. This might just be it, unless Reggie can make a miracle play happen, unless Reggie can somehow win the 3v1. DNX, this might be a series too late, but they are ready to take down Dorado Gaming 3-0. Reggie, he's still here. He's not even hitting. He's waiting, and DNX, they are hitting the Nexus. They are here. They are ready to dominate Savronger and Muchai. They have a ride, but the Nexus is low. Only a few more autos. DNX take down DGO in 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, and if you're watching the stream a little bit as you watch the 3 games, you probably wouldn't expect this kind of be a 3-0, but obviously game 1.
Their momentum from the second half of the great end. Mainly, I think we can definitely say shout out to Panzora in the top lane. Won the Tryndamere into Graves matchup, also wins the Graves into Tryndamere matchup. A just phenomenal play from one of, if not the best top laner in the CCS at the moment. Don't let Puff Zone know I said that.
Yeah, Ludi. I'm not sure, but everyone in chat is saying we are muted. Are we good now? Oh, nice.
We're good to go. We're good to go.
Yeah.
Hello. Yes. I know you all love to hear our wonderful voices.
Yeah,
Ryan, continue.
Unfortunately, you know, you didn't hear the initial part of that, but basically all I was saying was DNX was in complete control of game 1. The game was utter just crushed by that one. They were in full control. Game 2 was the exact opposite. Dorado, complete control all the way through until 25 minutes when we see a Baron steal from Shady Gecko coming through, as well as securing the Elder Dragon as well after Reggie got caught out. And they were able to just see this. The complete control coming through afterwards of that game was the complete momentum shift of that game. And they were able to take that into a game 3 victory here. So, you know, a really solid job there by DNX by saying, hey, like we didn't let game 2 phase us whatsoever. And they're able to just come out with a 3-0 victory.
Yeah, and then, kudos to, I don't know, honestly, after last week, we said it before, Dorado, they're playing with house money. Nobody expected them to even get this far. So I do want to say congratulations to them. They surpassed everybody's expectations, at least for that first series. I think for this one, people might have been hoping they might have had a just huffing the copium just a little bit on the Cinderella story, but DNX, they put their foot down and said, all right, no, we're second seed for a reason. we are
Yeah.
making it to conference finals and nothing is getting in our way.
Yeah, and not only that, but an update for how CCS2 went. I do believe Hard Hat Zone also 3-0 TA Light as well. So it is going to be that rematch of Week 9 between Hard Hat Zone and DNX, and that is going to be a banger of a series.
Yeah, it went to 3 games, week 9. I fully expect it to go the distance next week. And I mean, I'm gonna be honest, but I think those Thursday folks might need to be a little bit scared. These teams are looking strong, but I do also want to shout out DNX's drafting. They had I will say people were kind of dogging on their game 2 draft, but I think they adapted pretty well. They adapted nicely, and even when Dorado, it feels like Dorado pulled out 3 very different team comps across the board. DNX was able to they always just went back to kind of doing their style, even after game 1, where they changed it up and showed that they have more than just Panzora hard carry or else we lose the game.
Yeah, I huge credit to DNX in this series. Honestly, I think in game 2, like, I don't even think I actually personally like a lot of the champions they ended up picking. They had the Poppy into multiple dashes coming through. I think it was just mostly that they were just not making the correct early on decisions as the game kind of went on. Unfortunately for them, so it was, I would say, a bit more like piloting errors instead of like quote unquote champion errors, because we saw the overall effect that those champions like the Darius and the Poppy were able to have as the game went on, because they were able just to soak up so much damage. And like you mentioned, that ability to play with multiple styles coming through for this DNX team is going to be extremely important, especially against a team like Hard Hat Zone, because week 9 of that set, Hard Hat Zone did not have alternative in the mid lane playing against them, and Hard Hat Zone still won 2-1. And I'm pretty sure Hard Hat Zone has not even dropped a game with their main roster yet. So we will see if DNX will be able to be the first ones with their full roster to take a game from Hard Hat Zone.
Well, I am excited. It should be some good League of Legends, but we will have an interview with Exernian from DNX here in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the winners interview. DNX have just taken down Dorado Gaming Omega in 3-0 fashion, and we have support Exernian, essentially best Taric player in Plat League ever, anywhere, just absolutely popped off. So, Exernian, congratulations on the win. Y'all won in 3-0 fashion. Dorado were talking smack, saying they were going to outdraft you. What was your prep like coming into this match?
So much prep. After we lost to Hard Hat Zone, it was a lot of like, okay, guys, we really gotta hit the books again and really, really start theory crafting some stuff. I actually only played Taric like once with the team, but I was like, you know what, guys, have some faith. I never ever played Taric. That was like my 3rd or 4th time Taric. Okay, just go easy on me, Taric. I'm sorry, but yeah, it was a lot of just, okay, guys, what are they gonna pick? We were actually anticipating them picking Ari. Especially that first game when we took red. They showed a really high Ari prio, especially against TA Knight. So we were kind of expecting them to take it. But then I was like, you know what, Catasol, you like Ari? Okay.
Just gifted it to him.
Yeah, and Catasol, especially like for your guys' team, has definitely been the type of player to just be very open to picking his mid lane champion very, very often in drafts. Is he just that confidence in those like couple of champions that he has in his pockets, where like if he picks them, he is going to be the rock for your team? Or is it just because like you guys feel just that much confidence in him that he is going to perform with that early pick of draft no matter what?
Pretty much what you just said, like in the latter. He, like you said, we are always picking him that Ari. Like the dude is just a psychopath on the Ari. Like, I never see him dash away, okay? I'm just saying. I've played with him, like, at least 20 times now when he's playing Ari. People don't realize, I think the biggest snub of the whole All-Stars, that Catasol being the, he's like a win away from Diamond 2 or something with, like, a 60-something% win rate. Like, dude is cracked. It's just that we don't really give him the highlight player, like, champions that he needs, unless he gets, like, Vex or something. But other than that, like, a lot of attention goes to Panzora, which obviously is very deserved. But I think Cat as well, yeah, he's definitely like a rock. I'm like, yo, can I blind you, Ari, again? And he's like, yeah, it's fine. So yeah, I think big credit to him for sure. He's just, I mean, also shot calls a lot. He is always like, why I love giving him Aries because you play off charms and he's like on me, and then he just hits like this crazy charm, dashes forward like the psychopath he is, and it just goes in from there. Especially game number 2, I think that Ari pick got so much value from the fact that like one charm ends that game, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And speaking of that game number 2, I mean, it looked like Dorado were going to win that one very convincingly. It looked almost exactly the same as y'all's game 1, where you just decimated them. And it seemed like they were doing the same to you, but at about like the 28-minute mark or whatever, you get a phenomenal steal out of Shady Gecko on the Baron. You get 2 picks, and then all of a sudden you get Elder, and you're on a roll. Coming out of that game, or even in the middle of that game, what are the comms like? What's the mental like? Were y'all like down and out? Were you thinking like, okay, maybe we just think about the next game? Or was this all right, we still can win this, here's the 1% out, and then you just roll with it?
Yeah, I think it's that 1% out. I think we had like a bunch of winning lanes. Top was winning, mid was winning. But then we messed up like level 1 bot lane, like on me and Mori, just being human beings. Big props to Saronger. Like, dude played like a beast that game. Was
That
just
Nautilus was
everywhere,
crazy.
literally. Yeah, he was nuts. But honestly, the mental was pretty good that entire game. Gecko was like, no, guys, we win this. This is winnable. This is winnable. Dude, like, kept his head in the game. I gave the team a pep talk before going into the series. I was like, guys, this is our series, okay? And I gave him a really nice pep talk. So honestly, when the team turned it around, it was just like, holy, like, sure, we're a little down in the spirits after losing like 5 team fights in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But Pandora's also like, okay, we need to fight these. We're just flipping these. We're going for this. We're going for that, right? So I think big props to those guys. And the Baron led to right at the end of the game. Took a Baron, bought us time. We got Elder. Bought us more time. Got another Baron. Got another Elder. Oh, look,
Yep.
we blew up their Nexus.
Yeah, and I believe at 25 minutes it was a 12k gold lead for Dorado. He ended up taking the Baron. Reggie got caught out. Elder Dragon got taken. Like, it was just the goldie just kept swinging and swinging and swinging, and like momentum was huge in that game, and most likely just propelled you guys into that game 3 victory as well. And I'm sure you're aware, but Hard Hat Zone did 3-0 TA Light in their matchup as well. So you do get a bit of a rematch here for the conference finals next week. We've talked a lot about you guys in terms of like the best 2 teams of Wednesday's group. I would say pretty much by far. No one else has really come close to being, I would say, a close second. Maybe TA Knight for a second there, but when they lost to Dorado, it was basically, okay, it's going to be Hard Hat Zone. It's going to be DNX. It's most likely going to be a very banger of a series. What are you guys looking to do a little bit different now that you have already played them once?
Definitely taking what we learned from our loss against them. We learned a lot in terms of like our overall team play, kind of style, what we want to pick and what we excel at, especially. There's a couple of stuff coming in the next patch. I think we'll change a little bit of what we pick, but I'm not sure exactly what, since all of those aren't even locked in stone yet. So I guess going against Hard Hat Zone, it's a lot of, well, we just gotta take what we learned and go back at it again.
Indeed. But I mean, hey, that's the way to do it. I will say it's hard to beat the same team twice in a row in a series. So might give y'all a little bit of an advantage. But that all being said, you do have, again, you have the conference finals. Maybe I'm asking you to look a little bit too far ahead, but I'm sure you said you're starting to do prep. Have you started scouting out any of the Thursday teams, primarily cough cough, Goldfish Gaming cough cough, if you potentially make it to the general CCS finals?
Not a lot, honestly. I think it's still just focus on Hard Hat Zone for sure, and then we'll move from there. But yeah, Goldfish is scary. I'm scared of the Thursday bracket. When I did my predictions, I was like, okay, Goldfish 3-0, 3-0, okay, and then everyone else, I'm just like random number generator.
Amazing. Well, With that, once more, I will say congratulations, Exernian. The team performed really, really well. You showed a lot of grit, a lot of excitement for this game. I'm excited for the series next week. I'll be watching from my couch for that one, but that will be A-okay. Do you have any final words to all the fans at home?
Just big thank you, honestly, to everyone that supports us or trash talks us. I think all of that's pretty fun. So, yeah, I mean, big thank you to my team. As always, people are just cracked. I'm just the cheerleader. I'm like, okay, guys, I'm gonna play hard for you and press R. Good luck. But yeah,
Well, there you have it. I mean, hey, sometimes all you need to do is press R. Thank you so much, Exernian, for the interview. Orion, my wonderful color caster partner, do you have any last words for the fans at home? Do you want to apologize for trash talking my lethality set recommendation?
No.
true. He was also scary on that pick. Just saying.
He was. I'm a big set fan.
Yeah, obviously, I'm super excited. Next week is going to be a pretty banger of a series. Hopefully, we get a pretty similar turnout as we did in this week's. Definitely appreciate every single one of you coming and watching the stream. We hope that we are able to get some of you guys coming back through. Hopefully, it's obviously the last time these guys played, it was a 3-game set. Ended up going 2-1 to Hard Hat Zone. So hopefully, it's going to end up being another 5-game worthy series. It's going to be a very fun one to watch.
Indeed. I know I'm excited to not go to bed until 2 in the morning next week. I hope all of you are as well. But for all of us here at CCS, me and Orion, the teams, the players, Ludi Yolo, our wonderful producer, thank you so much for coming out and watching. Be safe, be smart, make wise decisions, and farewell.